1.2, roll call. Trustees to identify themselves by first and last name to formally establish a quorum. Jordan Zarate, trustee area 3, running Springs, Arrowbear Lake, Green Valley Lake.
Cindy Gardner, trustee area 2.
Jordana Ridland, trustee area 1.
And we have 2 board members calling in. Go ahead.
Natalie Lindemine, trustee area 2.
Ooh, she's loud.
Roll call. Trustees to identify themselves by first and last name to formally establish a quorum. And do we have Leslie Bramson, Dr. Leslie Bramson?
I don't think she can hear,
Okay.
but she is on Zoom watching. And then they
Natalie
can't.
Lindemine, trustee area 2.
And I'm just going to let you know I'm not taking my mask off.
Who has it? Yeah,
When I
that's
talk.
fine.
Would
Yeah.
you prefer?
Who has the
us to
YouTube
put it on
stream
pause as well?
Does somebody have the YouTube
But
stream
I'm just
on? Excuse me? Does someone have the YouTube stream on? It's interfering with the,
No,
no?
I didn't even go on it.
Okay, if somebody has YouTube on Natalie or Dr. Lindemann, they need to turn that stream off.
No, Natalie doesn't, and I'm sure Leslie does not.
I'm double checking. Nope, I'm only on the agenda. I'm on nothing.
Technical problems.
Hello, Leslie.
Says that my meeting number does not exist when I tried to log in again.
Okay, I don't know what to do at this point because we're really behind on starting the meeting. So, I mean, Natalie is on in Minnesota and able to hear us, so everything seems to be
Does
working
Leslie
on
have
our
the
end.
YouTube on right now?
Do you have YouTube on right now? No, she doesn't.
Maybe we should leave Leslie on your phone here, and then we'll have Zoom and your phone.
Okay, we'll just leave you on this phone. Okay.
I'm just letting you know I'm not taking my mask off because of my husband, so we're just
So
going
you're gonna have to really
I know.
speak up.
I can do that, Mark.
Somebody's got YouTube on.
Leslie, you can put your phone down, just put it on speaker next to your computer and you'll be able to hear it.
Because it's just all that I hear is feedback.
I don't know nobody has it on, right? Derek, no one?
Does Les?
She says she does not have it on.
Okay.
Can you get her?
Because it's coming through your.
Someone from here.
Oh, look, guys. Everybody can hear my
Right, because it's all.
It's
There's
a
like a
delay.
15-second delay.
Probably.
Is it on that computer?
Yeah.
Back there?
It's not
Okay.
allowing me to mute
Hang on.
Leslie.
Let me shut everyone's stream off. Hang on.
Have her hang up the Zoom.
No, hang on. Okay. Hang on, let me reboot the stream. Stand by.
Okay, we're gonna try it again.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm okay, right?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, go now. Everyone's been kicked off, now we're coming back up.
Okay.
Well, are you hearing her on your phone or your computer?
I heard her on the computer,
Well, if you can hear Natalie on the computer, we don't need the phone.
but I can't hear you unless I have the phone.
Okay.
Let's just go. We're
Let's
going to
go.
continue.
All right. Well, Leslie, we were in the middle of identifying ourselves. Can you go ahead and identify yourself for us?
Leslie Bramson, area 1.
Wonderful. Moving on to 1.3, our Pledge of Allegiance, led by Derek Swim.
Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the
To the
flag
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Derek. Mr. Swim. 2.0, adoption of the agenda. 2.1, adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Cindy,
I second.
second by Dana. Any discussion? Since we have them on Zoom, I think we'll need to do a roll call vote, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. Jordan Zarate, aye. Cindy Gardner,
Aye.
Jordana Ridlin,
Aye.
Leslie Brampson,
Aye.
Natalie Lindemann.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Moving on to 3.0, reports and presentations. 3.1, student learning and achievement, portrait of a graduate, and RIM instructional framework. Heather Dominguez, Director of Educational Services. We'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Now I will put my glasses back on since my mask is off. So we're going to talk about two components this morning. And I'd like to preface it by saying that two of our primary areas of focus and goals are safety and quality of instruction. So as we look at quality of instruction, these are two components that we believe will help us facilitate that quality that we're looking for. So a portrait of a graduate is something we've been working on for quite some time. I know other districts have it, and when we think about a portrait of a graduate, we're looking at beginning with the end in mind. What is it that we expect our students to have under their belt as they leave us to go into the real world to be successful? So why do we need this? I believe we need it because we are looking at end product. You may be familiar with something called understanding by design, backwards planning. You begin with what you want to end up with, and then you map your strategies to get to that end. One of the documents that I found talks about the fact that every school system is unique, but they are all connected by a shared aspiration, that all students have an educational experience preparing them to be effective, lifelong learners and contributors. So our portrait of a graduate may look very different from another portrait of a graduate, as we need to decide what are those components that we believe are best going to equip our students to be successful. So we have to think about what are the hopes and the aspirations and the dreams that our community has for our young people? What are the skills and the mindsets that our children need for success in this very, very rapidly and changing and complex world, more so now than ever before? What are the implications for the design of the learning experiences, and what equitable access to those experiences are we going to provide our students in our school system? This process kind of speaks to our idea of continuous improvement. So I will, for example, show you how this portrait of a graduate first started. As I sat with other people within the district and as I talked with them about the things that we thought would be important to go into the portrait, it started off looking like this. Now, this was the pretest. Heather's kindergarten portrait of a graduate. So this is the pretest, and in a moment I'm going to pass around the post-test. So something happened between here and here.
Just a second. Yes, Miss Natalie?
Just twist me a little so I could see the PowerPoint, just a little.
It's
Oh,
not
it's
on
not
a
a
PowerPoint. Can I just have copies of those?
Uh-huh.
At least the portrait,
Yep.
please.
Okay.
There.
So in between the pretest and the
We didn't get
post-test,
these to you, sorry.
some collaboration took place so that our end product was much better than my little pretest over here. So looking at, we also looked at portraits of graduates from other places. So if you Google portrait of a graduate, I'm going to be very transparent in the fact that we borrowed ideas from some other places, because there's other places who have done this work. And so we looked at what they had to help us as we created our ideas. So I worked with Rob Wilson at the print shop at the high school. We brought this to our leadership team at the retreat that we had back in June, and we had them give us input. So we made some modifications as a result of that. So I'm going to pass around what we have at this point in terms of the ideas of the portrait of a graduate.
You know, I'm really excited about this.
I am too.
I saw
I think I gave my, oh, I gave you mine.
Thank you.
Now, as we looked at the components of the puzzle that you see that is the body of the graduate, we were very thoughtful about where those pieces were placed in terms of how they are all connected and how they are all foundational to supporting the students that we would like to have graduate from Room of the World Unified. We're all in this together. If one piece is missing, a part of the graduate is missing. And so the idea of working in tandem with one another, working in collaboration with one another is paramount. Whether you're a family member, students were placed at the top. That was a decision we made. We felt that the students needed to be at the top. The families, the teachers, and the administration are all supporting the students. We're all foundational to the students ending up with these attributes that you see around the outside. So we have looking at communication skills, critical thinking, the ability to be creative, academic skills that are needed, as well as those social emotional skills that are needed to be successful. So what we did with our leadership team is we gave them the portrait of the graduate. We had them work in teams to talk about the attributes that are around the outside, and we made some modifications to the original draft based on those conversations. We added some things, we reworded some things, we deleted some things, and so this is representative. I've had Rob's revise it, I think, 2 or 3 times now, and I told him there may be more revisions. This is a process, and we want to make sure that what we end up with accurately represents what we believe students moving forward need to have. So then what happened is the leadership team, they put little post-it notes on in their little collaborative teams, and then they turned those back into me, and then I worked with Rob to make those modifications. So whatever, now this has not been shared globally or collectively across the land at this point, but that would be the idea, is that this would be something that would be on our website. This would be something that would be placed in all of our classrooms in terms of this is what we want to end up with. We want to end up with students supported by all of us within the district that have these attributes that will set them up for future success. So that's the thinking of the portrait of a graduate. This is our end result. With that in mind, the next piece works into that as a foundational piece. So I'm going to move into the instructional framework piece. And as we've talked about the high-performing schools attributes, we're going to touch on some of those attributes within this instructional framework. So what is an instructional framework? Why do we need an instructional framework? And I'm actually going to kind of start with a different analogy. I'm going to start with In-N-Out Burger. So In-N-Out Burger, I know there's a lot of, we're going to talk about the American hamburger, I guess. Now there's a lot of different ideas about the American hamburger, whether it's healthy, whether it's not healthy, whether we should eat meat, whether we should not eat meat, whether it's the best hamburger, whether McDonald's is better, whether Burger King is better. We can have a lot of discussion about the hamburger. However, I think we can all probably agree that In-N-Out has managed to figure out a way to be successful in producing a hamburger that the public has embraced. Now they have done that, in my thinking, because they have a framework that they function from, and they have focused on a few things. They've gotten really good at the hamburger, the french fries, and the shake. And they use a process and a framework, and they replicate it. It has been successful. So they replicate it, they can do it over and over again. They even have a university. I've been to it on my way home from the USC football games. It is tradition for us to stop at the In-N-Out Burger along the 10, I believe.
The 10.
In Duarte, or I don't know, Duarte is the other freeway. I don't know what town, but anyway, the university is there. They have a training center there. And they actually send their employees to the In-N-Out University to teach them about the instructional, not the instructional framework, but the hamburger framework of how they expect their employees to produce hamburgers and shakes and french fries with a system. So that's an example of somebody who's been successful that has followed an instructional model or has followed some sort of a framework. My daughter, Brittany, works for Trader Joe's, and so does her husband. And we were out for one of our walks one day, and she was talking about the framework that Trader Joe's has on how to set up a proper display case. They don't just show up and put up anything they want to up on the display case. They have a protocol that they follow in terms of the products that should be displayed, how they shouldn't be in competition with one another. They should be complementary to one another. There's an actual protocol they follow for what constitutes an effective end cap display case. They have a framework they follow. So a couple of examples from the outside world where they follow some sort of framework in order to produce success. And I think in both cases, In-N-Out has demonstrated success, Trader Joe's has demonstrated success, and I think part of that success is because of the structures they have in place and the frameworks they follow in order to have that success. So as we look at our priorities of safety and quality of instruction, what are the framework elements or components for a quality instruction? What does that mean? How do we provide quality instruction so that this is our end result? So what framework is going to support this happening? If this is our outcome, how are we going to get there? So there's lots of information on this. Lots of books speak to the need for an instructional framework. I have some of them in front of me. This is not new by any stretch of the imagination. This is not something that Heather invented or thought of. Districts on the Move speaks to the need for an instructional framework, and we're going to be working with the author of this book to help us develop this instructional framework. What's worth fighting for in your schools? Visible learning for teachers, leading with focus, leaders of learning, classrooms that work, failure was not an option. Failure is not an option. Gotta get that one right. These are just a few examples of authors who have done a lot of study in terms of instruction and what constitutes quality instruction that support this idea of having an instructional framework. The High Performing Schools speaks to the need for an instructional framework. So having something that's identified as agreed upon principles and practices that we will adhere to and refine and get really good at so that this is our end result. So these two should work harmoniously with one another and in tandem. In fact, one of the recommendations was that we put this under the portrait to say this is foundational to this happening. So we got together with our leadership team and we looked at the research in terms of what constitutes components of an instructional framework, and they drafted in teams. We had TOSAs there, we had all of our management teams were there from classified, certificated, and they worked to come up with some ideas. Based on those ideas, they came up with the one collectively that they felt best represented the consensus of the whole. And again, made a phone call to Rob Wilson because he is lovely. And so I called him up, asked him if he could help us to draft something that represented what the team came up with. And so this is our first draft of the instructional framework in support of the portrait of a graduate. Now, as you look at the components of this instructional framework, they're gears. They're working in tandem with one another. If one of the gears gets stuck, it impacts the functioning of the system. So when we look at the elements that constitutes quality instruction, these are some of the elements we see. This is certainly not exhaustive. This we look at as being foundational, and again, a work in progress that can be morphed and changed over time in the spirit of continuous improvement, but it's a place to start. So this also is in support of our PLC process. What is it that we expect our students to learn? How do we know that they're learning it? What are we going to do if they aren't learning it? And what about if they already know it? So rigorous and relevant standards-aligned curriculum. That's the what are we going to teach. Data-informed responses, that's the assessment piece. How do we know if they're learning it or not? High-impact instructional strategies. There's a lot of instructional strategies out there, but there are some, as are denoted here in this visible learning research, that lend themselves to higher yield impact than other instructional strategies. So if we're going to spend our time focusing on quality instruction, we have some guidance as to what that looks like and what things have shown evidence of higher impact than other things. The learning environment, both physical and social emotional, we know those two things go hand in hand. and then common formative assessments. How are we looking at, we use those common formative assessments to guide that data-informed response. So all of these pieces working in tandem with one another can help be foundational with our portrait of a graduate. So as teacher teams come together, and as we look at our PLC time, using this as our framework to drive conversations. So when we come together, what gear is getting stuck, or what gear do we need to put more energy into, or do we really know what are those standards we're going to teach within this period of time? One of the things we're talking about is cycles of inquiry. Cycles of inquiry, meaning coming together to say, okay, for this period of time, here's what we want them to know. Here's the end. How are we going to get them there? What are we going to teach them? Which standards? How are we going to assess those standards? And then, what materials, resources, and strategies are we going to use? Do it for 6 weeks. Assessment, how'd that go? Did we do well? Did they get it? Did they not get it? What do we see worked? What do we see didn't work? That's your PLC conversation. So being very explicit about this foundationally is what's going to drive our conversations to ultimately get us to this portrait of a graduate that we see as the end result. So, yes, questions? I'll stop talking now.
No, sorry. So, I love this. So, this piece especially, as we go to push this in to our faculty, classified as well as, because obviously classified is part of this, is this in some way going to be posted with this on the website and at school sites? Because when you talk about this is really, really effective in touching base in PLCs, is this going to literally be given to every single teacher so that when they have a PLC, awesome, just check in. I'm not gonna assume anything, I'm gonna ask questions.
Now again, this is all relatively, I mean, in terms of this
Right.
becoming a product, this has been shared now with the board.
Right.
It has been shared with that team that
Right.
developed it so this is very new in inception. The principles are not new.
Right.
The concepts are not new, but bringing it together in this kind of a way to say, this is going to focus our work in PLCs and our instructional conversations, these are some of the things that
And
we need to
aligning
be.
programs and
Correct.
program choices to this and to this too.
Mhm.
Okay.
Right, they're all.
And budget, I'm saying that
aligned.
too, Jean.
So, I think this is fantastic.
Mhm.
Question as far as the common formative assessments, and
Mhm.
just in terms of also you talked about having those key questions.
Mhm.
Are you envisioning this happening, the commonalities among all the different elementary schools, or is each school site going to be establishing their own common formative assessments and those questions?
I believe that site autonomy is very, very important within the confines of parameters. So my thinking is that we have agreement and commonality in the components, but every site is unique. The data that VOE teachers get from their common formative assessments may look different than CHEs, may look different from LAEs. We're fortunate in that our high school doesn't have comparative data and our middle school doesn't because they are the only ones. So our 3 elementaries are the only ones in terms of that coming together piece. We're very blessed that our 3 elementary principals are very, very collaborative and meet frequently and regularly to have these conversations. But there does have to be enough freedom and autonomy for sites to be responsive to their data. So it can't be a cookie cutter
No,
thing. So the test that the VOE teachers give may look very different than the test that the LAE teachers give because what their data is telling them is going to be different.
so I have a question, but the end point is making sure that they are ready for middle school, all 3, that every single child doesn't have a gap in knowledge that exists.
Right.
And
So
that
there
they're
needs to
ready.
be commonality in the what is taught. How they're assessing it may vary a little bit depending on
Right,
and where
because
they
they-
are, like in terms of pacing guide. I mean, I've been places where you better be on the same page at the same time, the same day. I do not believe that is effective.
Well, you
that
leave
can
kids
allow you to,
behind.
yeah, that you need to be responsive to your data, and you need to be able to have the freedom to do that. Not in, back to my in and out example, you know, in and out, they want fresh ingredients. They don't allow their people to go out and get frozen stuff. You can't blend turkey and beef together. You can't, there's certain criteria that you can't do. So, you know, there have to be some parameters, but enough autonomy to be able to make those informed decisions. And I believe that those decisions are best made at the site closest to the kids. Those closest to the children are the ones best equipped and informed to make those instructional decisions about what they need to teach next, and how do they get them to here.
Right,
I
I
think,
don't know if that answers your question, but.
yes.
well, I think it, just again, going back to the in-and-out model, what you're saying makes sense, but in terms of what in-and-out does, they don't have franchises, and they don't allow autonomy at the site level. They are very rigorous in their implementation of everything, down to every detail, so no matter what in-and-out you walk into, it all looks the same. So, as far as an instructional framework goes, I think, what you're saying makes sense. I'm not sure I follow.
So this would be the framework in terms of these are non-negotiable.
Right,
Our instructional program has to have standards-based instruction. We can't be teaching whatever we feel like because it's our favorite unit, or because we have to teach what the standards are indicating we need to teach. We have to assess. We have to know where the kids are so that we can be responsive.
right.
So, you know, there's where maybe my in and out analogy is maybe, I mean, your point is well taken. There has to be some consistency in the framework itself.
I guess maybe more to the point, we need to be the ones providing each site with the fresh ingredients.
Correct.
The sites aren't, maybe in charge of, sourcing all of that stuff. We should be providing the fresh ingredients, so that might make sense, yeah.
So we are foundational. That's why in this portrait of a graduate, we actually put district, board, community, we
Right.
put those below purposefully. Family, teachers, and administration, because they are the closest to the kids. They are where the rubber meets the road every single day in classrooms. They are the ones who are going to make this happen.
Right,
Our job is to support them in doing that and not provide barriers to them doing that, but to provide them the support to do that. So they are closest to the kids. They are the ones who need to be asking, you know, who need to be driving many of the decisions that we are supporting. But we all need to be in agreement that this is where we're headed,
right.
and this is what we're about. And again, this is not a perfect, this is a process that as we develop things, we could start using this as our framework and say, you know, there's a piece missing from the gear. We need, or this piece isn't as important as we thought. We're finding this is more important.
Right.
The schools are going to be instrumental in defining what are the components in tandem with us. So looking at, you know, our instructional support teams, our district secondary support team coming together to have those collective conversations across the district. There does have to be district continuity.
Okay, I think this is great. You just like ding, 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 the vertical articulation meetings between elementary and middle and high school, those meetings. This is brilliant too, in that discussion.
I have I agree. I love the whole concept of working backwards in terms of where do we want to be and what do we need to do to be able to get there. Couple thoughts as far as all of this. One is, even, I mean, you're talking about being able to have a setup with that being foundational. To me, then below this ends up being all of the support that needs to be provided in terms of safety, in terms of possibly learning environment, maybe taking a look at facilities and how to be able to make sure we develop a more optimum learning environment across the board. So I think that in terms of establishing priorities, it gives us a visual to be able to make sure that we're prioritized in our decision-making to get to our ideal graduate.
So the details of this
Yes.
are still yet to be defined, and that's where site teams can come together in terms of what does that look like related to each of these different gears. But there's, yeah, each one of these is an entity unto themselves in terms of needing to have
Like the
definition.
bullet points of.
Yeah.
But we've not even had anything that has been foundational to say, this is what we are focused on in terms of our instructional framework, a framework for quality of instruction. Now, let's get into the nuts and bolts about what these things mean.
This is great. If I understand correctly, then these both will translate to their own resource documents or guides, in addition to just the cogs.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, these would all have other things to support them in terms of what, the nuts and the bolts.
So in other words, you know, the visual's great, but there will be a.
Yeah, there's other things that need to go along with this as to how, what does that mean, rigorous and relevant standards-aligned curriculum?
Right.
We just adopted new curriculum for the high school, so
Yeah.
them getting together as a team and looking at those standards and which ones are most, you know, as we're looking at learning loss, where are our students and what assessments are they gonna use for that and all, and as we get to the LCAP conversation later this afternoon, this will play into that in terms of some of the things we have to do to be responsive in that, the new, learning continuity and attendance plan. So keep all of this in the forefront of your mind as we get to the end of the day and we talk about that
It's going to be
component.
right here.
There's one other thing that I wanted to, just suggest as far as our portrait of a graduate. One of my soapbox things for, students is, financial literacy. To be able to make sure our students graduating have the ability to have, be able to manage their financial worlds well.
That's a pretty real world skill there, yeah.
It is a real world skill, I'd really like it to be actually stated and purposefully developed, and I know that the vast majority of all of our seniors at the high school are aching for it.
I know, and it makes sense, you know,
Is it
I
already
think.
in the standards and the curriculum though? Is that standards based?
No, it's not. That's why I think individual districts will have to incorporate something like that if they
Schools.
deem it important. Yeah, schools.
It's something that actually came across Jerry Brown's desk, and he said it's already in the standards, so I'm not gonna sign it. It was actually something that it was,
Well, there's economics.
yeah, but
That's
that, yeah,
different.
but in terms of being able to have, financial literacy, be able to manage their own financial world.
We have financial algebra.
That's not, that's algebra
Yeah, I
with
know.
a financial
Yeah.
framework, but it's I taught it, and it's so not financial literacy.
So I know this is the first you've seen this,
Yes.
so I've made note of that, and if there's other things that you would like to give feedback on, I don't know, what we did at the leadership meeting is they just wrote it on the copy I gave them, and then they turned it back into me, and then we were able to make modifications as needed, so I think I'm done with my 30-minute slot. And, any questions?
I think, I know this might be already kind of in the general of persistence grit, but a lot of conversation in Sandabs in terms of social emotional learning and an educational platform to advocate from is building resiliency. So I don't know, I mean, I guess it still is incorporated, but that's a big word right now in conversations is resiliency, building student resiliency.
And I think that's under the traits of a learner, the persistence and grit, I think kind of
Right.
combined.
Definitely.
That's what I'm
equate to
saying.
resiliency, but I mean,
But I'm
we
saying-
did sort of wordsmith this in terms of what would be better words to
No,
communicate
that-
the essence of what we're thinking,
That's
but-
what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that we have things that attach to that, but that's a big thing that people are talking about is in the social emotional learning environment, it's not just about being reactive in making sure that a kid that's in crisis, it has the supports needed, but how do we be proactive and create resiliency in a kid that they don't get to the spiraling? So just saying, is that's a big conversation, is the
Because those skills are as important, if not more important, as we
Right.
look at the business world. They did a survey of many of our businesses, and they found that the majority of the skills that they're looking for are under what we used to consider soft skills. Those are the key skills they're looking for, and reading comprehension was the one academic skill they consistently wanted to see. Some of the other academic, no one was looking at SAT or ACT or any of those standards
Creative
assessments.
thinking is a huge thing.
They were looking at their ability to communicate, their ability to be honest and trustworthy and loyal and think outside of the box, critical thinkers. They were looking for those attributes more so than some of the academic aspects. So, interesting from the business world.
Along that line from the business world as well is what we're teaching for math. They want to be able to have more data literate graduates. Right now our curriculum doesn't really, it's the state level, doesn't really look at data science as being a priority, where out in corporate world, they do look for students or, the employees who have the ability to have excellent comprehension of data.
Well, in our present climate, they need to be adaptable, flexible. The new word is pivot, the ability to pivot, to not freak out when you have,
Exactly.
We'll all be hard pressed to function in our current climate if we aren't willing to be adaptable, flexible, change plans in a 15 minutes time slot, to be able to be, thinking outside the box, not be looking every 2 minutes at what do I do, but being proactive to say, here's a set of circumstances, I know what to do, or I'm gonna try this at least.
Yeah.
Be willing to try things without the fear of failure. Those kinds of attributes are what are really necessary in our present climate, so.
Well, I love this stuff.
Thank you.
This will be really, I think.
So as you
yeah.
digest and have other thoughts, feel free to email me, or, sometimes when you see something for the first time, you don't think about things, but later you do. So I've taken some notes based on some of the input you provided, and so thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Anything else? Anything from Natalie or Leslie then?
During this entire conversation, I've been wondering, with everyone else, how this is gonna be actualized.
We just had that conversation.
There will be meetings among the different administrators and their cadre to delineate how this is going to be actualized in their community, their school community.
So we kind of touched on that a moment ago about the dissemination of the information through site principals and then working through the PLC process and making sure that these are very public documents in and around schools, in classrooms, on websites. And then the individual sites will work through each component of the wheels and what that looks like as in their part of creating a portrait of a graduate or the instructional framework.
And will each of these be stepping stones? For instance, the elementary school will be in communication and in conjunction with how it's
We already touched on that. That's the-
Yes, we talked about
Vertical
vertical articulation.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah.
I just can't even.
Everybody good?
I'm so excited right now.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Heather, for that work.
And thanks to the leadership team, the whole thing. I'm excited for it to get to the teacher and classified level and their contributions to this. This is gonna be lovely.
Thank you again, yes.
I love that portrait.
Okay, let's get on to 3.2, setting direction. Write a resolution to adopt equity as a guiding principle, Board of Trustees. So, we have some example resolutions that we've seen from a few other districts, some more recent than others. As it's come up a little bit more in our nation and as things have progressed, we're seeing more of these types of resolutions come up, and we as a board wanted to discuss them.
And the board has these. Yes.
Yes, they're in your folders.
I do have them, and before we begin, do we need to define what we mean as equity?
Well, that's what I was just gonna suggest, is an equity statement that ties to this, and then therefore, like, a lot of what our school sites do ties, whether it's PTA assemblies or PBAS or whatever, how does that tie to equity and support the equity statement for our district? A lot of districts do have an equity statement that that, or some kind of equity in education, whatever it ties to. So I don't know if we wanna take a look at doing something like that, and then this ties directly, and then that way that we support the sites in the district in their actions, that it further enhances and supports what the actions of the school sites doing. And then that way, if someone has a question, well, what are you actively doing?
Mhm.
What is equity to your district, and what are you actively doing for it? And, you know, that's something that, you know, sites can, with their site monies, decide we want to bring, we are doing, this speaker speaks to equity, this activity, this assembly, this PTA assembly, and you have a little bit more, you know, not that we're giving money, but I'm just saying is that there's a foundation piece of that this is important to us, and here are the actions. If we are confronted by the press or the community, what are you doing for equity, and what do you mean by that?
On that note, I really like the fourth whereas on Ferguson's in terms of defining equity.
Yeah, I did enjoy that one as a means or basis of providing a definition. For me, what I liked most was putting together a resolution, I think, more unlike Ferguson's and more like AUSD's Antioch's, because towards the end, they actually put forth, therefore, be it declared, or be it further declared, and they put forth action to their resolution. So I enjoy Ferguson's definition. I think that's a good place to start, but I also like the idea of having a resolution that does have action tied to
Right.
it.
I think that we, in terms of action, I think that for our district, and for, in general, I think that we need to be, I tried to get Victor Valley, their resolution, I still don't have it, because what they did is instead of focusing on a specific, incident, the George Floyd incident, or an organization like Black Lives Matter, or a specific student group, black students. What they did, at least this is what I was told, I haven't seen a copy, is that they made it broad and all-encompassing.
Mhm.
Because it's not just about, for our district, African Americans, black students, it's our Hispanic students, our Asian students, we do have Asian students, and it's also religion. We do have Jewish community, we do have Muslim community, we do, and then there's gender biasness, and if you think that doesn't occur in education or in communities, let me tell you, I'm just gonna give you a personal example of my daughter just going on a rant. We contributed to the football team, and then Kira, of course, and Coach Gerardo was her coach, so I'm just saying, she goes, you know what, you need to ask Coach when the females are gonna get their team room. I mean, she really feels females, but she didn't have a team room, they dressed in the bathrooms, and then they got a portable, and yet, when you look at the equity issue, is a female portable the same as a team room for the boys in the football team? And I know it's money issue, and I told her that, I said, get off your little soap opera chick, I understand where you're going with this, but the whole thing is that there's a gender biasness issue, there is real, how do we create resiliency, how do we do that with our females? There's studies that prove that females at a certain age start to check out of math and science. You know, how do we keep them engaged in those areas? Not to say that every girl is going to graduate wanting to be an engineer or a mathematician, but it's the fact that at least it's in our conscious forefront of our brain of like, what are these barriers to becoming and having all your options senior year? What are those barriers, both in race, religion, gender, discrimination as a whole. But I think that I would prefer something that is overreaching in our resolution, that it's not just black students, that it's people of color, it's gender, it's religion.
I would also say is economic.
There you go.
And so, I think that we have in society today programs to support a lot of different, I think on the mountain, there are a lot of different groups that are feeling forgotten. And if we start naming specific groups and not name all groups, we're going to be creating potentially an even bigger problem.
And I see, and that's where I think that fourth definition under Ferguson, when it defines, we are, providing a barrier-free environment where all students, regardless of their race, social class, geographic location, or other personal characteristics such as creed, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, age, economic status, gender, sexual orientation, including gender expression or identity, pregnancy status, marital status, physical appearance, the presence of any sensory, mental, or physical disability, or the use of a trained dog guide or service animal by a person with a disability have the opportunity to benefit equally. And I think that fourth paragraph that you defined, it really is all encompassing in terms of we are going to move forward
That
to protect
definition
all
would
students.
also support some of the desires of the PAB.
Yes.
There we go.
So
And
I
that- that
I
is
also
something.
agree that I feel that's a very thorough definition, but I think, Georgiana, maybe I misunderstood you and you felt like, potentially new labels can come up within there, and simply saying a barrier-free environment for all students might be more encompassing than specific labels. Again, it feels very thorough, but in time, it seems like we grow as people and we learn that new labels need to be included in there, or
But that-
new.
But the definition is fluid, a statement is fluid, and
Yeah.
we can change it.
Yeah.
But I think that if we are, because what do we mean by all students? Are we including, students?
Every single one.
Yes.
Yes.
But,
Every single student,
but,
period.
but there are students,
Should be
and
the
there,
same.
but
Yeah.
there are students that do feel left behind, that do feel like their particular situation we do not address, that we do not,
Yeah.
that we gloss over. And if we do get specific, we're saying, then it is a recognition that you matter. You matter. When you do a blanket statement, all students, there are students that go, well, you mean all students, but are you meaning me specifically? Are you really talking to me?
Right, I get what you're saying.
I would say the same, you go back to, and I think one of the resolutions actually talks about it, whereas we live in a nation that was founded on the premise that all are created equal and born with inalienable rights, which are embedded in our Declaration of Independence and protected under the United States Constitution. Well, historical context, if you go back to that phrase, it was all landowning white males. And as a country, we've evolved and we've changed that definition over time, and we've grown.
Yeah.
And I think that's what, they say all, but as we as a nation have grown, we've changed that definition of the meaning all to be more inclusive, to, again, the historical
And
context.
hopefully we will continue to do that throughout time.
Exactly, so I think that's where
Yes.
Ferguson was going with that, defining regardless of race, social class, etc.
That could be our equity statement. If we can begin with that, and the resolution to that starts taking pieces of what works for our district.
I would like that.
And like,
And including the actionable pieces.
yes.
Right.
Yes.
Great.
I would be hesitant as far as having actionable pieces in calling out any specific groups.
I would agree about
Well-
that, because, if you look at some of the
Yeah.
resolutions, they
That's
do
not
say,
right, overreaching.
yeah, I think a resolution should allow some autonomy, again, at a district implementation level. But as a board, for example, Antioch's, they've
Yes,
got,
they have very broad ones.
yeah, some of theirs are very broad, some of them get a little specific to certain underrepresented classes.
Right.
but they have, therefore be it further declared that the Antioch Unified School District, through the Educational Services Department, will develop courses that foster cultural awareness and sensitivity. That's a little broader, and it is also tied to action at that point.
Well, you could
But that's
also,
developing a course,
right,
and that doesn't give the site as much
autonomy,
discretion
well, the
to how they wanna address that, if it's through an assembly or whatnot, whatever their,
Perhaps
you know,
instead
I
of
think
course,
allowing them to say that, maybe something to the effect that each student will have education related to this in the nature that the site sees fit.
perhaps it's something
I
that
think-
is included in our instructional framework then.
well, I think that we need to focus on the, what is our equity statement, and then what are the whereases that this, which are statements in support to that. Like, there's some that are broad enough base where we probably serve a diverse, I'm looking at Antioch's, of the first, the second one, the first and the second one, the third one, that you go through and you can, some of the whereases you can massage to be not just African Americans, but race, religion, gender, whatever. Or you don't even have to do that, but I'm just saying is that we can make them broad-based and not get into the how part.
And perhaps, I'm just thinking of, we're obviously not going to get a statement written in the next 10 minutes or
No.
so.
No.
But to have, board discussion maybe, and where we bullet, what was really liked, and then one or two
Exactly.
members, then
Start to massage it.
would do a draft of RIMS resolution, which could be brought back to a board meeting
For
and
further discussion and approval.
just like we do first read, second read, and adopt, we could follow that process for this resolution, but we need leadership in who would like to start massaging these three into RIM's equity statement.
I think, yeah, I'd love to do that if anyone, I don't wanna, in case anyone, I'd like to if anyone else doesn't want to necessarily.
Natalie cannot at this time.
That's understandable.
I'd be interested too, so it's like
Oh,
more
there's
of a-
three.
Okay, so there's three of us, we'll have to figure that out, but we can do that.
Leslie, are you gonna defer to the rest of the board members? We have three already wanting to do that, or?
Well, I would like to participate, possibly I would be in that main group or in the secondary group.
So,
But
If we,
I would like to first see that equity is described in detail, so that it can't be surmised by any other, less obvious definition.
So are you okay with, allowing a draft and then following the first and second read process at board meetings?
Yes.
if we have so many interested, would it behoove the board to create an official board committee to discuss this? Because-
Could only have.
We could only have
Well-
two working on it anyways.
No, if you create a board committee, then it's still subject to the
It
Brown
has
Act, but
to
you
co-
could,
yeah.
we could at least come together, agendize it, something centered around this, and it would allow the inclusion of all of our board members that are interested or can participate.
Sounds like that might be justified in this case.
Because I'd hate for any of us to be excluded when we are working to put this together. And I love the idea of a first, second reading and doing that, in conjunction with our normal board meetings, but this might need more time than that.
So that would take action though, and this is a retreat.
Correct.
So it would take
So
action.
we'd have to agendize it.
To create that committee, so
Right.
that's postponing, just so you know, another month.
Well, we can start with the basis of bringing back to this statement that we've all agreed is a good
Starting
equity
point.
statement. We can bring that to the next board meeting as a first read. We can, and then we can make suggestions as we're digesting this, what we want to do. I mean, it's pretty all encompassing, I have to say. I don't know how you go beyond this, but we can take a look at that and we can bring the equity statement back for a first read at the next board meeting. That at least continues a actionable progress towards something, you know.
That makes, that would make good sense to me.
Do you agree with that?
And you're right, I wouldn't want to postpone or push anything back, but if it means including more of our board members that want to be a part of it, then this might be a good justification.
And then if you're putting together that, maybe you would call it the equity committee, equity and social justice committee, because then to be connected to all of this is that if you really want to dig deeper into our district, what are the practices that support our equity statement? And that includes our hiring practices. It includes making sure that our board policy really reflects and supports the board statement. If the equity and social justice committee can be more than just coming up with the resolution, but really digging deep into and doing the work of making sure that and then connecting with the media committee of like this is the equity policies that are in our board policy, and there's already some in. Here's the tools that we're using to self-reflect. CSBA has a lot of equity components on their website that we can use as guideline. Taking a look at our hiring practices and what are the things that we use. I mean, obviously, when we look at candidates for teaching positions or administration, there are concerns of like, if you don't live on the mountain, are you going to be able to get here during the winter? Are you okay driving in the fog and the snow? So, but do our teachers accurately reflect our student population, if we really want to talk about it? And what are the factors that contribute, because we want the best candidate for the job, and we know that math and science teachers, there may not be as many applying for open positions, but it's just that having that conversation and putting something that we never talk about to the foreground, just in the front of our brain, like let's be cognizant of our policies in our broad board policy. Is there something that we need to add in board policy and work with CSBA on that? What about our hiring practices? What about our resolution? And what are our overall, what kind of partnerships can be formed with our community to actively help in creating you look at Seroptimus.
Cindy, closing parenthesis, space gender.
Seroptimus have brought 2 programs, one to the middle school and one to the high school, that focuses on girls. Every Girls Counts, and I forgot, I'm having a brain fart, for freshman students. It's like those kinds of actively seeking partnerships of like, how do we address? Are there clubs that represent at the high school level these student populations and with their interests? And obviously the high school does a really good job with Club Rush and different activities of saying, here are the clubs you can join, and guess what, if you see a club that is not on the list, this is how you can create your own club. But that could even be part of the media committee of putting the message out there of, hey, if you don't see something that at the high school level that reflects what you're passionate about or want to see, we can do this. This is how you do it. There's a Christian club at the high school. I'm just saying is that there's LGBTQ+. Did I say that right? Because I need some more coffee. But it's like there's a club for that. There's cancer awareness. So we can use all of this as a way in that committee to go beyond the resolution and making sure that we have these different wheels that support the equity, and that we're not just putting out a resolution to never be seen again. Because in my research on resolutions for social justice and equity, let me tell you, not a lot of school districts have something that is on there. There's school districts that have equity statements as part, and as a priority, but when you, but where's the resolution? There is a school district that literally has under board resolutions, and they have listed all of their resolutions, that, because we did a resolution on not becoming a sanctuary district, but along those lines. Where is it? Is that something that we wanna look at putting in the menu options under board? When we adopt statements or resolutions, do we wanna archive them so that people know what previous boards did, and we're not,
I think Moreno Valley did that on their website.
there's several school districts that do that, and so, you know, just so you don't lose track, and that when new boards come, there's already something there that says, yes, we did do this, let's revisit this, does this still apply to us, does this, you know, do we need to rethink this or re-adopt something because of the changing times, because something was done 10 years ago.
So going back to what
Cindy?
you're,
If I can chime in, I agree with you completely, and making it much more than just a statement, but making it part of our district. And that goes, you know, obviously way beyond what we have, allotted for time-wise
Right.
today. So, picking on what you recommended, Jordan, of having a committee that really has the time to look at this and plan it, I think is warranted. So that's my 2 cents on that.
So let's call it the equity and social distance,
Justice.
social distance, wow, that was a Freudian slip, committee, because that
Would this be a committee that the superintendent creates, like they actually did the media committee, or?
I
No.
think this will have to be a
That we
board
create.
committee.
It's
a board.
It's a board committee, so that more than
Gotcha.
one board member can attend. It would have to go under the Brown Act procedures. And that way, whatever board member wishes to attend, we're not limited to 2 board members.
And we'll have to agendize that and
Yes.
talk about it and discuss a name and then vote on it and see if we as a
I
board
like
wanna
it.
move forward on it.
Just telling you, I like equity and social justice.
It sounds great so far.
Well, we can put that on as an action item for the next board meeting.
And that might be a really great first step for our district.
so going back to something you mentioned a couple minutes ago when you're talking about
Yeah,
the
'cause
clubs
it's
or
my
different
long
things that
notes.
could be actionable, is that a couple years ago, the high school had a Holocaust survivor come to speak, and they rearranged the schedule to be able to have
So did
all the
middle school.
students. And being able to have as maybe one of the actionable items is something similar in terms of various speakers or to you know, at different school sites, not just the PTA being able to have to support it, but getting it through somehow through the district under the lines of educating our students beyond our small mountain in terms of what's out there.
Contribute to society.
And so that could be one of the actionable directions that we take as part of this resolution or this committee's work.
Well, it can delineate partners, what can partnerships bring to the table, what do PTAs bring to the table, and what do you want on a district level to bring to the table besides just your school sites? And we shouldn't be dictating to PTAs or the school sites who to bring or what, but it could be what kind of district level, if any, support. What does this mean? What does this say? And it's really drilling down and having that conversation, because of course, we have a budget that's very tight. And it's, so just reminding everybody that
Yeah.
what can we do on our budget?
Mhm.
And that's why partnerships and actively getting these partnerships with specific actions and goals. And that maybe that's where we tie that in, the specific actions of like being very clear, this is what we would love for you to help us with.
I agree. Anything else from our virtual board members?
No, I am in, union with you.
And
Natalie's
Okay.
good.
these are inspiring.
All right,
The
so,
same.
great.
In my high performing schools.
I think this was, I'm glad that we had this conversation. I'm glad we put it on this agenda. And it seems like there's gonna be more that comes from it, hopefully.
Are we on time? Did I take too, oh, we're only 3 minutes
We're
behind.
just about on time.
We are
even-
catching up.
Even considering we're a little late. So let's go ahead and move on to 3.3, board self-evaluation / develop action plan / setting board goals, superintendent and board of trustees. All right, only 3 minutes late on that.
Okay, so we have a couple of pieces of paper you're gonna want to pull together. So
Okay.
when you have your self-evaluation results, you have the PowerPoint that I create every time we do this, and it's been updated. And, I did wanna just touch on, something we did last summer that's in your packet. And if we have time, we will go back to this at the end of our meeting today. But if not, I just wanted you to be aware that as part of our work together last summer, we talked about strengths and we all took the strengths assessment. And so you have some guiding questions to think about. And, they include, reflecting on the past year, how have your strengths impacted your work on the school board? How have your strengths impacted your family life now that you've been made aware of them over the past year? And describe how you could better utilize your strengths in your life roles as a board member, a spouse, a parent, those kind of things. So now that you've had some time to, think about those, can you use them better than you have the last year, and how? So I wanted to include this today, but it wasn't specific, so this was the place that I was going to put this. And if we have time, we'll go back to this at the end of the day. But Heather and I had planned for that as part of follow-up from last summer.
I love it.
So-
And if anyone needs, just FYI for our board members, I do have all of our strength-based leadership outcomes, if any of you forgot them. I have them
No,
here.
I'm reminded every day.
There you go.
And they were posted in here, but we needed these walls for charting our strategic plan.
Right.
So we will work on getting some things back up in here,
Yeah, I
but
think the
we're still
strategic plan
charting
took precedence, yeah.
as things change rapidly. So if you look at the PowerPoint, so we're gonna talk about just a summary of those results. I'm just gonna pull this down just a little bit so they can hear better. But just so the community knows, the board takes this survey every spring. All 5 board members took it this year, which always hasn't been something that has happened in the past. And the survey consists of 58 questions, and it comes from the California School Board Association. And then it's anonymous, and then I get the results, and then we share them every year around this time. So the next slide shows us, based upon your answering of these questions, what we felt like were strengths. So what I did is looked at the areas that seemed to have a lot of green, or that were all green. And green means that basically it was an almost always a very high result in how you answered your questions. Blue would mean that most or often, yellow would be less often, and red would be a rare. So the ones that seem to stand out for strengths this year were the questions on board unity, the questions on how we operate during board meetings, and board accountability. And then you can see I listed the question numbers next to those sections because I grouped them together rather than picking out individual questions, because there is a lot of green. So there are some areas that are blue, and I think, I don't know that we had any red at all, did we?
I'm not seeing any
I
yellow.
don't think so, or
I'm really excited. It used to be
yellow.
a lot of that.
So, that shows a high functioning team and board. So if I had to look at some areas of strength, it's only because they were a little more blue than green. Of weaknesses, so are areas of growth. So one would be on setting direction, and again, those question numbers are defined there. Roles and responsibilities, and board operations. So there's kind of a theme on the areas of weakness as far as things that maybe need definition, or again, it's none of this is a straight out area for growth by the simple majority or for most members. However, these sections had the most blue. So, and really the setting direction questions, which are 38 through 36 through 39, sorry, I can't see. That section was all blue. So that's why it's listed as the first one on areas for growth. The others had a spattering of blue, maybe one blue answer. But that entire section was blue, which shows that, 2 or 3 of you agreed that we do this, but 2 or 3 of you agreed that we didn't do this. So, when we will take a chance to now I'm gonna stop right there and take a moment for board comments and the reflection on areas of growth and areas of strength.
I'm gonna just chime in right away. The whole setting direction, we've never had a board retreat to really work on and have these conversations that we're having today that are on the agenda. So I think this is a huge leap in terms of having the board setting direction, focus on the board, focus on improvement, looking out as, hello, it's just, this is a huge step for Rim of the World, because we have not had a board retreat since, at least that I'm aware of. And this is, for me, I am so excited we are doing this. I'm so excited that I'm participating with you, the rest of you members, in this conversation. So, just putting my 2 cents in.
I'm really happy that, today, just before this, we talked about equity. And we could use equity as our first, setting direction. Now that it's a priority in our mind, and we've discussed this, we could say that we're gonna set equity as a goal direction for our board.
That's, Leslie, that is true, but in terms of being a board goal, the board goals are how are we going to be better as a board, as
No, I'm just using this as an example.
Oh, okay, just making
And
sure.
it's a great example to see next year, for example, we can evaluate ourselves as a board and say, question 37, the board adopts long-range priorities. Well, we can evaluate. Did we put out a resolution statement on equity, for example, or did we create an equity committee or a social, what was it, the phrase here?
Equity and Social Justice Committee.
There we go. Did we do that? Or did we just put out a resolution, or did we create something longer lasting that has a longer term vision? So we can use that, for example, when we look at ourselves next year and see and evaluate, are we making those right decisions? So that's a good point, Leslie.
Sure, exactly, thank you.
So I see on board responsibilities, there is at least one yellow response in every one of those questions. Do we want to talk about or reflect a little bit on that? Maybe what we might be doing, for example.
Which area?
Setting direction, questions 36 through 39. There is at least one less often in every response. Spackled is a good word for it. We seem to be a little bit all over the board.
Well, 36 and 38 are relating to the process that we're starting today is the mission, core beliefs, and vision. And it says core beliefs. We have core values. We can, if we so choose, change that to the core beliefs and modify that into actual beliefs of we believe every student has the ability to achieve. I'm just being broad, but something like that. So I think those two are together, and we haven't done that work in quite a while. So that makes sense. And I think that adopts long-range priorities. We talk about it in terms of, in very broad terms of when we look at CASP EL, where we're gonna go, what are we gonna do? But in terms of just long-range priorities for the district that the board takes, we haven't really been explicit in that.
I would argue that too, historically as a district, maybe, we haven't had.
Cindy, am I being heard?
Yes,
Yes.
but
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was saying, we feel, at least I feel, in a mode where we are surviving. And I think that it's hard to look at those long-range goals
right now.
and have actionable items to achieve them, because we have a lot of urgent survival matters that come up that take our focus and attention, rightfully so, especially our current pandemic being one of those. And for me, as a team in setting long-term goals and directions, I think we get distracted. I get distracted, at least I'll speak for myself, of the immediate crisis that needs to be handled a lot of times.
I totally agree with you, Natalie. It's like if we are better at the long ball, so to speak, then hopefully and being more proactive in guiding the district, then when we are reacting to things like the pandemic, maybe we can always refer to what are our long range. Let's not forget where we're going in dealing with distance learning, right? Focusing on the long ball.
I think that was very well put, Natalie and Cindy. I agree. If we look back pre-pandemic, even then we were still reactionary.
Reactive.
We weren't in the best place that we wanted to be. Remember the late start bill? That was catastrophic to California school districts, and it still is or will have an impact on school districts, and it just got eclipsed by the pandemic. But that's an example of something that we had to divert our attention away to and urgently focus on. How are we going to deal with the late start bill? What are we going to do as a district? And those things have been coming up a lot as a board. So I can understand why we might feel or have conflicting opinions or feel less that we did the stellar job that we wanted to do on setting direction.
And the roles and responsibilities, it was really 2 questions that were scored extremely low, and that was 10 and 11. So I don't know, part of that involves myself, so I'm not sure how we could do a better job of communicating or what the thoughts are behind that. I don't know if this is the
Thank you for bringing that up, because I agree, particularly, 10 and 11, yeah, both have to do with our superintendent. The board gives direction to the superintendent only at board meetings, and individual board members do not attempt to direct the superintendent. So for 10, we had 3 often, 1 less often, and 1 not sure. And 11, 1 almost always, 2 often, 1 less often, and 1 not sure. So, yeah, I think that's a good area of reflection too for us over the past year.
Jordana, you are so quiet. I know you're just.
Natalie
processing.
wants to say something?
Yeah, in regards to that, I think on a positive end, we do have a very good relationship with you, Michelle, and feel like we can approach you in as needed. But I'm also sensitive to the fact that I want that to be, I don't want to overburden you with that, and I'm sure the other team members don't want to do that either. So it's, are we setting and respecting appropriate boundaries for when we approach you, and ensuring, I think if there, necessary things that are Brown Act stuff that needs to come up in a board meeting, we do a very good job at that. But hey, I have an idea about this, or a thought about this, or can you respond to that? I want to make sure that that is respecting everyone's boundaries.
And myself included, I need to do a better job of that. I think all of us can be a little eager. I'll speak for myself, but I can be eager about ideas and wanna come to Michelle and say, hey, I have this great idea, and, you know, not realizing that myself as a board member might be inflicting
Stress.
a stress and maybe the potential obligation, maybe Michelle's feeling a potential obligation to follow through with whatever my idea is. But it shouldn't be whatever my idea is. We as a board have to take that action. So I think, you know, myself included, need to be a little more cognizant of how we approach our superintendents.
And I think that, like, setting, like, this particular meeting, the work done at a retreat, and then checking through we do a board check on our board goals, but we can do a reflection of our setting direction at the same time, and just doing spot checks. But I think that this kind of a meeting is definitely where we have the ability to talk about, hey, at this district, and then the other
Right.
place to have that conversation is in the January workshop after we get back from CSBA's convention, where we get all this information like, hey, did we think about doing this for social emotional learning? Because I went to everything social emotional learning and wellness centers. What do you guys think? Without directing the superintendent, we can have that conversation in
Right.
a safe space. So I think if we created basically mid-year, you know, January and July.
More opportunities for us
There's
as a board.
there's
Yeah.
more opportunities to have a safe conversation where it doesn't stress Michelle out, because she can talk to us all as we're bringing up these conversations in a safe space. And then we also can create checkpoints throughout the year of, like, not only just on our board goals, but reflection on our direction that we set. How are we doing on this? And we can tie those two together maybe on our governance calendar as the quarterly checks.
Right.
Well, and I do think we've added some protocols in place, such as when somebody asks me direct questions, I respond to all, so that there's somebody's getting answers that the rest of the board is not getting. That doesn't happen,
Boots.
Yeah.
right? So, we do respond all, and I'll even tell you, if you ask me questions, I'm going to send out my response to the entire group. So I think we've done a better job of that, and because of our strengths, our ability to have unity and work together and those kind of things.
So,
Right. I know for myself, I can always just be a little bit more patient, and
Me too, Natalie.
yes.
Me too. I need to be less woo.
I never feel like I know something that the rest of the team doesn't know, and that is because of the way we respond to Michelle. I'm also aware that our current board is very active and very willing to set new, set new meetings and set new committees and do this type of stuff. And I also don't want that to become an overwhelming burden where we're just having meeting after meeting after meeting.
They need to be,
Because we can tend to be that way. That's just who this group is.
but we can be, as long as they're strategic and focused, and they don't become, like the equity and social distance doesn't need to be like all the time and forever, It can be very strategic and focused and get the job done, and then check back, a checkpoint created in the governance calendar. It doesn't have to be constant.
Jordana,
Yeah.
No, in terms of numbers 10 and 11, one of the things that I wanted to, add is, my impression is that I don't believe that, Michelle, that you're taking direction during those times. I think you do an excellent job of taking in input and then managing based on what you believe is right, rather than being swayed by any one or two individuals. I think that you're very accessible. So in terms of, I'm looking at this and thinking, I think it's inevitable for each of us to have that enthusiasm about certain things, and you're available for us to share. So in terms of us saying that, what our responses are, I would say giving direction doesn't necessarily mean that it's being taken, or even that it's meant by any of us as being edicts. that you
Yeah.
will do this. It's more based on enthusiasm or our own ideas of what should be done, that they're presented, and that might be where that's coming from. Yeah. And one of the things I guess that I grapple with is, especially with, I mean, everything for the past couple of years has been like this constant state of trying to problem solve based on crazy. And so I've been really hesitant to try to, to reach out at times and trying to not make sure that I'm adding to the crazy or stepping into, something that is already being handled. I admire how things are being handled. I feel like I have a lot to offer, but oftentimes I don't want to impose myself into the situation.
Unless they would like to speak, through with that.
Yeah.
I wanted to revert back to questions 36 through 39 in setting direction. I'm thrilled how this is playing into what Heather presented to us this morning, how well she did that, and it will be on our mind. It's not an action item, but it's on our mind on how we're going to be setting direction for the portrait of a graduate. It's something that, as Michelle's 10 things of a successful school, those are on our mind now. We are setting direction. We are setting direction now also on the portrait of a graduate.
Well, we're also,
Positive in my eyes.
well, 39 is tied to what's on the agenda, 3.7. Part of our role is to talk about, not only the LCAP and our discussion of the data that we have seen, and it's going to change next year, but it's just the fact that that's 39 ties to 3.7 as well. And what are and the dashboard too. How does that tie to the dashboard? Sending strong, not just where do we see the areas, and where do we see what are the supports for those needed areas? That's a conversation. We're not going to say how, but we can definitely go, well, what's going on?
So with that, just, these are the goals that you adopted last summer for the 19-20 school year. So I put those up as a reminder. So, and I believe
We have a
that
co- we have
you have a
each.
copy of them. I'm sorry, I didn't pull mine, right there. And so this page is blank, so that we can adopt and write, goals for the 21 school year board goals. So this would be the board discussion on looking at our data, looking at possible goals, where would you like to focus in relation to all of this? Things that Heather presented, distance learning, the pandemic, board goals, the data. What are we thinking as board discussion for 3 goals for yourselves for the next school year?
I think that goal 1, we still, obviously, we all feel, based on our evaluation, that we need to spend some time on that. Irregardless, we can change the success indicators, but I'm just saying is that we obviously have work to do if we are going to work on our mission, vision statement, and whether we call them core beliefs or core values. What do you guys think? Should we keep that as a goal for this coming year? You can change the success indicators, so don't get bogged down in the success
It
indicators.
needs to be carried on.
Okay.
That's kind of our setting direction a little bit area, isn't it? Seems to tie in a lot to it, at least.
Well, you can break out from, in these goals, you can take a specific, like, the board adopts long-range priorities as a goal and develop the success indicators tying to that. The board adopts clear and measurable indicators to assess district performance. You can pick the questions themselves
Mhm.
as well as the broad area of setting direction. So you can choose, we just need to make sure we have clear success indicators to make sure that we evaluate ourselves, did we achieve our goals? Cause
Definitely.
I think goal 2 and goal 3, we can move on. And we obviously have on the agenda today, community outreach efforts, where we're going to, redevelop that, and I have an idea for that. So I think that we can move on from those, cause I think that we've done a pretty good job.
Cindy, can you do some historical reference for me in election years of when we are setting board agenda? This board may have done a great job at meeting some of those goals, but it is so necessary to have an effective board who communicates well with each other and
Right.
respects each other and respects, again, boundaries and these types of things, that given it is an election year and things could potentially change with our board.
So what should happen, Natalie, is, yeah.
Board agenda that is going to, that they are gonna be adopting, does that make sense?
She got,
Yeah, Natalie, you're cutting out.
I
What?
think Natalie's point was, whatever board goals we set, the
They're
new
for the
board
year.
will be stuck with them
Yes.
until they
Just-
revise it.
yes, the new board has to evaluate the superintendent on the superintendent goals and success indicators that have already been established. They don't get to change them, they don't get to evaluate on something else. They have a chance to make changes in accordance with our governance calendar. And the same for the board goals, the same for every single piece of our internal processes. They have a say in January when we talk about, the governance handbook. We look at revising the governance handbook. They have a say in that at that time. We're not gonna put
Am
on,
I clear now?
yes,
So based off of that, since, again, like I said, since we have achieved some of those important goals, I would like to leave one of those as a current goal, even though we've achieved it.
I would
like
advocate.
number 2,
I would advocate for number 3 really because, we're for some really tight financial times, even more so than we've been
Yes.
used to.
well,
And
that's,
we will have budget cuts.
but it's also, but that goal 3 is actually a district goal, goal 6. So, I mean, we
have
should be following the district goals as the biggest priority above even board goals. So we can already take care of that goal 3 in focusing on district goals, if you wanna free up the ability to put on an extra goal. Does that make sense, Jordan?
It makes sense, and I'll just throw it out there, I'm not advocating for it, but I would also be open to 4 goals if we as a board just decide to do that. And I think you're right, Cindy, that we need to be cognizant that these are board goals. What are we as a board going to do, not necessarily what is the district going to be doing.
Right.
It's the time with trustees things. It's what are we as board members going to be doing and focusing on in the next year. So
I get what
see what you're
Natalie's saying, is that we wanna try to set expectations for the new board so that it doesn't become where suddenly everything is dropped because people wanna do whatever they wanna do.
Right.
There's a learning curve.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, very much so.
So Natalie, are you advocating to keep number 2?
Yes, and I'm still, that learning curve I'm still on, I'll acknowledge. So yes, there is a learning curve. We have seen what achieving that goal does to create a better environment amongst our board and within our district. And if we don't, continue to highlight the importance of that, I think it does a disservice for future boards.
Well, I asked Jordana and she just said she wants to keep goal 2 as well.
And I said it
Thanks,
emphatically.
Jordana.
And we can create additional goals if you wish, Jordan. We don't have to stick to 3.
I'm just throwing the idea
No,
out there
no,
that,
it's- you're
I'm
right.
not necessarily sure that we want 4 goals, but if we do, I'm open to the idea. But yeah, goal 2 sounds great. We've checked a lot of boxes on all of those, so we'll have to create new success indicators, of course,
Well,
but
you
I agree.
Well, we
Yeah.
can rephrase the success indicators
To say continue.
to continue,
Right.
to continue,
Or to
continues.
revisit, to.
Right. So we can just modify the in success indicators, they don't have to be, you know, completely
Sure, yeah.
redone. Makes it less work, just saying.
I think continuing is also, you know, relatively easy as a board goal. If the goal is to continue doing what we're doing, then that's not really doing anything new. So maybe we add in a couple new ones or something, but, you know, for example, we can't, I guess we could say continue to do time with trustees, but that seems pretty easy to achieve.
Well, something that's new too, also that's not a success indicator, is this is the first time the board has agreed to a retreat. So to have
Ooh,
these
we could
discussions,
put this
so
in.
that could be something that we establish as a practice versus an anomaly.
Well,
There you go.
But to go to Natalie's point about making sure that these practices continue beyond just our board, then you do wanna say continue time with trustees.
Right.
Because then you're locking in the new board to continue at least through the end of the year.
Right.
And hopefully get on board that this is important, even if only 2 people show up.
I would even argue that along, you know, not necessarily have it be time with trustees, but get a better understanding from the community into how they would like us to be available to them
Right.
if their needs aren't being served, if they're not feeling like we are available the way they want us to be.
So maybe something like maybe we include one of the success indicators is the board has sought public input for ways that the community would like to receive board information. Maybe that and try to make it as generic as possible because we don't know what the community wants. So we'll have to.
Well, the other factor is that what the community sometimes say they want, and then the action is completely different, you know, so
Sure.
we wanna make
Right.
sure that, like, when we talk, high impact instructional practices, it could be high impact community outreach, because,
Right.
I mean,
Yes, perfect.
because the problem is that somebody could say, I don't have access to it. Well, do you go to time with trustee? Do you go to blah, 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 blah? Do
Right.
you get involved in LCAP? And their answer is like, no, 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 no. Well, then what is it that you're willing to go to? Because we're expending all this time and energy to do a push in. What else is there?
But
And that's
I
part
would
of
turn it
seeking the
around
community
though,
input.
is I would say those same people, are they aware that there is time with these trustees? Are they aware, and is it at a time when they can participate in LCAP? Is there, I mean, to be able to have them know that these are these different ways, and that
Right.
might be a missing link that
Well,
we
that
might need
we
to fill.
I'll tell you what, is that I have an idea for all of that, Jordana, in 3.6. But,
Okay.
but the issue is
Yeah.
that if you expend all the energy to do something, is it a high impact
Exactly.
practice?
Right.
Because if it's only one person that's complaining to you, and yet is not, you've made every effort to make possible these different options, and you never see that person. I'm just saying, as Natalie, PTA is the same way. We have people tell us what to do all the time, but they don't participate, and it just is frustrating. Then I stop talking to that person.
Well, Natalie agrees, she's giving a thumbs up.
Yeah, I don't need to be told how the spring carnival sucked, and I should have done it X, Y, and Z when that person's not willing to be on my committee. I ain't talking to you no more.
And I would add, as far as keeping number 2 is in terms of setting direction from our own feedback, that was one of the, number 36 is one of the ones that we were a lower score on in our own reflection.
36?
Setting direction, and sort of in terms of the board provides opportunity for community input.
So I have a question for you.
Yes.
Maybe we do a board goal of general setting direction, and we can incorporate number 37 and 39 into those success indicators. Does that make sense?
Or even maybe just perhaps so that we continue to focus is in setting direction, you can incorporate the question 10 and 11 as well as a success indicator.
Perfect.
I like
And-
that.
And especially in looking at 10 and 11 as we look at a possible transition in board members, that would also be something that in the past prior has been a struggle for other board members.
So would it be appropriate to loop you in us establishing this goal? Because in some ways, it's a way of helping us determine how we as a board interact with you.
It's how our governance team works, and I think that's crucial. Maybe we haven't made it a goal before because we all made a great effort
Yeah.
to establish a good relationship between the board and the superintendent, but yeah, maybe.
So we can also pull from the CSBA professional standards, the board professional standards and the superintendent standards, because they do have little snippets that we can pull from in terms of roles, responsibilities, as well as all of that. So we can pull language from those two documents so that there's a foundation when somebody asks us, well, how did you get to this point? Well, we use CSBA a lot, we use this, we use da-da-da-da, so people don't go rogue in deciding that they wanna go off tangent into other arenas.
I like, yeah, and I'm coming around to the idea of continuing being good, because last year we created a lot of things and we wanted to establish a foundation. Now we need to build upon that foundation.
Okay, so goal 1, we keep the same, goal 2, we keep the same with some modifications, of course, to language. We're gonna establish a goal for setting direction using the questions of 37, 39, 10, and 11. Do we wanna keep the current goal 3 as a continuing? Like modifying the language, well, a lot of the language was actually modified, but do we wanna continue that goal?
Whereas goal 3, setting direction. Or
Well,
you're
that's
saying
what
just
I'm asking, because
Okay.
Jordan said we could go, to entertain the possibility of going to
Four.
beyond 3
Okay.
goals into 4. So we obviously want a setting direction goal, so do we want to keep the budget?
And not only setting direction, but follow up on the direction that we just started setting,
Right.
kind of thing. So if wording in regards to
Right, right.
continuing to set direction that, following us on the direction that's been set too.
And I would, yeah, and I like keeping goal 3, especially with A in terms of including priorities and adjustments, because as far as being able to keep on having a focus on priorities, possibly linking in our portrait of the graduate in terms of priorities, so linking that to the budget and making sure those two pieces get
You know
entwined.
what, there's language that is in other school districts' priorities that's talking about aligning things to the budget of that budgets, that programs, I forget the exact language, Jordana, but it specifically says that aligns with our budget. So maybe we can put something in like that we continue to look to make sure that our actions, programs, blah, 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 align to our budget.
So,
Well, that could be, the budget piece could
Right.
be a success indicator
Right.
with the setting direction, because that's
Okay.
very much aligned.
okay.
I'm just saying, if you wanted to stick to the 3, and the third one was setting direction, budget could be a success indicator, because that is your role to set direction
Right.
for budget.
Mhm.
Do you wanna do that? How do you wanna work that?
I
That'd
like
be fine with me.
that better, just because there's a lot of in goal 3 that is continuing to continue.
Right.
And we
Yeah.
wanna continue, but I don't think it is a
To keep
critical for us to
continue
have a
on
line
year
item
after
there, yeah.
year, yeah.
So, okay, so then this is what I'm hearing, is that we're gonna have 3 goals, and the goal 3 will be the setting direction, and the budget piece will be in with the setting direction and follow-up.
And then,
Thank you
those
for that
questions-
suggestion.
And then-
those questions you listed.
yeah, the 10, 11, and 36.
Right,
and
right,
39.
right.
Yeah.
And then we can put in there the align to the budget, the thing that you said, and I'll steal the language.
I like that.
Cause there's language that
Leslie?
we can steal.
Yes,
Awesome.
where's my phone?
Okay. So it's a common vision, informing the community, high impact communication with the community,
Yes.
and setting direction.
What was that? What was?
High impact
High impact,
communication.
high impact practices.
Oh, I like that.
I like that.
And then goal 3 is setting direction.
Engagement
I
practices.
still with 2, I like it to be more of and instead of informing the community, some other way of being able to work with the community or be available.
Why not-
I want
no,
it to be,
no.
I want it to be a 2-way street.
Yeah.
rather than a one-
Interacting connecting with the
Yeah.
community.
Yeah.
Or collaboration with the community.
Yeah,
How about if we just change inform to collaborate?
yeah.
Collaborate.
So who is going to
Well,
wordsmith?
Actually, let's do collaborate and inform, because part of it is getting information, pushing information. That was part of our responsibility with time of trustee, is to push information on Measure A, yada, yada, yada. So, hey, I'll help. Two of us can meet with you and so that since we just, Jordana's the one that suggested that you have input on the 10 and 11. Who else wants to be with me?
I can do it.
All right, Jordana and I are gonna work with you.
And then,
And then we'll email it out to you guys for input.
some ideas for you to think on for
Yes,
some
Jordan.
success indicators. I'm not sure where they fall, but I was thinking of them as we, were talking. And one of the things that we should do is a success indicator might be board members will commit themselves to becoming better, more informed board members by investing time in furthering their own education.
Dude, you gotta email these.
Yeah, and then the other one was, board members will commit themselves to being as accessible as possible to our community, or being accessible to our community.
How?
And as a success indicator, we'll have to think on those, but just something to kind of noodle on, at least
Yeah.
as far as,
And some of these things in here.
yeah, I'm sure there's a
Yeah.
lot of things that we can do as board members to commit I'm trying to move away, I like the idea of continuing things, but I think a recommitment or making sure it's in our goals that we will commit to doing certain things, might be helpful.
You know what I would also,
Idea, and then we can talk about that.
I would
because-
also like to tie in then in terms of the board members is looping back to our strengths.
Mhm.
And possibly as a group, focus on how each of us individually can look at our strengths and how as a team we could put them to the most use. So you're talking about being
Team
developing
strengthening,
ourselves,
yeah.
but being more strategic with our strengths to be able to meld together that way.
That might be good, because we did all of the strengths-based leadership, and we had that big, coming together on that, and we discussed all of them.
So
And,
email some language. Oh.
Yeah, maybe coming up with some language to tie it more into our board goals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Email.
And it does tie to question 3, as a reflection question in the sheet that I
So
wrote for you
email
for today.
Jordan.
thank you, Michelle.
Email, cause you
Yes.
said a lot.
No, I'm fine, I'm just throwing ideas out there.
No, it's good. I just don't wanna write them down. I'm gonna be lazy.
No,
I'm
you
just
don't
gonna
need
tell you
to.
right now.
I typed them here for you.
Awesome.
So then that would be great. So then if you two are gonna
Yes.
go ahead and,
We'll create a draft. We'll work with, the superintendent. I know it's 4 goals, but 2 of the questions,
Mhm.
2 of the success indicators directly involve the superintendent, so we wanna be sensitive to that. So we'll work with the success indicators on
Mhm.
setting direction.
perhaps equity might be tie into one of the success indicators, I'm not sure.
Let's see how we can massage that.
Yeah.
Because that could be collaboration with the community.
It could
And
go under,
engagement.
it really
Yes.
could go under almost any of the goals for setting direction, interacting with community, and the common vision of equity. So it
Yes.
could fall under a lot of them.
Look at you, you're thinking. You guys are thinking.
That's what we're here for today, to brainstorm.
To think. I need a copy. Keep up.
We do-
Actually caught up on time.
Yeah, we're caught up on time. We do have until 11:15 if we have more things that we wanted to discuss or
What is it?
exhaust in the
Wait, I lost
conversation.
Oh, there we go.
It's all set. I'm gonna rewrite that.
Jordana has a pipe.
Sure.
I
Is
think,
that, I know the
Okay.
Zoom folks needed a potty break, so, do you wanna, anyone else need to take one? This would be an appropriate time, I guess.
Does he want to go 11:45? I'm good.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. So do you wanna maybe think on?
Are we taking a 5?
Yeah,
We are?
Okay.
yeah,
Taking a
let's
5.
take a 5.
Okay, we'll take a
So,
5-minute
is
break.
it- okay, so we'll get one to Jordan.
Okay.
I'm super excited about this. So if you
we'll do some in Michelle's office when we're.
Okay,
Okay,
Okay, we're good.
Okay, let's move on to 3.4, District Mission Statement, Vision and Core Values, Board of Trustees. And we're opening this up 4 minutes ahead of schedule.
So Heather was going to share some things, about this to kick off the discussion if you will.
Please, yeah,
If
let's
that's-
invite
if
her to
that's
the
okay.
conversation.
All right. So we went through a process like this where we created a mission statement actually as a leadership team here at the administrative office with our classified. And so as we get together for our big management meetings, we have a common mission that we are all focused on, and we wrote it together collaboratively. So I just want to kind of talk about the process we went through as you consider looking at a process as well. Again, we used this book, Failure is Not an Option, as a guide, and it has an outline in it as to how to address your core values, which will lead you to your mission and your vision. So a mission being a very short, brief statement of why you exist. So really speaking to the heart of your organization. Why do you get up every morning and participate in this work? So what we did is we reviewed several videos about mission statements. One of them was actually called, and this maybe isn't the most professional title, but one of them was called How to Write a Mission Statement That Doesn't Suck. So that made us all chuckle, but it gave some examples of some mission statements that were better written than other mission statements. Then we looked at a few mission statements and evaluated them and looked at what was good about it, what was maybe not as good about it, and then had conversations about that. Then we got into teams of about 3 or 4 with certificated and classified together, and those teams, we had probably, I don't know, what, 10 teams maybe?
Yeah.
10 teams, and they all wrote a mission statement, those 10 teams. Then I compiled all 10 of those mission statements and put them onto a sheet, and then we brought that to the next management meeting, and then we narrowed it down to the top 3. So everybody selected what are the 3 that you really, resonate with you. Then I took those 3, narrowed it down again to those 3, and then we voted on the final one that we wanted to adopt in our meetings and what we revisit. So I'm just gonna give you a copy of what it looks like as an example. And so we try to use this as our guiding force in terms of what it is, again, matches with our portrait of a graduate and kind of bring those things together, but to focus our work as a collective team, classified, certificated, coming together. And then we also had opportunities for revision as we went through the process, but it took us a little bit of time to get to this. This again being a mission statement, which is why we exist. A vision statement is much more lengthy typically, which kind of talks about what do you see yourself becoming in the future, and then all of these being driven by your core values and beliefs. So just an idea of a process that we went through that was collaborative, but sometimes this can be a very lengthy process. I mean, I've heard of people taking 2-3 years to come up with their mission statement. Well, by then you've moved, so a balance between being collaborative and being, coming to some sort of a consensus with having it go on and on and on and on and on for, so long that you never get to where you agree on something. So that's just the
And
process
there's a
that we
lot
went
of
through.
research about mission statements and how long they should be, what they should encompass, and who are leaving out of the mission statement and who are leaving on. And as an elementary principal, when I opened a school, we grappled with the idea of what is our mission statement, and it ended up being one that every student could recite from the time they were in kindergarten to the time they left in 6th grade. And we added that to principal's announcements in the morning. Everybody said it after the Pledge of Allegiance. So, I mean, I could still say it. Mission Crest is a school of thinkers challenged by new ideas every day. And so that was what kids could understand and, parents could understand. So as we look at the district's mission statement, it is a shorter one, which is nice to see, but to keep those things in mind that, community and student learning and buy-in, to the vocabulary and things like that. I mean, there's whole books written on how to write a mission statement.
And really the idea that Michelle's talking about, the idea that people know what it is. So if you were to ask right now, what is the mission of Rim of the World, I think we'd be hard pressed to find anybody who would tell you what it is. So it's great for us to have our little mission statement internally as a guiding force, but ideally, we would get to the point where we have a mission statement that when you talk to anybody, a parent, a kid, a community member, and you ask them, what is Rim of the World Unified about? They'd be able to say, oh, well, they're about da, 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 da. And so it has to be short enough that it can be incorporated into our daily life and existence and a part of who we are. Maybe even a cross between a mantra and a mission, like at LAE we came up with every child every day. That became, we put it on our shirts, we put it on.
And maybe our mission
staff
statement
meetings.
could be fine.
Yep.
Nobody knows it. We've done nothing to market it.
Right.
You
We've
can
done
change,
nothing to.
I mean, to be honest, the mission statement is kind of almost like this. We could choose it with a couple word differentiations. It could be the same, you know, we could take the same one and change it. We can make it this one. This one is pretty much what a lot of people have. Cause I spent hours looking at other people's, cause I wanted to, I like I said,
Well,
I like to
I mean, I
stand.
kinda like the idea too of something being, you know, memorable, and maybe not like everybody else's, but, I mean, we want it to be something that we own, that we feel passionate about, that we feel like, you know what, that's something I wanna get up in the morning and be a part of. Having your heart needs to come through in the mission statement, it
Well-
really captures, other people wanna be a part of it, so.
There's
anyway.
some districts that their mission statement, like, I don't know who the heck this is anymore, but they have, RJUHSD's mission is to ignite, and it's highlighted. Innovative and meaningful learning, inspire, powerful impact in our communities, prepare. So we could do like Rim High School now, their ESLER/SLOs are pride, Rim pride, and every letter means something. I mean, so you don't, the kid may not be able to successfully quote every single thing under pride, but knows that pride is our SLO. So, I mean, we could do it that way. I'm not saying we should, I'm just saying is that I've seen that. I got what you're talking about, where we
Yeah.
could do something like that, Rim pride, ignite, inspire, prepare, and then you have, the whole statement is underneath those keywords. We could do it that way.
But something that's owned collectively.
Right.
And that goes on the website, along with our portrait of a graduate and our instructional framework. And when we talk to people about when we have our LCAP meetings, when we have our staff meetings, when you have your community meetings.
On letterhead.
Yeah, you launch with that in terms of who we are and why we exist and what we're passionate about, but brief.
So help me understand what we wanna accomplish with the mission statement versus the vision statement.
The mission statement is the purpose,
It's why we exist.
it's your purpose for being. A vision is like, what is our long-term
Where do we see
vision
ourselves going?
for our kids in our district? Does that make sense?
It does, I mean, from a corporate standpoint, the mission statement for us help guide how we operate as a business. And so, this is more of an identity.
It's
our
purpose of
something.
being.
I mean, one of the things that strikes me, but I don't see it in mission statements in general, is our community. I mean, we have among our students, among the teachers, just everywhere, is I
That's
think
more
the
in
community
the
is central.
vision.
So that's gonna be more of our vision.
Yeah.
And that's where I like using this book because it breaks it down by here's what, here are your beliefs, core beliefs, values,
See,
which will
our-
drive your mission, which is why you exist, which will drive your vision, which is a much longer, forward-thinking.
See, the district vision
statement.
that our current one does, we specifically put our mountain community. The vision that incorporates the foundational pieces that will drive us to what we envision for our kids and for our district.
Cindy, and everyone, I would like to chime in. I wouldn't want to steal any of Tori's work or thunder with Rim Pride, but I think it's a marvelous idea. So if she wants to pass it off for the district, I mean, the high school is where everyone ends, and so it's not stealing, her work, but I just feel like I do like that idea of something that is more easily graspable for the other people, for everyone, and that it can create a identity, and everyone, it's we might have multiple schools, but we end up being one mountain, and we end up being, having Rim Pride at the end. So
Which is this.
I love that, but I also don't want to steal everyone.
I think she's watching, so she said she was gonna watch the school board meeting. I don't know if she's still with us, but.
Well, and I think too, the notion of stealing, I mean, what do we do in education? We take ideas
Yes.
from one another that are, we collaborate and we bring the best to the forefront by brainstorming lots of different ideas and sharing those with one another, so they say,
So we hope she
copying
feels
is the
honored
highest,
and
copying is the highest form of flattery.
Or
Not
the,
the opposite.
and Rim Pride could also go towards vision if the way that you utilize the letters, just saying is that the letters have to mean something, just saying. Cause otherwise it doesn't say anything, except that we have
Yes,
pride in
and
our
so
schools.
if the mission statement includes, the ending being Rim Pride, and then the vision, the next piece includes breaking down what pride stands for, maybe that's
In the vision,
an interesting way to go about it, a good, effective way to go about it,
there
hopefully.
you go.
I like that.
That's pretty. Look at, she is on her coffee game.
So I might, I was kind of under Dana's belief that a mission statement, what are you achieving, or what is your, what are you doing, and your vision is what are you working towards. That was always how I kind of understood them, and I might be mistaken, but I just wanted to say that that's how I also interpreted them, or have seen them used.
Well, for school districts, what is our purpose? We educate students. And then you.
And I've also seen them not used, so
Right.
Yeah.
why not kind of step out of the box and have it be something that we actually know and we use and our community knows, and it not be a corporate mission statement that is just on a piece of paper because we had to make a mission statement.
Ooh, look at her go, girl. Well,
So-
the just for purposes of discussion, portrait of a graduate is ultimately college and career ready. So if we're talking mission statement, in some way, in some fashion, that mission statement is getting our students college and career ready. Because otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
And if we did something, I'm just
saying
talking
is if-
aloud, but if it ended or included something about launching our students with Rim Pride, and then using, again, pride to spell out specifically what that looks like. Brainstorming.
In our current mission statement, it does say, ensuring that students are college, career, and community ready. I like the idea of including community ready, because, and it's tying back to what Dana was mentioning about our mountain community as a whole. We're definitely special here in Southern California as the communities that we have.
And an historical question, just because I wasn't here when this was done, when was this mission statement written? Does anyone have that
Yes.
knowledge?
It was this one, and the vision statement and the core values were done, I think 14.
2014,
2014?
or 14 years ago.
No, 14. No, I wanna say maybe 2014, 15. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I think so. And we did it in workshop formats, because we did it, like, for an example, the core values, we we had representatives in the audience, and what we did is we put up white sheets and we said, okay, what are some of our core values? And everybody sort of threw out words and we wrote them out, and then there was a decision as to what our core values were. When we talked mission statement, we went with what is the end result that we want, which is college and career ready for the global world and beyond, but I don't remember, there was an opposition to the word global. I don't know why, but we started with what is, as Heather indicated, the end result. What do we want our students to be when they walk from high school out into the world? What do we want to have them be? And if we're gonna define it in a portrait of a graduate, then you definitely do wanna tie it to that, because if that's so you need something in your mission statement that ties to that end result of literally the kids walking across that stage and going down the steps into their new chapter of lives. What do we want from them? What do we expect from them, as they now enter our community? So the mission statement has to have that component, that end result. Because everything that we do from TK on should be tied to that.
I found one online that I really like that I think matches well with our portrait of a graduate. Is our mission is to empower all students to apply their acquired skills and knowledge and to rely upon their personal attributes to lead productive lives and to become contributing members of the global community.
Okay.
So our mission is to provide a high quality, comprehensive, and meaningful education for all students.
That's long.
It is long.
So we need to take the essential components.
Does our mission statement need to be a one-liner? Couldn't we come up with a RIM motto or a RIM school district motto?
That's what Natalie is talking about,
Right.
is taking a motto,
Mhm.
but being able, like this particular district uses a model, what did you say again?
Motto?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the motto, the key phrase is, it means something.
Right.
Because you can't just have a motto and have it not tied to anything, why you're
I would
existing.
say your motto should tie to your mission statement.
Right.
But I'm not sure that I would say your motto should be your mission statement.
Well, it could, this is brainstorming, I'm not
Oh, yeah,
saying
sure,
that I
yeah.
agree with that, I'm just saying is that you can have a
It
motto
was just a creative option for the motto to be something that
incorporated
was the
into,
mission
Right.
statement.
or the vision statement.
With the intention that the mission statement was a little bit more meaningful and useful and accessible.
Right.
And
Yeah,
nobody,
No, I agree, I see what
I don't
you're
think it
saying
has
now.
to happen, it's just, would be a very creative and possibly, again, accessible way to do this work, so we're not writing something that's just filed in the district office and nobody ever reads.
Well, we need to make it visible, that's for sure.
Yeah, and that's one thing they've talked about is so often we get hung up on the verbiage of it and we forget the heart of it. What is our heart? What is our moral imperative? Why did we get into education? Those kinds of things need to be captured in your mission so that it's compelling, it's memorable, it gets people excited, there's some enthusiasm. It's not we have a mission statement like what Natalie is referencing. It can be a very well drafted, very eloquent mission statement, but if no one knows what it is and if no one is living it, then it's not a mission statement. It's just words on a piece of paper.
And then, one practice we can begin doing is putting our mission vision on our agendas, we can put them on whatever. I'm just throwing ideas out there. We can make it more publicized, more easier to see.
Letterhead, superintendent
And
newsletter.
it is hard because they are muddy, and as I tried to work on trying to develop, the mission, the vision, the mantra, the slogan, they're all intertwined, and the differentiation between them is hard, and we can kind of get hung up on it, like I said. But it needs to have enough brevity that it's memorable, but enough substance that it means something. So how do you find that balance between substantiveness and succinctness?
So I'm gonna throw something off, just a little, not tangential, but, my husband's, when we're raising our kids, one of the things that he and I both would verbalize with each other is we wanted to be able to make sure that our kids were the best they can be. So, he would say, it's just, Paulina, you don't need to be the best in anything, but you need to be the best Paulina you can be. So I'm wondering
So
about
living up to
possibly
their potential.
moving it to the students is that, our mission is to facilitate our students, each individual student being the best they can be. And leaving it that broad, but having it be that succinct.
Yeah, there's a video of, I wish I had the video to show you, but it's a bunch of English people sitting together and they're talking about their mission.
Yeah.
And they have their English accents and, I think we need to use the word, substantive in the, and they're talking about wordsmithing, and then at the very end, one of the people says, what about the students? Do you suppose we should say something about the students? And it's joking that, we talk about all this education ease and this vocabulary and we make it sound a certain way, and we leave out, this is about kids. We serve students. We are about the students. So how do we make it something meaningful that is memorable, that people will understand and know about and internalize?
So I'm just gonna, when you talk about heart, every year, except for this past year, when I sit on the side of graduation, when I sit and when we used to stand and shake hands with the graduates, and I used to hug some, which I got, anyways. It's just the fact that what makes me teary-eyed, I watch these kids go across the stage, some that I've known since, they're in diapers, and I tear up because I think about their future, and I think what we gave them and their choices that they're making, whether it's college, or I know some of them are gonna be a welder or whatever, it's like that we've done that. We've given them the basis for their future, and we gave them the skills and to go to college. We gave them the skills to choose a trade school or military or be a pilot. We did something here, and when they go and they literally, after they and take their picture with the principal, I'm like crying, because that to me is their jumping off point to the world, and that hopefully some of them will come back to us, and everything they've gained from going out in the world, they're gonna bring back to us and make us better, make our community better, make us better. And it's just my mind just goes crazy with the thought of all the possibilities in the world are open to them at that point in time. And did we do that? Did we get from there?
So from that statement of the
Right,
heart,
right.
a mission
Exactly.
could come out of that to say,
Right.
Rim of the World Unified, preparing kids for choices in the future, or something
Right.
quick, 1 or 2 sentences that is memorable, that speaks to the heart of what we're about.
Because
So-
if a child feels and leaves this school, our district without hope of a future, it breaks my heart. If they feel inequipped, if
We
they
want them to
feel
have that
unprepared, if
enthusiastic
they feel
optimism.
unprepared.
Right, and that's what I hear foundations and,
That we gave them
potential, like achieve,
the best-
laying the
the best that they
foundation
can
for
be.
them to achieve their potential. One of, my favorite quotes, and I'm gonna probably quote it wrong or use the lyrics wrong, but it's about having roots to grow and wings to fly. And that's what I wanna create for my children, and I think that our schools, that's what education is. And
It's the
giving
great
that
That's something you could remember,
that
roots to grow,
foundation
wings to
and then
fly, that is
allow
memorable.
them to see that they have these opportunities
that's our motto.
for the future.
That would be a motto, and then
Yeah.
no, I'm thinking out loud,
That's the one that would be out in the public eye, that you would want to have everybody know what it is.
right,
and
and
be
then the
able to say.
mission statement is the how are we gonna do that? What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Why are we doing, whatever?
Yeah.
What is the purpose of that? What do we mean by that? And then the vision is, oh,
Yeah, 5 years from now, where do we see ourselves?
and our students, where are we, why? And who's
So-
helping? Who's the village?
Right. But we do agree that our current mission vision statement needs maybe a revisit.
Yeah,
think we're all in
I
agreement on
agree
that.
with that. I would like to know what's wrong with our mission statement as it stands now.
I think
It's
as-
in alignment with with a mission statement. I think that I think instead of the word ensures, it would be something, purpose is that all students are, or it committed, or whatever. Changing that word ensures maybe is a difference, but
I agree with that.
but I'm saying is that, do we want to bring it to more, into 2020?
Or is it just a matter of taking what you have and
And
If it's-
adding a
If
motto.
it's changing one word and adding a motto,
Yeah.
that's something that
Yeah.
we could do.
change a
without-
word, add a motto that you publicize at all of your meetings and have it be more visible and more utilized. Right now, no one knows it.
And in the vision, we can really work on changing to the wording, to everything, to be
Then
what
we could
our
work on
heart,
the vision and values.
Mhm.
our heart,
Mm-hmm.
the
So
heart,
you
it
don't
can
have to
be.
throw the baby out with the bathwater.
No, it's,
Mhm.
that mission statement really is like almost everybody's mission statement in some fashion or form, is that everybody wants their students to leave college ready, career ready, having a clue that they are able to function in society in a productive manner, that they're not going, you know,
Which matches
rogue,
this.
right,
And then
rogue
you could
out
have
there.
a slogan or a motto that complements that, that is the memorable piece that everybody, remember the world is about this. And everybody knows what that is, supported with the mission and then the vision and the portrait of the graduate.
And to go back to your question, Leslie, of what's wrong with our current,
It's
is there
not.
anything wrong with our current
No.
one? Not necessarily, but, our mission statement does read a little funny. Rim of the World Unified School District ensures that all students are college, career, and community ready, inspired to succeed to make positive contributions to our world.
Yes, I think.
It doesn't really flow.
Right,
I
but,
agree with you on that. I have a problem with the word ensures and yes, the flowing after the comma, but the sentiment, I believe, is
Right.
why we exist and what
And
we
it-
are.
I think
it ties to the portrait of the graduate with college and career, community, contribute to society type of thing.
Though I really like the idea, like Michelle had mentioned earlier, of having something that would be memorable, maybe not having it be a motto, if we have too much stuff in terms of whether it's mission statement, motto, vision, core values, it becomes all a big jumble.
Sure.
Having something that's short, memorable, meaningful, that we
Heartfelt.
own is what I would prefer to have. To be
That
honest.
makes sense. In other words, if we're only going to talk about the motto, it makes the mission statement almost superfluous.
Exactly.
I see what you're saying. Oh, thank you.
I was
And,
gonna say-
having a mission statement that reads well, that follows proper grammar and, has good diction and good syntax, I think it would behoove us to make sure that the mission statement is the epitome of
Okay, so
or
let's,
academia.
Yeah.
so in looking at our current mission statement, what can we all agree to keep? I say college and career, and if we wanna do, is definite, because that ties to the portrait.
And community ready, because that's what we were talking about earlier, and our students don't have the foundational, soft skills that they need.
We should probably keep our district name.
Alright,
I can
Marty.
agree with
I like that
Alright,
first, I
Smarty
like how it
Pants.
starts with our district name. That's
Look at
fine.
you.
I like making a positive contribution to the world. I just look for something a little bit stronger, more emotional, something that was more inspiring.
That would be the best they can be type of thing.
Yeah.
You need roots in order to have wings, whatever it was.
I guess I want our mission statement to be more inspiring.
Sure.
Instead of inspired, you could be challenged. That's a stronger verb.
Challenging them to make positive contributions. Sure.
And going back to my school one.
And as far as, we've talked about the mission statement, I think we might be able to come up with something there, but for vision and for, we haven't even talked about district core values. Do we see, how do we currently view that one? Is there value coming from that? Are we acting upon it? Is it
Are our core
superfluous?
values the portrait of a graduate,
Right,
really?
so is that,
Does
now
that
that we do
become
have a
this?
portrait of graduate that we're working on, is the core values running in contrast to that?
And how many things do we need to operate on?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
We have our high-performing school standard, we have the, portrait of a graduate, and then now we also have our
Personal
core
freedom.
values.
But that's why I'm asking is that there are schools that have core values and then there's the ones with core beliefs. So if we could change it to be more of core beliefs that tie directly to our portrait of a graduate, a student will, blah, blah, blah,
Right.
blah, da, 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 da. These are the things that we believe in for our kids. And we could change it from core values to core beliefs. I'm just throwing it out there if you wanna do it based on what Michelle said, so that it reinforces the same messaging.
Right,
That if you wanna change it to be something that is more aligned with the others, and tying into what Jordana said, it gets to be a muddied mess, or
So-
muddied message.
With looking at, I hate to be the taskmaster and tying,
All right, you do that, Missy.
but in looking at what we just discussed, what would you feel would be the next steps to furthering this discussion and having some outcomes, knowing that we have about 2 minutes left if we want a 30-minute.
I would advocate that our next step should be, instead of simply doing a little revision, if we're going to touch this at all, since we're talking about it all, I feel like we should invest the time to bring in the community input, bring in all the stakeholders, and
Well-
do the whole shebang, if you will.
Now, question is, how do you do that? Because it's one thing, if you're talking core values, to do what we did, which is put up some sheets and you get input directly and you say, this is what I believe, this is what I believe, and then you write those neat statements. When you're talking about a mission statement, it's hard, people have different visions of what a mission statement, so you have to sort of put something out there,
Right.
like what Heather did,
A recommended,
or
A starting
options,
point.
and then
Votes.
start combining, because what we learned in 14-15 is the fact that there are a lot of opinions on what something should say.
if you start
And
with
the
a
more
blank
that you
slate.
have, the
Yeah.
more convoluted, and what she said, then all of a sudden we're putting in, well, what about this word? And what
Right.
about-
I should
and-
send you the video, I think you'd find it.
Yeah. And so I think that we really need to work on some options, for a mission statement, and then put them out in some format. Have a stakeholder meeting with parents on mission
Right.
statement, have a stakeholder meeting with, teachers and staff and that kind of thing. Or we can have a workshop with representation from all those factions. And because that's what we did to make it a quicker process, not
Right.
to say that we wanted to go fast, but just the fact that for time purposes and knowing that our staff, we have a small staff, so it was about how can we do this in the best possible way.
Right.
And we did a workshop we made sure we had PTA, some of our parent components. We had teachers, we had classified, and of course management and staff. And we came up with some options, some examples, and then we started with a base and people reworked it. That's
Yeah.
how we did that time, so that it was done.
And then putting that into the context that right now, with executive orders, we can't meet.
Right.
So
So that-
I'm just
So
putting that
that's
piece
what
in.
right. So the other part is that what we could do for us as a board is we could give ourselves homework and work a mission statement.
Mhm.
And like what Heather said is like these different, each team came up with an idea,
Right,
and then we start massaging it, and maybe we take, maybe in December, we see where we are in terms of school closure, that
Mhm.
kind of stuff, and then take it into a workshop format. So, and then we make sure that we're strategically reaching out to bring people into that, and we have conversation.
right,
And then that way, it's not,
And even the option of perhaps the one with the management team for you for
Right.
our,
There you go.
our meetings.
Right.
yeah,
That could,
right.
Or the one we currently have,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right,
And-
right, reworking the one we currently have to be, as Jordan says, as it flows better, and maybe taking out the word ensures and dedicates, or whatever you wanna say. And we do that for the sake of time management and resources. I don't know, it works in the first time, I know that the vision statement really got, I think, worked a little too much, trying to incorporate everybody's opinion in that vision statement, so, you know, we do have to, when we get to the vision statement, have to really be careful, cause that did get crazy a little bit in terms of people's opinions.
and I think you're right, as long as we operate working, as Heather's talked about, towards the heart of the vision and mission statement, then that's the best we can do.
So why don't we just give ourselves homework to do, what do you think?
I'd be
and
open to
then-
that idea.
And then and then we can collectively start coming up with options to then put forth in a discussion with our stakeholders.
and if there were options and we couldn't meet, we've been doing a lot of them.
Right,
We can send that out for public opinion in a survey, and
There
we'll.
we go,
right.
yeah,
We
And,
could do.
and it could be staff, and it could be staff first, kinda like how we've done the
Right.
strategic plan,
mhm.
you know, staff. and
Start with our wide array of options, see what
Yeah.
staff thinks, and then move on to a select few for the community to say, what do you think?
Yeah,
So let's do that.
so Leslie, Natalie, you have homework.
Yes, I've written down,
Okay.
you want us to, is it a mission statement or mission and vision?
Mission.
Let's focus on the mission, and then it hopefully, once we get back into quote unquote normalcy, what maybe it's second semester, then we can start with the vision. Because the vision is a little bit tricky, in my opinion, based
Yeah.
on what happened in 2014-15. And then, in terms of district core values, we can have a conversation, do we want to change that to core beliefs? And, we can look at examples of school districts that have core beliefs and how they can support the portrait of a graduate. We can make that decision in second semester.
As long as we're moving forward.
Yeah, it's not supposed to happen in like 2 months, I'm just
Right.
letting you know. I don't wanna take 2 years. I think a year is good enough. I know we need to be flexible in terms of the whole of
The how.
COVID-19.
Yeah.
But to get bogged down in, we need to make this an easier process for us all.
Okay, very good. Well, let's go ahead and move on to our lunch then.
We're gonna recess for lunch. I need to get my battery, I didn't bring the charger for this, so I'm gonna turn this off, Leslie, until 12:15.
Okay, got it. You'll call me at 12:15?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
so everyone take a break for lunch.
Alrighty.
Are we gonna set up in,
We're gonna set up right here.
oh, right here, okay?
We'll probably just move the drinks, we might need more space and then dessert.
Todd, I'm gonna move your, table back, if that's okay, if you just put your stuff right here, and then I'll put the desserts in the,
Oh, yeah. But here's my other flip side to that, is that I know that students would collectively get together in study groups, especially happy teacher, in terms of, like, I'm gonna talk about the physics one here. That's and they got together collectively as a group for study session and for talk about the one, the AP teacher that we had, one, the AP physics teacher, we only have one, the student, there were a group of students that took charge of their own education and that was a teacher. So, so there's homework may look similar because they're working.
And that's not what my concern is, it's not there. I had several students that got big help.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, you can't do that. That's, well, I mean, like, that doesn't even make sense in an academic setting.
Are you putting that in?
Right.
Dessert? I don't know how to put that over there.
So you want, yeah, dessert?
Eating in terms of, just sticking with it. But just not knowing it.
Another word.
Just not understanding it. Because it'll be clear, but in terminology, and that's perpetuated.
Always make that for work. Try to make him his own bowl of pasta salad too. I just opened them and put them right here. I'm moving all this stuff.
It happened, I had a lot of stories from them today, I know we push, we're here since you were, but we since we there's one kid who took pictures of the answers to the test. And somebody was leaving the station, they took the
So we've done a sandwich bar for you. Cabinet has provided lunch.
Oh, thank you.
So, you have chips, pasta salad, fruit, cake, drinks, and a sandwich bar. That way we were figuring we were trying to meet everybody's needs. So, please start. I'm gonna put the dessert plates by the dessert.
Some of that has to do with.
And I invited Mark and Connie
About.
to eat with us.
About both academic and the teachers as well as the students. Part of that is PBS situation, which.
But I'm of the opinion that part of the problem with testing or with knowledge is, I don't think it's just a little problem.
No, it's a family problem.
But
It's
it's also
morals,
community, yeah.
ethics.
But at the same time, that is, in my opinion, heavily leaning the university versus us.
Alright.
I think that.
Did
If you like my opinion
Did we
as a
get
parent,
like
Yeah.
mayonnaise
Mayonnaise
and
and
mustard? I don't see
Teachers.
that.
Agreed.
Because it
Who was
really
supposed to
bothers
do
me that you have teachers at the high school who still say that they've never been trained on PLC, when I know that's bullshit. Then you have the teachers that in terms
Well,
of
if not,
instruction.
she's gotta know the refrigerator.
You go, I know this kid is taking, let's say, a push at this school,
I
and
don't
this is what
remember
they're
if
doing.
there's mayonnaise.
Are you fucking kidding me? So to me, if you wanna talk about high academic standards, it has to also be expected at the district level. These are what our non-negotiables are.
You and I are on the same
Right.
page.
And it has
But that's where I.
non-negotiables, and you can, and we can, and what,
These are, I don't know if
what
there's
in
one
the
of them in there.
thing that I did was,
probably just need some
county
knives.
webinar
Knives?
by Ted Alejandra on equity for
Spreading?
success. And what,
Uh-oh.
one,
It didn't get Jordan, but
Right.
that's yours.
Oh.
what is our floor?
It's under
Our
pressure.
non-negotiables.
That's what happens when you're under pressure. I love that.
So if you wanna talk, if you wanna have the conversation going that way, what is our floor? What is our non-negotiable? What are our expectations for academic excellence? What is the standard that we wanna have? What does that look like?
Alright, Ford, we need you to make your sandwich.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll let you go
What is
first,
our-
please.
Because what do we expect? We expect to have our middle school kids come
And
in
the rest of us will go.
ready to go and not
Gonna
have a
do mine.
teacher spend 6 weeks reteaching what they should have
learned in their.
So you talk, that's all in the same conversation, what are our non-negotiables?
But there also has to be clarity that they are,
And there's for students as well.
that the assessment is accurate.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
But maybe they should follow the path that you're supposed to take. To build these
I know
things,
you probably don't have your
instead of
phone.
being,
Well,
Did they
they
homes
treat consequences.
I thought he was
because
gonna
they're not
watch
prepared
some
for college and then they get in their first
This
semester and
afternoon.
they fail, they freak out.
They started here.
Because of the parents. The parents are, some of them are crazy. So we can, that can be part of our discussion as well. Because it's in setting direction.
Well, I think some of us need to go because of the time. We have 15 minutes.
I know.
Just saying. Let's just go. Let's just go. Okay.
That's thick bread, huh?
This looks great, guys, thank you.
So much.
Do I need a fire come even close to you guys? Was that pretty safe all along or?
We weren't sure really, but, yeah, the whole sky, you know, you've been through those fires, yeah.
Yeah.
It felt just like to me, the last one, like that was, probably the old fire too. With the whole
When it's
sky
brand
was
new,
just-
it just
Cause that's exactly where the wind was going. But at the end, it didn't get very close, so we're okay. Oh, it's moving so fast. What's that over there?
That is chocolate caramel heat bar crunch cake.
Oh, sounds nothing but on my ass.
I always make that for everyone and so
Thanks a lot.
I haven't made it for the board yet.
It's received a positive reception.
It has a very positive reception at our potlucks.
Yeah, it's exciting.
I first saw a comprehensive, like a portrait of graduation.
Again?
Dallas,
Thank you.
by Carton of Mine.
There.
3.5, Governance Handbook Check-in, Board of Trustees. We check in on it every year and,
Twice.
yeah, twice a year,
If
thank
not-
you.
It's actually, I think that we check on board goals quarterly and the handbook we do it twice a year.
So here's we are.
We're not making revisions, we're checking in. Revisions are in January.
So I trust we've all been able to read this one, you know, not much has changed from obviously the last time. Actually, nothing's changed since the last time that we,
I think we kept the same one.
yeah, I think we did keep the same. One.
There was an update as indicated on the bottom, January 2020.
Right, that was the last update, and since then, this is our first revisit, I think. I think generally speaking, there will be things that we do have to probably edit or incorporate into this in, you know, when it comes to our next time around. As we start filling the picture of a portrait of a graduate as we start putting together our mission statement. This will probably need a revisit as well, but when that time comes.
This one, just making sure none of that really goes in this. This is about your role and responsibility and behavior, expectations, that kind of stuff. So like, yeah, you wanna be careful not pollinating your handbook because it is.
I would agree,
Okay.
but we do have, under our unity of purpose, building a governance team, unity of purpose, we do have a whole thing that talks about we are committed to perpetuate high student achievement by, and then we list specific things.
So
We
then,
need to be able to probably revise that to revert back to or fall back on these things that we are creating, such as a portrait of a graduate, as opposed to listing our own things here. We should rely on, that's page, let's see, it's building a governance team, unity of purpose.
right,
So that's right after our roles and responsibilities. That's where we start talking about that, and that was exactly my point, is we should probably take out a lot of that cross-pollination and instead refer to existing documents as we build them. Instead of making our own, it says that we are going to develop curriculum assessments and instructional materials. Well, that's not the board's purpose.
well,
Our
we
board's
do,
purpose
we
is
do
to
it,
adopt it and,
we do it through board policy.
correct.
So, and we do it through our actions of approving different things, like when textbooks come to us for approving, so we are. But I agree, it's misleading saying that we're developing curriculum. Maybe
Correct.
changing that word, that we monitor,
Mhm.
because our job is monitoring.
And
the-
setting direction.
And,
right.
right, it's not developing.
So, a lot of this, we could keep a lot of this, of course, but I'm just saying that as we start saying that whatever our new district statement is, we need to make sure that obviously our governance standards, anytime that we mention something not strictly related to governance in this handbook, should be either removed or referring to existing materials.
But broad.
I would advocate broader. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Or in this case, like I mentioned, or removing, if it's something that doesn't belong in a governance handbook, then you shouldn't have it in there.
Well,
It's nice to talk about, that we want equity, it's nice to talk about that we wanna do all of that, but we have other existing documents in areas where that purpose is
But-
meant to be.
But we monitor them, so our role in governance would be to monitor them. So,
Right.
so like that first one would be definitely, if you wanna change it, it would be monitoring curriculum and assessments and instructional materials. We could even policy, la 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 la.
Mhm. I just think, next time around when we are revising, that there might be some things that we wanna focus our attention on, so if I bring them up now, we can all percolate on them until, January. There's some things that I think could be better phrased as well, like our handling concerns from the public and staff. When people complain to us, we will listen carefully, remembering we're only hearing one side of the story. And maybe that could be rephrased, something a little lighter than when people complain to us. When people have feedback for us, whether it's good or bad. Yeah, input. So, again, I'm just bringing this stuff up for us to kind of, again, percolate on. I'm not advocating that we write it right now or make those changes, and which we couldn't do because there's no board action that I've had for today. Again, it's nitpicking, but when we talk about our protocol for visiting schools, we say it's a professional courtesy to call the superintendent. I think it's more likely that any given board member will probably email Michelle instead of call her.
Just put a contact.
Yeah, contact, exactly, so. There's some small things here and there that I think would be worth reviewing and cleaning up. But overall, I like what it talks about how we vote no, and we're going to respect each other. It talks about how we will listen to community input. It talks about how we as board members have an obligation to better ourselves through education. So it does, I like a lot of what we have in here, and obviously like in governance norms, we end with, and above all else, we will focus on the best interest of the students we serve. That's great. But those were just some things I wanted to bring up. If anyone else has any other feedback or have anything, you know, checking wise, I'll turn it over.
Leslie, is it possible to mute yourself on the Zoom? There's some feedback. Well, you should be able to click on your picture or mute yourself, or go to the bottom on the left-hand corner and press mute for you.
So,
It's not allowing me to do it on my end.
Go ahead.
I don't see
for the responsible use of
where
social
there's anything
media,
on the bottom of
Mhm.
I really
Move your mouse-
appreciate
move your
the
mouse over it.
communication that I've seen from other board members. I feel
Join
like it
audio.
has.
Been in alignment with this?
What?
Yeah.
Been in alignment with this?
It is, and and so, this is something I'm
Yes.
probably gonna wanna bring up as a separate agenda item for a future board meeting, based on feedback I've gotten from the community, is having some sort of a policy related to social media that's really delineated for staff.
Hmm.
It does not appear until you move the mouse.
Let's talk about that. Hold on.
Um,
Bring up that specific point,
I know
and then
that
we
Natalie
can get,
is muted, but I don't
answer
have,
from Michelle. Let's do, how they go.
Okay.
Maybe raising your very helping your garden is not the best way to history. I don't know.
I don't know, I don't think it's something that
I want
in this
it's on the
item for us to really delineate, but it's more of just,
Maybe
this-
feel
what we've done as a group is for
Yes,
next
it's the archive.
I think that'd probably be a good idea for us to,
Let's fix Leslie's problem.
yeah.
When I go over your video, it gives a little blue box with dot 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 on the top.
So we'll just go ahead and straighten out these technical difficulties, and we'll pick it back up.
I'm on pause.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that. I can mute you, Natalie. I cannot mute Leslie.
right, because I'm not using my audio with this. So if I turn my audio down, will that help?
And that,
My audio is on.
yeah, Natalie, you seem to be talking, but now I don't hear you at all.
Oh, we lost that. You should have allowed the public scene to see
I was
lunch
saying,
then.
maybe if you connect to the audio, then you could cut it to me. I don't know if it'll let you do that. If not, it's not a big deal. I can open it.
Thank you.
Okay.
My computer says it doesn't allow me to go on. Because of my, say, I need to improve the responsiveness of my map. So that's more than I can handle right now.
Okay, we're moving forward.
All right,
Jordana had a point.
all right, let's hear it.
So, for starters, in terms of responsible use
Yeah,
of
that's right.
social media, just make a comment that, I really appreciate the communication that I've seen from fellow board members, and I feel like it has been following our government's handbook, you know, just this responsible use of social media. I feel like it's been well handled. I've gotten feedback from some community members related to various staff members' communications and social media, and it sometimes may be, not representing the district as we would want it to be represented, their personal viewpoints, but they're in a public setting, and wondering whether it might make sense for a future agenda item for us to, discuss that. Or if there's any weighing in that anybody present would like to,
Todd, come to the
chime in
party.
with, yes.
And we caught you eating, and we caught you eating, Todd.
Exactly. Sydney told me to wait until you had your mouth.
As I noticed that.
Yeah, I was a waitress, so
Yeah,
I
I used to
thought.
be a waiter years ago, so it's just.
Yeah, exactly. It's a strategy.
So with that, I mean, there's a couple of areas that we have to take a look at when it comes down to, you know, messages that are being put out in social media or just in the community in general. One, of course, is always the freedom of speech aspect, you know, with people to have the rights to do so. The other part, though, is in our board policy is the level of professionalism that we expect from our employees in general. And there are sections in there that does address that specifically. And so if someone is doing things that are not necessarily representing the district in the best light, we can't hold that individual accountable. For an example, there was a case, last year, in which there was a teacher making some negative comments. And I addressed that specifically with that individual, and that individual made some changes and apologized for what was being done. Sometimes people just don't realize what's being said and how it affects the district or others personally, so sometimes just having a frank conversation with someone goes a long way.
So what about a situation where there might be a staff member who reaches out to, say on Facebook, friend, parents of their students? So they've taken the initiative, and then and there might be some educational reasons that parents might have gone ahead and accepted the friend request. But then after that has happened, too much information is being shared. You know, there's a mixture between there being academic purposes and then additional information that may be off the reservation.
Yeah, and not to sound kind of general, but it really is going to depend on a case-by-case situation on what's being said and what's out there.
And
Again, we can't.
unfriending them, which is,
An option.
Right, and so, I mean, a lot of it just depends on the relationship with those individuals and what goes on from there, and so, like I said, it's not to be just kind of oversimplified, but we would have to take this on a case-by-case basis.
So it would not be a situation where there's anything kind of policy that we could establish or any kind of, anything as that.
well, they do have an acceptable use for technology, and we do remind them and talk to them about representing the district and appropriate interactions with students online. So there are some of those protocols in place that they get reminded of on an annual basis.
Plus the level of professionalism policy that you're mentioning.
Right, and part of it too is, are they using district owned devices, or are they using their own? And so that would be another thing we have to take a look at. You know, school hours, is it during work time? So like I said, a lot of it can go into place, and there are some accountability measures the district can use.
And we have addressed use of social media during the work time with individuals since I've been here.
Now, is there any kind of policy related to a teacher in Facebook friending their current students, taking that initiative?
We have a policy, in our board policy, that states that they have, I'll put it out there that it's almost a no, because there are staff and student relationship agreements and requirements that are out there, and that becomes the issue, and we have to worry about that if, they're Facebooking or tweeting their students right now, because we don't know exactly what's being put in there, and we have to look at issues with relationships with staff and with students. We always hear about the word grooming.
Yes.
Is this staff member trying to groom this individual for whatever purposes or not? And so based on that, we do have new policies that in place that I think we approved a couple meetings ago. And that specifically had to do with the content and contacting current students.
Okay.
Okay, well, that was, a good question worth asking. Anything else regarding the governance handbook before we move on to our community outreach efforts?
Just want to say that the back page, breaches of governance standards. We are a team. It doesn't mean we always have to agree with each other, but we at least have to be respectful towards each other. And whether it's on social media or conversations out in the community or during board meetings, closed session, whatever, we want to make sure that we are staying in as respectful board members to each other, to our district. Again, once a vote takes place, we have to support that vote and not throw each other under the bus. And I'm really happy to be on this board because we've been really good in operating this ethically, morally, respectfully towards each other, which has been fabulous, and towards our staff. So I really, really appreciate this board. I cannot believe how much. And so, but if there is an issue, because we are coming up with a new board at some point, this is the procedures for censoring a board member for behavior that is the antithesis of what we'd like to have a board member be. And I would just say that maybe in the future, we just make sure that we have this in our back pocket if someone wants to just really go rogue and be unproductive. Because we always are asked, what do you do about this? What do you do about this? And
Right.
I've talked to CSBA numerous times, both the attorney Keith Ray and Walter Lee, another attorney, and yada, 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 Luann, about behaviors. And, this is your only recourse. You can't, board can't recall, board can't, you know, there's a lot that we can't do, but this is one thing we can do.
I think it's a good point to make that, yeah, our governance handbook here covers, obviously, we hope to rely on the good side of things, but if things ever went the other way, our handbook does account for that. So I think it's a good point. Okay. Well then, let's move on to 3.6, our community outreach efforts, Board of Trustees. And I know that Cindy's eager, so I'll turn it over to her first.
Well, obviously, we're gonna re-up, you know, what we wanna do, what we wanna attend and assign to ourselves. But especially, cause I was searching for, you know, resolutions and mission vision statements and what
Right.
other people are doing. So I came across, Palo Alto Unified, and yes, we can say, ooh, but if you look up Palo Alto Unified and you go to their board, under About Us, under their Board of Education, they have this really neat tab. Besides upcoming meetings and board policies and meeting procedures, they have a tab called Liaison Agreements. And this is what it looks like. It's pretty cool. And it has the committee assignments, and it has the name of the committee and the board or board members that are assigned to that. Then they have another section called school/program assignments. We could term ours schools/community/program assignments. And it has the name of the program or school and then the board member, so that if someone from, say, VOE PTA wants to talk to the board member that is assigned to that PTA, they can literally just click on the name and takes you to the email. So talking about other tools of engagement, we can and the whole thing is that why I like liaison is it denotes like a back and forth. It's not just us in attendance, and maybe we don't attend every month because of a personal issue.
Right.
And we shouldn't be held hostage, oh my God, you didn't go to the May GAC meeting or whatever. But that we are a liaison, so if I miss the meeting, you are more than welcome to contact me and berate me, but you also or give me an update or whatever. So it's a back and forth. So we could do something like that. Mark, I know that would be something we would need help with, but it would just be another engagement tool and be very transparent in what we're doing with the community. And then once we do set our time with trustee, however that's going to look, calendar, we can at least add a page for the meetings of where and when on the website, under our board page, as well as put out the flyer. Just my suggestion. I think it was pretty cool. I was like, oh, look at that. This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let me see what else they do that I want to steal.
And although it's something,
Borrow.
you know, we did start, and we created this as a new board. What are the community events happening out there, and how do we want to make our presence? And I think it was wonderful that we as a new board did that. I think this takes it a step further in terms of just becoming even more accessible. We have this own document where we split it up past year, but I think having it on our district website with our email addresses right there and ways to contact us, boom, even better.
And using the word liaison, because
Yeah.
like I said,
It's
I
not
could
just
not,
attendance.
yeah, I could not go to the July 7th GAC meeting because Tony was in surgery.
Right.
Sorry, I'm not gonna be available.
Right.
Don't sit there and go, oh, and I know you, so I'm like, no, can you cover for me? But we shouldn't be, we wanna go, but sometimes something precludes us from going, and I don't wanna be like judged because I missed one flippin' meeting.
And oftentimes, it's not just us attending it, it's also us sharing out information and answering questions that people have about the school district. So it is much more than just, oh, we go to it every month. No, we
But-
go to it and we engage with the people that are there. That's the whole purpose of it.
Well, there's some that, like the LCAP and
Right.
CAB, we are there to observe, site
Yeah.
councils, we're there to observe, we can answer questions, cause like if they
Clarifying
had Measure
questions,
A
absolutely,
questions, whatever. PTA, same thing, we're there to be part of it and answer questions, but we don't insert ourselves,
I-
cause that's their meeting, not
I
ours.
should clarify, yeah, for community-based
Right.
meetings, absolutely. For district meetings that we're attending, just to have that presence and to observe what's going on and be just more educated, yeah, definitely.
I have to say that Lake Arrowhead Municipal Advisory Council, the LAMAC,
Mhm.
what was really cool is that we started to go, and Lewis Murray is part of both the Lake Arrowhead and the Crestline Macs, and he's like, well, let's just add the school district, not
Mhm.
Cindy Gardner or Jordan or Natalie, but the school district on the agenda, and you guys can do a report or a readout, and, you know, we gave, I personally would take what Michelle said at Remed and just keep using it, and other stuff, my own stuff, and so when you go to these meetings, some of them, the community ones do end up reaching out and saying, we'll put you on our agenda, or they'll specifically acknowledge you like that.
Right. Okay, well then, do we wanna go ahead and, start, splitting things up again?
Okay, I'm gonna put this out there, I'm gonna put this out there right away. The budget committee, Jordana, I know that you really wanted to, go on to the budget committee, so can we put you there?
I would love that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then,
Obviously, if I could please, I'm gonna be at LAE, I'm gonna be at Mountain Area Council, PTA, both of those, and happy to start.
I think,
I couldn't hear that.
she's Mountain Council, PTA, and she's LAE PTA.
So what I'm wondering, is it possible for us to have this document that we can modify on screen, and I'll look at that, to be able to make sure that we're all, is that possible, or is that?
This- Putting up a
This
Word
is the
doc?
same one.
Yeah, it is the same, so I'll write it down, but I'm saying to make sure it was something that we all could see at the same time. But if that's.
Oh, shared
It
document.
would have been if I wasn't controlling the Zoom.
That's okay then, we'll just do it this way, okay.
I think one thing that we
Well, I
might wanna,
could do, well, it would take a minute.
Let's not do that then.
Okay.
I think, we might wanna consider just an idea, something that's on here that's not, not part of our meetings that we go to. Chamber meetings,
I
local
was gonna
chamber
mention,
meetings.
I think that would be great.
Well, you got Running Springs covered, Jordan.
Yeah.
Are you reporting out at the Running Springs?
If there's, something newsworthy, I oftentimes do, but it's not on the agenda. But if we make it an official thing where a board member from our district will be at those meetings, then it will probably get agendized.
I think the Crestline chamber, it would be helpful for relationships.
Are you gonna go to that, Jordana?
I'm gonna be going
Yes,
to that.
yes you are. Yay, we got somebody down there. I'm a little right now.
So chamber
Can
meetings.
I also stay on the parent advisory board, please?
Natalie.
Yeah.
So I think the only two that we can go to are the Crestline and
No, there's
Running
a-
Springs.
there's
Lake
one
Arrowhead
Lake
doesn't
Arrowhead.
have public chamber board meetings.
Don't they have events? They have the.
They have events, definitely.
Yeah, so who wants to cover the chamber
Okay.
events?
Okay, so chamber meetings and events. That's good, that's a good idea.
Just because they have the business thing at Bill's Villager, they used to, whatever.
Yeah,
They still
the
do.
breakfast, business over breakfast,
So
yeah.
let's just put Lake Arrowhead Chamber and who's gonna insert themselves into the mix.
When time with trustees is not on this, it would
Right.
be better to just include it on this as one
Thank
document.
you, that's perfect.
So who's on Lake Arrowhead Chamber?
I'll do that. I mean,
I go to a lot of the events anyways, so
Then-
I can too if we
So you
need.
said time with trustees included in this document?
yeah, Jordan and Cindy will do Lake Arrowhead.
Okay,
Okay, go
I
ahead.
can also help with some of the Lake Arrowhead events.
okay, that's,
I think that would be one that we could tag team, and we have kind of already in the past. I can't remember what it was, but I know there was one that all four of us showed, or 4 of us have showed up to at different times.
Yeah, especially if
It
it's a
wouldn't
community
take
event.
My mind, but a lot of So,
Right.
for the Lake Arrowhead Chamber events, mark me down and we'll communicate amongst
okay.
each other as they come up, which ones we want to do it on.
And just as a reminder for anyone listening, you know, it's perfectly acceptable for more than 2 board members to show up at any outside event, as long as we don't discuss district activity together. So we can all be present at the same thing and without violating the Brown Act, as long as I think we be cognizant of where we each are and that we are not discussing and making any types of potential decisions about the future of our district. So that's why we try to limit it to 2, but if more people show up, just be cognizant of that.
So, what,
I'm happy to stay on media committee.
Wait, which one?
media.
Let's go ahead and go through one at a
Yeah.
time, because I think we're getting a little, I'm already lost with which ones you signed up for, Natalie.
Oh, I already underlined.
Oh, you have them?
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. But yeah, so time with we're adding chamber meetings and events, we're adding time with trustees. Are there any other community events that we're aware of that we need to be part of at this moment?
I'm wondering about whether, I know Michelle goes to the Sunrise Rotary, would it make sense for us to try and tap into the Rotaries a little bit more? Lauren was
It's a
going to
paid-
Crestline?
It's a paid thing.
Yeah.
You can, I mean, you can go once a year without becoming a member as a guest.
Mhm.
So I've been a guest at, all the Rotaries here, Crestline, Lake Arrowhead, Sunrise, and that's I'm a member of, and then Lake Arrowhead Noon Club. So I'm on their guest list on an annual basis.
Mm.
Let's stick a pin in it and let's come back to that, because we shouldn't have to require us to pay.
Maybe
It
that-
should be a
yeah.
personal choice,
Should
because
be
they
more,
also
yeah.
ask you to volunteer for crap, and I'm just saying. All right, because Joe Benita, yeah,
Okay.
just
Um,
saying.
So
Okay,
if there are
gotcha.
no others, then yeah, let's go ahead and start going down the
Start at the
list.
top.
Yeah, LCAP stakeholder meetings. Last year, that was Dana and I.
I'll go.
Cindy would like to
You
go?
can take my place.
Let's just switch.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll offer it to Natalie if she's interested. If not, I'm happy to continue on it.
She's shaking her head.
She's a no.
Okay.
Leslie,
What day would that be on?
dude, we don't have a schedule yet.
Typically, whatever day that it's on, it's usually around 4:30 to 6:30.
It's the first we're going down the road, so LCAP.
Right, yes, I'd be happy to.
Okay?
Okay, and this will change and be revisited after the new board.
Yeah, whoever is on the new board should definitely revisit and reassign.
So Pab, Natalie wants to do that.
Okay?
And who's the second person? Jordana, do you wanna do that?
Let me see what days.
It's 3 meetings a year, they're always at 5 PM. We move them to the library to coincide with right afterwards,
I
from
don't know
Pat.
that we need to be both for that. There's, in regards to audience numbers, there's usually like one. So I feel like.
Well,
one
let's
board
just-
member
if
would
somebody
be
else
full,
wants
but
to go.
That was something that we wanted to do individually.
Okay,
Throwing it out there so we're not overcommitting ourselves to other things when it's not necessary for that.
okay.
I'll keep my name on there,
Okay.
just because I have a personal interest in making sure that we comply with that
That's
lawsuit.
fine. WIMED, we had Cindy and Dan on there last year. It conflicts with a meeting that I have already, so I can't make that. It's always the second Tuesday of each month.
I'm good with continuing, or if somebody else is interested.
Me as well, I would like to continue. Isn't it?
They're good here.
Okay, so
Okay,
Cindy
so-
and Jordana, rock on, sister, let's go.
All right, DLAC, I enjoyed that last year, and Cindy's also on that. I'd like to continue with that one, at least.
Me,
Okay.
me too, because PTA has been, RIM PTA has been supporting the ELAC,
Mhm.
combined MPH RIM High. We've been doing support of that by providing food, and I'm gonna be doing that again, so it's kind of cool to see the continuation of like that conversation to the next level.
Okay.
And if DLAC was on the same day, you could have our meal again, Heather. No, just kidding.
We were trying to piggyback.
I know.
Maximize.
Give some more food out.
That seems to work well.
Okay. Budget committee, we talked to Dana for sure, will be on that one.
Yes, she really wants to do that.
Yeah. Is there any interest over there?
No.
Okay,
I do, but it's whatever.
I think, you can stay on that, Cindy, if you want.
Okay,
Yeah,
if you're willing to
I'm willing.
back off, okay.
Okay, so I'll step down from that
Oh,
one,
it's
and
me.
Dana
Oh,
will get,
wait, Jordana, it's
there you go. Media committee, that was Jordan and Natalia last year.
Oops,
Yeah.
sorry, that was me.
Just a little bit of a typo, that's okay.
Natalie's good with staying
I
on.
think,
Okay.
I personally think that the two of you should continue because we just
Started
got
that.
in a groove.
Yeah,
And I think that unless you really have an
I
interest.
think also frankly, you guys do, yeah,
They're good,
with the
really
online
good
presence
writers.
too, I think there's just a lot of great going on there,
Yeah.
I agree.
okay, that's fine. How do you feel about that, Natalie? Oh, she
She's-
already said yes.
yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, school site council meetings.
Okay, I'm just gonna tell you right now,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna be coordinator again. So Rim High and Mountain High, I'm good on that.
Okay, Cindy will do Rim High, Mountain High.
I wasn't on the
Mine
OE's
need to
last.
be taken off of all of, I can't do any of those ones because they're, because of the hours.
That's okay, I think you were only on MPH's last year.
And they were doing theirs in the morning.
And I could do I'd rather do the site council than with PTA. I was on PTA for MPH, and there are reasons why it did make sense for me to attend at times, so I think it'd probably be better for me to do site council.
Okay,
Which school?
MPH.
MPH.
I'm
That's
very
fine.
happy, to continue on at, BOE.
Okay. I'm happy to continue on at CAP, of course. LAE,
It's the last Monday? Natalie, when is PTA meeting for LAE?
We're gonna probably be pushing it a little bit later and doing virtual, so as we start, I don't know, and I'm also suspecting that these school site council meetings are going to change because of things going on, so I would just keep that in mind with the school site stuff, but maybe not.
Well, the Rim High and Mountain High had the same date and time, basically for, except for at the end, because we needed to push some time to approve. But they were,
My experience with PTA, has been that we got more success actually on virtual with people coming, but at after work hours, so like 6 o'clock. And it wasn't as inconvenient for teachers or principals to attend because it wasn't like they were being forced to come back to this, not forced, but encouraged to come back to the school site at 6 p.m. They could just log on at 6 p.m. So I got better attendance at PTAs with them being later and virtual.
okay,
And
so,
that's likely what I will do with LAE and Mountain Area Council. I just need, confirmation from the rest of the team.
okay, so LAE, is the last Monday of the month, 3 to 4.
We're talking PTA or site council?
We're
Site
still in
council.
school site council.
No,
I'm asking her to make sure that it doesn't conflict, the PTA meeting won't conflict with site council,
Okay.
that's all. I can do
probably,
it,
yeah, okay.
I can do it. Let me do an elementary, let me go to the
Here,
little
let's
kiddos.
put both of us on it, and that way there's a little bit of,
And you know what, if you could throw me on VOE's, site council as well, please.
you got it. Perfect. Okay, that covers all of them. Government affairs.
I like that one,
I,
I'm just saying,
I go there every month as part of the chamber anyway, so I'll, regardless,
Who
if
else?
someone else wants to step up and do that, I'll still be there. Otherwise, I'll keep on and do both again still.
And I go to that one as well.
Yep,
I'd like to put myself down on there.
okay.
and Jordana, yay.
Okay,
Does Natalie or Leslie? No? Alright, moving on.
Crest Forest MAC meeting, I would,
Leslie will be happy to go.
all right. I would like to go to that one, but, sometimes it does conflict, with,
Jordana, are you gonna continue?
Maybe we can just tag team it, or, yeah, I'd like to continue, but,
Okay.
I think if all three of us are there, that should be okay.
we'll put you and Leslie down.
Yeah, and then Jordan will just contact you.
Okay, Lake Arrowhead MAC,
I wanna go to that one still.
I
And
could stay on that and my attendance was poor, for that. So, I will work on improving that.
that's okay. If ever you can't go, Natalie, let me know, and I'm happy to go.
Okay. Now we're to PTA meetings.
Okay, I'll
I'm-
stay on CAT.
I'm on the Room High board and the Mountain Council PTA board, so I'm on two, so I'll go into those.
Okay,
And I'm on LAE and Mountain Council and go to those.
okay,
So I went to VOEs last year, I was on there.
Do you wanna do that one?
I think I'd do VOE and I'd say take me off of MPHs.
okay.
Okay, so I'm just letting you know that that little unit needs some love, so Natalie,
Do
should
you
I?
mean MPH or VOE?
MPH, how about if I go there and be the MAC person on that?
Represented in there.
Yeah, Amberoni filled me on in our last meeting, and it was
I
tricky.
had some other good interactions, but yeah, please.
Okay, I'll go to MPH.
Okay, very good. Ring Rec and Park, we threw that one on last year, never really made a decision. I can make a commitment to go to those.
Okay, Jordan. You know what happens is that there's, like, the fourth Monday there's conflicts with other things, and so that's the issue, is like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
It's because it's often the last Monday, and that tends to conflict with, who knows,
There's
a lot
just-
of things.
I mean, I will try, Jordan, cause
Okay.
I was on that board, so it's kinda cool to go back and revisit, but just like saying.
That's great. Crestline Connect,
I will be going.
Jordana!
And if you wanna put the time, it's, Wednesday mornings,
yeah,
At what time?
7:30.
Oh my God,
It's a great group.
that's
It
not
is
it.
great.
Do they have coffee?
Well, no,
the
it's
Bear
in
House
person at
does.
the Bear House.
Yeah.
Right now
Okay.
it's zooming
Okay.
in, but it's just a really, it's a really fantastic group. And Louis Murray comes once a month, and then Mark
Yeah.
Warsman is there once a month. and
Is it
Bart-
weekly?
it
Yeah,
is
it's
weekly. I tended to go every few weeks or so and a little less often because I'm driving from Arrowbear to the Bear House,
Yeah,
7:30 on Wednesday mornings. So I can, now that it's on Zoom meeting, I can make sure I can attend every week, and then when they go back in person, I might go back to every other week or once a month.
are you getting the emails, or is that just when I
No,
forward them on to you?
I've asked Penny, but,
Can you
it
forward
gets
this
lost.
to me too?
Yeah,
Just because.
for the Zoom meetings?
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, chamber meetings and events, Crestline, the Lake Gregory Crestline Chamber of Commerce,
I will do that.
okay. Dana,
You're doing Running Springs,
I'm doing Running Springs.
and then Lake Arrowhead is you, me, and Natalie.
Well, if you just wanna, I'm happy to go to them anytime that I can, and I will. Same with Crestline, I try to support all their events, but sometimes they don't make it out there. But yeah, so you and Natalie are aware, Lake Arrowhead Communities Chamber doesn't have public board
Yeah.
meetings,
But they have
which
the
is fine.
business things.
They have tons of events.
Right.
Yeah, which all have been canceled for the rest of the year.
Yes. So it's gonna be easy.
Yeah, we learned that at the government affairs meeting.
Sign me up for that one then.
Yeah, I got you down, Natalie. Super.
Okay, and then we have our time with trustees.
We need to
Um,
set dates, but
correct.
how do we wanna do this during the time of coronavirus? Do we wanna do Zoom-in meetings and publish them? And do it that way and see how one goes?
Yeah, well, maybe one, but I don't wanna put together a whole schedule.
Yeah, I agree.
And have one person log on to them.
I would prefer if we put something like a set day. I mean, because last year we kind of set them whenever we want, and I don't feel like that got the public attention the way that it should
Like
have.
Rinna is the second Tuesday of every month.
Correct, I think
If
if
it
we
was
formalized it.
monthly and you set a date and time, but the location changed, because I know you were trying to get to Crestline, Lake
Mhm.
Arrowhead, and Running Springs.
Right,
So we grouped 3 meetings all together, but
Mhm.
instead, if you knew that there was a schedule that went Crestline, Lake Arrowhead, Running Springs, Crestline, Lake Arrowhead, Running Springs, on the same date and time,
mhm,
then people could get used to who goes to which ones and what time they are at. I mean, some we did in morning, and some we did at night, some we
Yeah.
did in the afternoon.
So,
I would recommend that so long as we're doing things virtual, it's just one, because why do we need a split up that
Right.
is
Right.
virtually? So if for, you know, the time being, we pick a day a month, whatever, the last Friday of the month, I'm just throwing that out there. And it be that until guidelines for COVID change, and then we can look at dates.
okay, so I'm just gonna make this, the first couple of weeks, maybe like, the fourth
Start
Tuesday?
September.
Yeah, maybe like the fourth Tuesday of every month.
There seems to be a lot of stuff on the fourth, like the fourth Tuesday of the month's MPH PTA meetings.
There's
The
the-
fourth
the-
Monday of every month, the
the
Parks and
first-
Rec.
But third Tuesday.
There's not a lot on the third.
Let's do the third Tuesday,
Okay,
third Tuesday of each month. Are we gonna set a time?
we should,
Okay, what time?
probably evenings, I would
Evening.
think, right?
Yes.
I think that's when we got
Natalie's
our,
suggestion is at 6 p.m.
Yes.
I think that's when we got our highest attendance for any of the events this evening last year. Okay, rotating locations in an ideal world, in an in-person world,
And then,
Should, when we open up.
right?
When we open, yeah. And I would add to this as far as the day and the time, potentially seeing if the PTA would be the more active parents, if they have any other preference in terms of meeting with us.
that's why I'm looking at their meeting schedule. Technically, their organizational meetings occur in August, right before school starts. And even though their meeting date is incorporated into the bylaws, if they vote collectively to change that meeting date and publish it. So to be honest, I mean, we can kind of tell that,
I'm thinking is if PTA has a, if they think, hey, I bet you our community members would like to spend some time with a couple board members, have questions, would like to have a discussion, to be able to know that they can.
I apologize. That being said, we've already committed to going to PTA meetings. So
yeah.
So have,
my experience is they pull me before or after if they have a question about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if scheduling another meeting to be mainly accommodating the same people serves our time very well.
and it's the other folks that we really wanna be able to reach, the people who don't have who don't,
Yeah, it's not the PTA people, because the
Yeah.
PTA people
Jerry,
honestly have mine and Cindy's phone number.
yeah.
they know where I live.
Okay.
Everybody knows where.
And even PTA members, because I try to hit some once in a while, or I go to the mountain counseling, so those presidents know me. They will individually reach out to me, not just Cindy and Natalie. So they will reach out to me directly and ask questions or have concerns, so just because I attend mountain counseling. Not mountain counseling, but
Mountain
mountain
Council.
council.
Okay, so third
It
Tuesday.
feels like that sometimes.
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Oh
Like,
my,
being present, so I can be counseling.
exactly. We could do without some drama.
So who has this original document? Is this,
You want me to update it and send it, and then Mark can,
and
send,
then we can
do the link,
cross-reference and make sure it's right, yes.
and then I'll send you guys the link to the Palo Alto thing, and you guys can look at it and mimic it.
Okay.
Would that be okay? Do you
Yes.
guys like that idea of
I
putting
do
it on
like
the
it.
board chat?
I do like that idea.
Awesome. We don't have to put the dates, you guys. It's just the name and your name.
I love that idea, yeah. If we just wanna review, Cindy, you signed up for twice as many things as other board members have been.
Really?
Yes.
Dang
You
it.
signed up for 15 of them.
No way.
Um,
I didn't think I signed up for
Because
that
some of
many.
those she's already just on,
Well,
Yeah.
some of those are mine.
just
Okay.
like Natalie.
mhm.
Yeah, school site council and PTA, I don't know what to tell you. That's 4 meetings right then and there. So technically, I've only signed up for 11.
Okay. So I'm just bringing that up in case,
I need to change it?
in case you need to change it, or in case anyone who hasn't been able to sign up for as many wants
Well,
to take some on and balance it out for you.
The other part is that this is like really till November, and it's gonna have to change after
Of
November
course, yeah.
probably, so then we can revisit the whole thing again.
I'm just mentioning it to you now,
All
as you're
right.
making this type of commitment, so you know what you're getting into.
Well, I think I
Um,
had this one last time.
And then for time with trustees, I know that for now we're planning on doing maybe one Zoom meeting, because Natalie brings up a good point, why do we have one Zoom meeting for each area? But we could honestly have 3 Zoom meetings. I mean, there's enough of us where we could do one Zoom meeting for each area at the same day, same time, and we each have to do our own Zoom.
Ooh, look at you brainstorming.
So,
Okay,
because that way it'll allow more of us to be in the time with trustees and actually do it. And because if we only do one event once a month on Zoom, then only 2 board members can do it.
look at him think. Okay,
And then whoever gets whichever area it might be, well, I guess it would make sense to follow our own areas. So Dan and Leslie do one Zoom for Crestline area, and then I do mine on my own, and you and Cindy and Natalie do the Lake Arrowhead area. We could do that, or we could rotate, mix it up. I know last time we said we want one board member from the area, one board member not from the area. We're all thinking, I see the wheels
Yeah.
turning.
That's such poor attendance. I don't know, I'm thinking that there's gonna be an additional barrier potentially with doing a Zoom, as, but there are other folks that would find that more convenient.
I think,
Having 3 of them, when we are having at most 2 attendees.
I think with a predictable time schedule, and if we're only doing it once a month,
Yeah.
I mean, even that seems odd, because if we do it once a month, 2 board members, that means the average board member will only attend time with trustees once every 3 months or so.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a lot of, for the idea of us being out there in the open and meeting the community where they are,
Yeah.
us attending once every 3 months
It's not
seems like not very frequent.
No.
Maybe it's one area, maybe we do all 3 areas every month. Same day, same time.
There's probably not gonna be any kind of the back to school thing, any opportunity to be able to do that this year, correct?
The principals are planning some type of, communication or event, but it will most likely just be to pick up technology and schedules. And it would be, video and Zoom or Meet, so they're trying to do something. But what I have suggested to them yesterday in our admin meeting is that even the CDC announced last night, the director of the CDE, that kids need to go back to school, and we are still within the 14-day window in which we could be open. So I asked them not to plan things till August 10th, because it could all change again. And so we are trying to err on the side of,
Flexibility.
yeah, and making sure that, even the welcome back, we have changed, the format. It's just going to be me and the guest speaker doing a video that principals can share, or I can share out to Penny. We just don't know, and we still can't gather, so it has to be, strategic, and it has to be, we just don't even know if what's gonna be relevant in 3 weeks' time. If that makes any sense to you. They are planning something, it's going to be digital based.
Just wondering, especially with the Zoom, meeting potential or others, if at that time when they're coming and picking up things or doing things, if we could have some sort of a communication to those families about us having a time of trustees or having some sort of an event, or even being able to let them know.
we can create a poster.
So right now, we do things, we can send it to their email without making it a phone call, which is on some things that I have done that have been not as important, so that everybody gets an email, employees and families. And then we post on social media as a way to get around that, because the people get that phone call and they automatically, panic
Yeah,
or ignore it.
yeah.
So, but there are some ways that we can email every family, email every employee, and post on social media.
Okay, so,
Okay, so our decision is, what are we gonna do, which Tuesday, the third Tuesday in August or starting September? Which one do we wanna start with? First of all, let's break it down to that simple. Are we starting in August or September?
I would suggest September,
Me
just
too.
because the uncertainty of
Okay, September it is.
August, but
And then are we gonna do all 3 areas on that day, or one area on that day?
I think if that's the day and that's the time, it needs to be all 3 areas at that date and time, if different board members are running it.
And one Zoom,
one Zoom or 3?
that's.
One allows 2 board members, 3 allows all 5.
I'm not gonna be available in September on that third Tuesday. Which is,
Okay.
It seems kinda silly to have 3 in 3 different areas when now digitally we can all collectively come together. So for September, who wants to sign up for September? Zoom, one meeting advertised across the communities.
And what day would that be?
It's the 3rd Tuesday of every month
and that's when the Crestline
at 6 p.m.
The third Tuesday is Crestline?
Are you kidding me? Dana,
Oh, maybe we should reevaluate that then. Cause then that'll preclude you from attending any then.
Yeah.
well, Shiza, which day of the week?
Saturday,
No, no Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Mondays are not good because
Is
people
it-
don't
What
remember.
about Wednesday?
The 3rd Wednesday of each month?
Okay, that's right after site council.
That's school site council for IFS.
It's okay, it ends
Then
no
2
later than
hours
4.
before.
Yeah,
If it's 6 p.m. on a Wednesday, third Wednesday, I could do that.
okay.
Isn't it the first Wednesday is the teacher RTA meeting?
The first Wednesday is.
We've made a commitment that we would never schedule something on that, just to let you know.
First Wednesday, you said?
First Wednesday of every month,
Yeah.
we cannot schedule on,
Yeah.
ever.
Okay.
Okay, so now it's the third Wednesday of each month at 6 p.m. starting in September. Who wants to do the Zoom meeting? 2 people, up for grabs.
I can do that.
Look at Jordan is going up to
I'll do it.
the 20th.
The 16th,
I'm not here.
Third
You know what?
Wednesday of each month, 6 p.m., beginning in September. Dan and I are the first ones.
Wait, got a question for you.
Sure.
Should we be nice since we're running? What do you think?
Doesn't
What was
matter to
that?
me.
It'll be the first one after candidate closure. Should it be Jordan and I together? Okay, it's gonna be you and me, dude.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Good.
And then, cause then we can set the time.
And then, so in October, I would assume that would switch over to,
Wherever.
Dana, Leslie, or Natalie, 2 of the 3 of them. And then in November, we switch back over again. Okay. Well, that's great, and then we can reevaluate.
Oh, that's what we're saying. Who's doing October? Jordana and
Okay,
Natalie, does Natalie wanna do October?
Remind me of the day in October.
It'd be the 3rd Wednesday of the month at 6 p.m.
I think that should be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Leslie, do you wanna do November?
Yes, November is good for me.
Okay, Leslie and who else?
I will have to coordinate where I'm gonna do this, since I don't have
Jordan.
reliable internet.
Jordan,
well, we don't know where we'll be in November, so we're not sure how that'll look. It might, who knows?
Who knows?
Jordan, do you wanna take November?
That's fine.
Okay, okay, let's not schedule December because technically that,
December, I think we'll revisit this whole list.
well, the
of
other
everything
part
voted.
is that for PTA, it's like, you're,
That's November, I might not be under home.
you're still on the board until the December,
Board meeting.
that Friday, after the second Friday, la 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 la.
Yeah.
You're still on the board through December.
Okay.
I don't think we should schedule time with trustee in December, it's too crazy.
Yeah.
It is crazy, and then, yeah, we'll leave that up to,
Okay. So we're scheduled for, we'll
The
put
three
this
of them are
schedule out
perfect.
right now,
perfect.
okay.
All right. I know we went a little bit over on that, but I think I'm glad we took care of it.
Right, moving on. The
Okay.
good stuff.
3.7, Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP. Discussion/direction, Heather Dominguez, Director of Educational Services and Board of Trustees.
Right. Nothing like the 1:20 slot on a Friday afternoon after lunch to talk
Yeah, what-
about,
Woohoo!
woohoo! So, I
Super
have a
excited.
slide up there, and that could be read a couple of ways. I could have put a question mark after it, or I could have put exclamation points
Or
after it.
a cry emoji.
Or I could, so we can be deficit mindset, or we can be asset mindset, and I decided that I was gonna be asset minded, and I was gonna go, woohoo, ready for the ride, instead of, ready for the ride? So we're gonna try to look at this from an asset lens of how can we use this as an opportunity. I've already learned some new things throughout this experience. Google Classroom, Google Gmail, Zooming, all kinds of things. So the first thing I wanna do is, go over what has happened since the last time we met. I know the last time we met, we're supposed to have an LCAP workshop where we talked about the LCAP. And a lot has happened from then to now. So I'm gonna give you some information first, and then we will discuss. Okay, next slide.
Oh, Michelle
Oh,
has
Michelle
the
has
clicker.
it? Do I need to click? Oh.
Forgot about the ABC committee.
Oh,
Oh,
oh shoot,
Oh, you did forget some? You did rewind?
We did,
the ABC.
correct. Can we go backwards there a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah, we're not doing any action here.
No.
We forgot to talk about the ABC committee meeting. Last year, I was a part of that, and I can't recall who else was.
That's just you.
It was just me, that's why. Who wants to do it this year? We can have up to 2, right?
We've reduced the number of meetings to, I believe, 4 a year.
4 a year? 4 a year.
And they are at 4 o'clock on a Monday. And it has a teacher, a student, an admin, me, Mark.
I'm happy to continue
Classified
it if no one wants to jump in.
Well, I had
What is the
15.
purpose behind it? It's
We
the-
just, we basically review, the Heart for All procedures and video making, which is, and we also look at superintendent communication on Facebook and
You
what
wanna
they're
do that?
hearing. Kind of rumor control a
Jordana.
little bit.
And Jordana,
Okay?
And that was 4 o'clock, which Mondays?
they haven't been set.
I think
Yeah,
they-
they have been set,
yeah.
but
Okay.
off the top of my head, I don't know.
That's okay.
So who's doing
You'll
that?
get the invite.
Jordan and Jordana.
I already have the invites for the year, but I didn't accept because I wasn't sure who would be on it.
Can you go with that?
We usually have one rep from each type of,
So is it better
Oh,
just to
okay.
have one person then, just have
No,
to?
Yeah,
you
then-
can be on it.
You can
We're
take
not
it.
that. 2 of us can be on it, we're leaving you on,
Okay.
cause you need something else.
Yeah, trouble.
Okay,
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, no problem. All right, so since the last time we talked, we have Senate Bill 98 and Ed Code Section 43509 that has now been enacted. And basically what that addresses is that the California School Dashboard will not be published in December of 2020 based on any performance data in either state or local. The Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, and the annual update is not required for the 2021 school year. So last we met, I believe there was talk of it being done in December, an abbreviated form of it. It has been completely eliminated from the 2021 calendar. In its place, there is something now called the Learning Continuity Plan. It's actually the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan.
That's why it's an LCAP still.
Well, this is the thing, is all the webinars I've attended, and I've attended a few, they all say, this is not LCAP, this is not LCAP like, this is not LCAP light, this is not anything like the LCAP.
But yeah,
But yet they gave us the same acronym.
yeah.
So I think that's just the, I don't know, the
Call
CDE
foul.
and their sense of humor, I don't know. But anyway, we are not to compare the two, they're not the same.
Though it has components that
That
are,
are similar,
Mhm.
so,
That's nice.
yes. So the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan is what we're gonna talk about. Here are some timelines for it. It must be adopted by the board by September the 30th and filed within 5 days after adoption. The County Board of Education will file it with the superintendent, then we send it to our county. Although they do not have to approve it, they do have an opportunity to give us feedback on it that we have to be responsive to. So, one thing that is the same in terms of LCAP is that stakeholder feedback is a must. So we must consult, we must solicit recommendations from the public, plan to meet with our parent advisories and our LEL parent advisories, hold a public hearing, and an adoption. So those two pieces are the same. The LCAP had a hearing and an adoption. We must have options for remote participation and provide opportunities for parents who speak a language other than English. So the governing board, after consulting with teachers, principals, administrators, other school personnel, bargaining units, parents, pupils, all of this to be done before it's due September 30th. We need to hold these stakeholder meetings. So we have already disseminated this template. I'm going to share with you the template and the components of the plan with our administrative teams, because as the sites are developing their return plans, we want to assure that these components are being embedded in those plans. So we need to notify members of the public of the opportunity to submit their feedback. That would be at the public hearing. So as I'm looking at the calendar for school board meetings, we have a board meeting on September 10th. The hearing and the adoption cannot be on the same day. They have to be at separate meetings.
So we'll have to do a special.
There's gonna have to be a special board meeting. So we're gonna need to make those decisions because we'll have to backwards plan, which I can begin with the end in mind. We'll have to have the draft completed by, we have to decide which board meeting, if that's gonna be the 10th, and then the adoption later, or do we wanna move that? Those kinds of decisions have to be made. We'll present the plan, and we have to have enough time to prepare the plan, present the plan, get feedback on the plan, have the hearing for the plan, and then ultimately adopt the plan.
Yay.
And then, we have, the superintendent of the school district must respond in writing to comments received from any of these committees related to their feedback. Again, the public hearing for review and comment, and then it will be adopted at a governing board public meeting, but not at the same day as the hearing, so they must be two separate meetings. So a review of what this needs to have included. After we submit it, we have to file it no later than 5 days with the county office. And again, they do not approve it, but they may provide feedback. And then we have to be responsive after they submit recommendations to us in writing for amendments. We have to amend them by October 30th in response to that feedback. And then take it back to the public.
And they really are gonna do that in 30 days,
That's
in
All of
time.
the school districts.
This is what
The
is a
CDE.
requirement across the entire state of California.
So the CDE is really gonna do that. Okay, let's
And-
see.
And why we're having this discussion is because of this timeline, but the components that we would normally discuss in the old LCAP, those components about instruction and assessment and student achievement and learning gaps are all addressed
Right.
in this new one.
Right.
So we're just, it's the same acronym, we're just,
It's just
in
changing, yeah.
components, it's,
And we don't have the dashboard data to
No.
go with it.
Correct. Then we have to post it on our website. So any questions about that part of it, just what I've shared thus far? Nope, okay, we'll keep moving on.
Yeah, we have time to make up.
So, here are the requirements. So, provide a brief overview of how we will provide continuity of learning and address the impact of COVID-19 on pupils, staff, and the community. That's the big picture, okay? If there's a stakeholder engagement section, in that section, we will have to provide a description of the options provided for remote participation at public hearings, the efforts made to solicit feedback, including efforts to reach families and other stakeholders that do not have internet or who do not speak languages other than English. So how are we engaging those stakeholder groups? Okay. In terms of instruction, we have to provide a description of the actions that the LEA will take to offer classroom-based instruction whenever possible. So the preference is still to provide in-class instruction, even if we can't provide it for everyone. What are we gonna do to provide it whenever possible? Particularly for those students who've experienced learning loss or who are at greater risk of experiencing learning loss due to any future closures.
Okay, those two components, how are we, I mean, we can assume there's learning loss, because we basically did supplemental. So are we going the assumption that every kid has learning loss, or are we how are
that's
we?
another component.
We're gonna get to
Oh,
that.
okay.
Hold that thought.
Okay,
Good question.
You're reading their minds. Okay. We have to provide mental health and social emotional well-being. So how are we gonna monitor and support mental health and social emotional well-being, a description of any professional development that we're providing, and how are we addressing students that may have had trauma as a result of COVID-19, that whole SEL component. School nutrition, a description of how we're going to provide meals for our pupils who are eligible for free and reduced lunch and for participation both in person and during distance learning. So we have to have some plans for both scenarios. And then distance learning programs, staff responsibilities, we have to describe how the new roles and responsibilities of affected staff due to the COVID-19 pandemic and what PD, professional development resources, are we providing them? And then a continuity of instruction. How are we assuring the instruction during the school year that they have access to full curriculum? We were talking earlier about our two primary focuses, our safety and quality of instruction, regardless of mode of delivery. That's where that instructional framework comes in. That's where the portrait of a graduate comes in, that regardless of whether we're remote or whether we're in class, we want to have some frameworks in place that we have quality instruction. How are we going to assure that our students can access devices and connectivity for all pupils to support distance learning, as well as actions that will be taken to measure their program participation, their progress, and time value of pupil work? Because in a distance learning environment, There will be so many instructional minutes required. How much of that is direct instruction? How much of that is student work time? And making sure that we are giving value to that time that students are working independently on projects when they're not virtually meeting with their.
And in the strategic plan, we call that synchronous and asynchronous learning.
Then the engagement and outreach. We know that we had a number of our families who did not participate in our distance learning at the closure last year. So what strategies are we going to implement and procedures in order to reach those parents and those students who are not participating or engaging in the learning opportunities digitally? And what are we gonna do to reach out to those families who are not meeting the mandated compulsory education requirements? What outreach will be provided to them?
That's important because I have 2 little girls that had asked me to bring all their work, and did I submit any? No, the whole time, and every week I would ask, okay guys, do I have stuff to turn into MPH for you, and
So
I
with
actually
the,
got 2 pieces
Yeah.
out of stuff.
so one thing, if, commuting to our families, is this is gonna look very different than it did last year. This is going to be attendance is being taken, instructional time will be,
Grades.
grades will happen, there will be in-person instruction every single day, even if we're virtual, those kinds of things. And our, site admin teams are working with their leadership teams to develop those plans, we're working with the union, all those conversations are taking place right now.
So
And it
what
just-
what is happening at BOE as far as the, with Lauren no longer in that position? in
She's
terms
still
of-
here.
She's still here to the, yeah, she's launching the school
She's
year with
doing
us.
all of these things.
Okay.
Yep.
And then shoot, I lost it, go ahead.
And we're gonna get, right now I'm kind of giving you a broader overview of what the components are, then I'm gonna give you the actual template, as well as kind of a cheat sheet on the components. It's a little bit easier to,
And then we're gonna take
Highlight.
ideas and your conversations
Right.
and memorialize those on some charts.
so first I'm kind of, I guess this is the direct instruction where I'm giving you an overview of here's what it's looking like, this is what's changed, this is what's happened, these are the components. Then we'll kind of dig into it a little bit more, break it down a little bit more. This is more of a helicopter view of it, I
Oh,
guess.
I know what I had a question of. When you talk about the direct instruction in Zoom or however it's going to be for direct instruction,
Mhm.
is that going to be like a consistent time so that our little lovies have to get out of bed?
That's the schedule that they're developing right now.
Awesome, thank you.
I figured to add part of this negotiated,
Mhm.
so that's what
Right.
we're.
I know, I'm just thinking of some of the kids that I touched base with, some slept in a lot,
Mhm.
just saying. We know we have some teenagers that like to sleep, so just making sure that,
Mhm.
yeah.
And we also wanna have schedules that'll be, mirror as much as possible what they would have in a traditional setting,
There you
because
go.
we have to, when we move back into that, we wanna have that already established.
Okay.
It will have to look different digitally, obviously, but as closely
Right, okay, cool.
aligned as possible. Pupil learning loss, so again, you touched on this, and there's another section here that talks about how are we going to, assess that component. And then the unique needs of our pupils that are English learners, pupils with exceptional needs, foster care, homelessness, those particular student groups which are our unduplicated students.
And low income?
And low income is referenced, it wasn't referenced, what's on this slide?
No, but that's why I was
But
asking.
it is
It's
referenced in some other,
unduplicated.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
And then we'll have to put in, as for Jenny and I'll have to work together, because we have to describe how our federal and our state funding is used to support the efforts that we're describing in the learning plan. And then how are we, this is the same as the LCAP in terms of the increasing or improving services to our students of greatest need based on the number of our concentration of unduplicated pupils.
Okay, now I have another question, sorry. So that component there, how do we know we did that? Because I have not heard, nobody has heard if we're gonna be doing the standardized testing in the spring. So then, how, talk about data, how do we measure that we did that? Just rhetorical question, does it become local assessments, would, you know, grades, would, so just rhetorical. Sorry. Oh, I already had a question, there you go.
There you
3,
go.
4.
Any other questions about, so that's, now there's a couple of other slides beyond it that I'm not gonna review that just compares LCAP to that were part of the state presentation, but it compares what are the components of the LCAP that are the same or different from the
LCAP.
I'm not calling it, I'm refusing it to call that, the
Yeah.
learning continuity and attendance plan.
Right.
So, this will be our plan for this school year. It has to be completed by September 30th. We have to get feedback between now and then, and so that's why there was a roller coaster at the very beginning of this.
So if
Ready for the ride.
if we are starting remotely,
Mhm.
how are we able to quantify any kind of degradation in learning?
So one of the things that is a part of the plan that our principals are putting together is, earlier we talked about that instructional framework, and that formative assessments need to be a part of that. We have a number of resources that we can utilize, and so that's one of the things they're meeting with their leadership teams to say, we have the interim assessments that can be used, we have curriculum embedded assessments that can be used, we have the Renaissance Learning STAR math and STAR reading that can be utilized, which are things that they're used to using or have familiarity with. So this isn't the time for us to go out and get a bunch of new assessments that they've never had any exposure or experience with. So coming together with their leadership teams to say, which of those tools do you believe best serve the purpose of getting a beat on where your students are now, and really chunking our year out. So the first 3 weeks, we're gonna be looking a lot at launching the year, how do you use Google, what are the digital citizenship kinds of things, here's the plan, then really looking at the year in chunks. The next 6 weeks, the next 6 weeks, the next 6 weeks, and what are you gonna teach, part of that instructional framework, how are you gonna assess it, and how are you going to intervene and adjust as needed.
So when are we giving those assessments, like the first day, the
Would be
second
the first day of school. It'll be the first 2 or 3 days, they just need to be able to acclimate, hello, how was your summer,
Right.
where is everyone?
Right,
The
so we
first
do-
3-week period.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
So within the first 3 weeks.
Got it.
That would be the assessment time.
Now, what that looks
and-
like for individual schools is we met with secondary principals yesterday. I'm meeting with elementary principals on Monday, and I gave them what they need to have they're all meeting with their leadership teams next week. They have to have 2 things to me so I can update the strategic plan and give it out to parents the first week of August. 1 are those learning assessments, and 2 is their schedule. They're either a block schedule, the same as the class schedule, but each site will determine that for themselves, and we will publish those in the strategic plan the first week of August, so that it's transparent and communicated.
Now, does any school site use IO, EDMS, whatever
So-
you wanna call it?
So let me tell you
Illuminate?
what's happening with that. IO EDMS was purchased by Illuminate.
Illuminate,
And
very good.
Illuminate is a big, so we are in the process, we've been meeting, we had meetings this week, in the process of migrating from IO EDMS over to Illuminate DNA. It has a lot more resources because they purchased School City, IO EDM, they purchased a bunch and they took the best of all of those
Ooh, a
and
merger.
put them into a new process, which, you know, means a new learning curve a little
Right.
bit. So we've already got some professional development that we're planning. We're in the process of getting them all rostered, but we're gonna use that tool primarily at the secondary level.
Okay,
Because what we found is that elementary, not utilizing it as much. They have other tools they're using like STAR Reading and STAR Math. Again, focus, we had too many pieces we were using.
right, that's why I'm
So,
asking, is,
yeah.
and then I guess, is it a lot different than the IO EDMS in terms of because those teachers that were trained on IO EDMS, will it look familiar enough where they go, oh my God, yet another one?
That's what we're being told,
Okay.
until we see the platform and get it, they're working on a tool right now that's supposed to be launched in September, where any assessments teachers have built in IO EDMS will be transitioned and transferred into the DNA
Oh,
system.
yay!
It integrates with Aries.
Okay,
They can do a lot lot more with it than they could do with IO-EDMs. They
Okay.
can still push to gradebook, they still have the inspect questions where they can build their own assessments. So it has the same features, it's a different parent company now.
Okay,
They still have the dashboard where they can pick, and so there's a lot of similarity to it, but there will be a little bit of a learning curve, and we had no control over that.
no, I know, I know,
Yeah.
but, and then the other question is that we're pushing using IEB out of the CASP. And then we have IO, which, this was a question from a teacher or in site council discussion, so what are you pushing more to be utilized? How's
Okay,
that?
so when we think of assessment,
Right,
I don't have my little grid to show you, but assessment is a system. We have summative assessments that are the furthest away from the kids. So here's the kids.
right,
Here's your task.
right,
General overview. Then we have our benchmarks,
Right.
which are more frequent, but
Right.
still further away from the students.
right,
Then you have your teacher-made assessments, your unit tests, your weekly
Right.
check-ins, those are the closest
daily
to the
thing,
kids.
whatever.
So there's a need for all of them.
Okay,
So the IOE, the interim assessments can be used in two capacities, as a benchmark as well as a formative assessment for the teachers right after they taught that particular standard.
okay.
So they can be used in both,
So in other words,
in tandem with each
they
other.
take care of different aspects, it's
Correct.
not mutually exclusive, they
Correct.
should be used in tandem.
Correct.
Cause I think that is one of the confusion of some that go, wait, is it, why are you're making me do IEB and IO?
And that's the
That's
terminology.
why they're
we're-
writing the plan.
Yeah, we're trying to get away from that whole way of thinking of you're making me.
Right,
Because it shouldn't be about we're making anybody. It should be about what is
Which
the tool
tools?
that is best going to give me instruction to help me help my kids.
and I think that's the confusion.
So communicating that maybe more effectively,
That's
to
why we
say-
provided that training for secondary yesterday and elementary admin on Monday, so that we're all saying and preaching and using the same vocabulary for the plans that they are coming up with for those assessments and for their schedules.
Perfect. Just making sure, because I know that there's so many layers and it gets muddy a little bit, and so I think that's great.
So with everything going on, are we, in your guys' opinion, adequately staffed in technology to support being able to have more of a remote approach?
Look at Mark's
I was gonna
face.
say, I'm
Look
like
at Mark's face. He's like,
We do have, I mean, the one advantage, perhaps, I can count as a half-time employee for
But
technology.
you're already wearing so many hats.
I know, but Mark and I met for, most of the day yesterday, and we were able to pull up, like, our district does not have a responsible use policy, but with devices going home, we need to have one. So I've written those and technology board policy in my previous assignment, and so we were able to rewrite those within an hour yesterday because I have them on the Word because I wrote them in Coachella. So we are using some things to help so that he's not alone. The CTO for the San Bernardino County Schools is David Thurston. He was my mentor when I graduated from the CTO program, and so he and I communicate regularly. He has offered to send up his entire tech team to help Mark dismantle carts, Mark and Lori dismantle carts, so that we can get them ready for distribution. Our library media techs will be coming in to help barcode starting next week based on Lori finishing barcodes herself. We have access to, one thing that I did to assist in negotiations was write up what are we doing for technology right now to get Chromebooks out. So, Mark is coming to cabinet on Tuesday to talk about any other things that we may need to purchase. We already purchased, well, they're not here yet, but we did purchase a camera for every teacher, so they don't have to use as you can see, using their laptop one sometimes is difficult. So they have not been able to order until this week. There's only a very limited amount of them available, but they are earmarking those for RIM. So that's what we've been told they would do if we processed our PO immediately, so we did that yesterday. And so but overall to support, like in Coachella, we had 5 teachers on special assignment, 5 TOSAs just for teaching with technology. So, we had an entire department dedicated to best practices for teaching. So we don't have a TOSA for technology, but our TOSAs have been helping in that area as it relates to best practices. We did have all the teachers attend Google training, and we're gonna have more, a refresher available for them in August prior to the start of school, if now that we're doing full-time distance learning.
And we have that
Should frighten
module,
them.
right? We have that training on the website, archived, right? So you can always go back and click, I forgot how to do this, right?
Yes.
In addition, we provided PD at the beginning of last school year where we had someone come in and do a Google
Right.
Classroom. So that resource document that she created with all the different resources, that's being posted on the website as well. So lots of Google resources that are self-help things. The new teachers and the subs are being trained on
The county has a
August.
ton of teacher resources for technology that all teachers in the county have access to. So to answer your question, we need more help, but we're not completely stranded.
Yeah.
We're small but mighty.
Always, but just in terms of, if there's anything that could help. Sounds like you're already doing all that outreach, yeah.
I guess one of the concerns on the technology thread is, part of those requirements is LEA will ensure access to devices and connectivity for all pupils to support distance learning. That's quite a tall requirement for school districts. Does that come with any monetary
Yes.
assistance?
It's like Governor Newsom also mentioned it when he talked about it.
He did mention that,
That's
yeah.
why the technology request form went out yesterday, so we have an exact count. We are asking every family to complete that form. If they need a Chromebook, we are prepared to give one per family right now. And we are ordering more one thing that these monies will do is allow us to finish one-to-one in the name of COVID.
Those students won't
So-
necessarily have connectivity even if they have.
No, but we're already in hotspots. We already
Yeah.
have a partnership with Verizon.
Oh, great.
And so, but we need a count. So that's why it's imperative our families answer that request form by Wednesday.
So when it says ensure access, it's not, well, okay, what's your enrollment? You need that number.
No,
It's any ensure access means
They could have a
anybody
personal
who requests
device that-
access should have access.
well, and it could be Wi-Fi on wheels. It could be that the multi-purpose rooms are open for certain hours for access and they can bring
Right.
their device to the school.
With
It does
social
not
distancing.
necessarily have to mean in their home.
Okay. It could be, at
libraries,
school
for
sites,
example?
if we put in Wi-Fi extenders that'll reach out into the parking lots, is that
Yes.
an option? Okay.
I
So
know.
access can be very,
So there's
yeah.
flexibility in there that'll allow us to make sure we meet this. Okay.
Other districts have been, I know LA Unified is talking about using local libraries, the public libraries. I don't know whether that's something that we've
I can
considered.
talk a little bit about local libraries. When this pandemic began, a lot of public libraries began saying, how can we ensure patrons still have access to Wi-Fi? Because a lot of people rely on public libraries for Wi-Fi. So a lot of those public libraries purchased Wi-Fi extenders to make sure they go out into the parking lots because their buildings were closed down. San Bernardino County Public Libraries, they went the other direction. They turned off Wi-Fi and it's still not available in any library right now. So I'm not sure we'd be able to partner with the county on that, considering they disabled Wi-Fi so that people wouldn't come to the library.
And Scenic, the board that I'm on, is the backbone for all colleges, research agencies, K-12, and public libraries within the state of California. And they have been very responsive to the pandemic and making sure their nodes and things are up and running and how many more they need and building redundancy in their system so that there is enough bandwidth to meet the demands of distance learning. And so I know we had a board meeting this week, all week, on Tuesday. No, I don't remember what day it was, Tuesday or Wednesday, I think. And so, but they've been very responsive to making sure that all of the agencies have enough bandwidth.
So I'm gonna give you a copy of the actual template that's been developed. It is currently a draft. It is not going to be finalized until the 1st of August, is when they're required to have it out to us, so this still could change. What we were told is that most likely much of the content will not change, the formatting or the structure of it, it could be abbreviated somewhat, but that we can begin planning based on these elements. That's why we shared it with our administrative team, so that as they build their plans, one of the things in here you'll see is professional development. How are we providing professional development opportunities for our teachers to be able to give them training in Google Classroom and the things that they need in terms of a distance learning environment that are aligned with that instructional framework. We're working with the union. We have another meeting on Wednesday with them. So all of these things coming together to help us align our practices with what this document is expecting.
So the social emotional piece, the mental health piece, are we also looking at PD that on SEL, mental health, reach out, what is our reach out program, but are we doing PD on that aspect for our teachers?
We are, and we also have our TOSA that's dedicated to PBIS,
Right, I know.
and so that person is able to kind of help facilitate some of those things. Since everybody's on vacation, it makes it a little bit challenging, but we've been reaching out. They've been going to trainings all summer long. The wellness conference, our counselor's been to several conferences, so they are getting their own professional development over the summer, and then when they come back, we'll be developing more specifics in terms of the plan. Once we know the daily schedule, once we know, when PD time will be allocated, then we can plug those things in. So the
Continuing
first-
with Care Solace is
Yes,
part of it.
Kelvin, we are continuing with Kelvin and working, that'll make one of the needs of the social emotional, because it's how we can measure.
Right.
It works in Google Classroom. We can disaggregate that data. We're gonna need to revisit the questions we're asking, because I think the ones asking before maybe aren't as applicable to, so we need to look at the questions offered and
Maybe dig it a little deeper?
yeah,
Yeah.
and maybe, ask the same questions. We were asking 2 sets of questions, and we met with somebody over the summer who actually is about a year or 2 ahead of us in Kelvin, and gave us some recommendations of, yeah, you probably wanna pare that back, you wanna be a little more focused, you wanna start with fewer questions, maybe fewer domains, really align it to what the current climate is. So we got some great, ideas for how to better do that, and that'll meet the needs of, or part of what this is asking for.
Are there any questions that we might be able to poke around with just to make sure that home is safe?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. And we can always add our own questions. I mean, they have a bank of questions that we can choose from linked to the various dimensions. But if we have questions that we feel we need to ask for our context, we can add our own questions too.
And in our conversations with District 16 on CSBA level, I mean, there's districts that specifically have their counselors, so, I don't know how it works for elementary, their counselors reach out to the students on contacting not only just the academic basis, but so how are things going at home? And they have this counselor has these kids they check on, these. So are we doing something that's drilling down to that specific kind of manner?
That's, we were doing that with the Kelvin data, where the counselor, our K-8 counselor, had access to all the student comments.
Okay.
And based on the data that they presented and the student comments, they were able to, and of course, very discreetly, you don't call them up and say,
Right.
hey, based on your survey results, we're
Right.
seeing that you're, but, it helps you know who you need to saddle up to and have some conversations with them based on what the data is saying. And so that's another thing, is learning how to be responsive to the data in a
Well, they weren't
delicate
doing
manner.
it, they just did it.
If I could add that in there, some of the sample MOUs that we're using, RTA and ourselves are trying to draft our own MOU. That's a very consistent message, is how we using the non-classroom certificated staff members. And so what we're seeing a lot of those MOUs is really having them, our psychologists, our counselors, reach out specifically to students to see how things are going.
Right, not based on their survey result, but
No,
just
but just
based,
in general,
yeah.
reach
Okay,
out.
that's what I
Do
wanna know.
you have folks, who would be able to do that, reaching out, who are, non-English, who are non-English speaking, students?
We have our bilingual assist, our language assistants. We have one every site.
Okay, so they, would they have the skill set to be able to do
Maybe
that
the
kind of work?
translator.
Yeah.
Just for translating, but
Mainly for
maybe
translating.
as a translator, but in terms of being able to have that communication directly, not so
Not
much?
necessarily, no.
Okay.
It's also not part of their,
It's
Job
not in the
description.
job, it's part of their
Yeah.
job description. So we have,
They would be on the phone at the same time with the counselor.
yes,
Yes.
They would
yes,
be translating for the counselor, so the counselor would be speaking and they would be speaking.
yes.
Yeah, okay,
we don't have any bilingual counselors,
right.
where the message could go directly from the counselor to the family, which would,
But Care Solis has that ability?
I
Yes.
believe so in every language.
Yeah, okay, so there would be an outlet.
So I'm gonna give you two documents. One is the actual template itself, the draft. The other is a pared down version of the head, the big bold topics, and then the subtopics under that with little descriptors of what exactly that entails, so.
And then I know this will be, I'm not sure where we are in terms of development, but we have some experience well, during the pandemic of.
I think you have this one.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. No, I don't know, they may not have that one.
I think they have this. You have this one?
I did send that out.
No. Anything from Heather, we're gonna have to send you later. I apologize, I didn't do it ahead of time.
So in terms of last year, the end of the school year,
Everything we've done today, I sent to them.
oh, thank you.
Monday is fine.
I have hard copies, but yeah, I did.
Yes, they're like
Let's
Monday's
see,
fine.
where did I?
Here.
I don't need
I'll
to
put
put
it
it
up over. I think I should
Duh.
put this. I could put it over. I can just put it over here.
You emailed me?
And Todd, when you're speaking, the board members on Zoom can't hear you. They're asking you to speak louder.
Okay.
How many people
You're
are
softly
still
talking,
with
Mr. Dion.
Martin, how many people are actually still with us? Two. Woo, we got one going still. Friday afternoon.
That person gets a star on their chart.
Or a margarita.
So,
All right, so as you review the topics, what I've done is I've created some charts here that have each one of those topics listed. And this certainly will not be an exhaustive, list, but if there are some things that you'd like to have be considered, or suggestions or ideas, then we can chart those here. So the first thing is the stakeholder engagement piece. How will we solicit feedback from stakeholders, including educators, families, students, and other stakeholders who speak a language other than English? And then how does that feedback influence our plan?
So, and please note that our administrators are gonna be working on these things with their leadership teams. Because that's the boots on the ground, as you so say. So their feedback, they'll be doing this same process with Heather.
Now, before we get to this, do we need to decide timelines in terms of when we're gonna take this to board and when it's gonna be public hearing? And do we wanna do that later or do that? Because we're gonna have to plan our stakeholder meetings
Well,
I
let's,
think,
in
yeah.
a timeline consistent with when and enough time to write this at the beginning of the school year,
Knowing that the template's not even,
knowing that the template doesn't
So,
open till August first.
so let's start with the, approval, cause that's
Okay.
after the hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the approval process, do we wanna do it at a special board meeting, or do we wanna move our regular meeting? Is that, I
you
think-
have to have a first hearing and a.
right, but what I'm saying is that.
When do we want the final approval to happen
Right.
before the 30th deadline?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's start there.
So
When do we
the-
want the approval to happen?
It's September 30th is on a Tuesday.
September 30th is a Wednesday.
Wednesday,
That's when
sorry.
I have to make sure it gets to the county office.
Okay.
So do
Or
we wanna?
we have to make sure it gets to the county office.
So do we wanna do a meeting, however it is, special board meeting on the 24th to approve?
That's what I would recommend.
Okay,
It's
so
what
let's
our
do,
Thursday
let's
thing
do that, the 24th of September is
Or not
approval
August, September.
of the continuity and attendance plan, let's not call, we
No,
won't call it
don't
LCAP.
call it that, I don't wanna get stuck doing it.
So
Okay.
then I have a question, on the 10th, can we keep our regular board meeting and have that be the hearing, or is that too early? Oh, nope, okay, the 17th.
Well, no, I mean,
No, I wanna give you.
That's what we have to do.
Okay, so then my recommendation is this, to give you.
Isn't that second read? Isn't it hearing first read, second read? I have
There
that.
isn't,
No.
there isn't a first
No,
read, second read.
Oh,
it's
okay.
like the LCAP. So then I have here's
But I have
how-
to I have to make sure that the
hearing,
stakeholder groups, the parent, like we
Right.
had the LCAP stakeholder
That's what
meetings,
I'm-
they have to be able to
let's,
review too.
so listen to what I think.
Okay?
The 24th, we do the approval.
Mhm.
How about the 17th, the previous, we do the hearing?
And then also a 10th board meeting?
No,
Oh,
we
you
move
mean
the
move
10th,
the-
we move our September 10th
Mhm.
to the 17th, incorporate the hearing, and then September 24th. Oh, you have your thing! You're messing me up, Jenny, I was on a roll.
But it just has to be approved by the 15th. So you should go
Shiza.
the 15th instead of the 17th.
But I was trying to give her more
Well,
days,
I mean,
Jenny.
that's more days.
That is one day, yeah.
That's 5
Two
more
days.
days.
Okay, so let's do our board, let's do September 15th for a board meeting.
What day of the week is that?
That's a
That's a Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Mm.
No can do?
Well, no, I just,
What was the problem with the 10th, keeping it the 10th?
Because she needs as many days as possible to
Yeah.
get all these meetings in, so we were trying to give her as many days as possible.
Right,
But Jenny, we have to approve the actuals by the 15th.
so why would moving the board meeting from the 10th to the 17th, a week later, how would that give her more days?
It would give her one more
another
week.
Oh, another week to prepare the plan before board. I see
Yeah,
what you're
because
saying.
she
I
has
thought
more
you
the
said
hearing.
she needed more time between our board meeting and
No,
the
no, no,
24th.
No,
Gotcha.
she needs as
more
many
time to
days
get this,
to
to
get the
get the work
feedback,
done.
to revise, to
Yeah.
revise, to
Mhm.
revise, and it's really hard having, I've only done a microscope of that kind of stuff, and I'm just saying is that that's so much.
What if we,
Well, the good part about this plan is that,
It's fluid.
and one of the opportunities we have
Right.
is that we're being very collaborative. We've already given it out to our leadership teams, and they're gonna be working with their leadership teams to start developing some of the strategies for this. And then we're working with our union on Wednesday, and so some of this will, I mean, if it has to be the 10th, then.
No, okay,
no,
now,
why
wait a
don't we
second.
just do 3 weeks in a row? I mean, I know that.
I was gonna just
Yeah,
say
let's
that.
micro,
Well, let's,
attack
how
these.
about, I got a brilliant idea here.
let's hear it.
Which gives her even more time.
Okay.
Okay, so do 3 meetings, but do September 29th as the special board meeting for the hearing, and that be the only thing on the agenda. The approval on the 29th, this Tuesday. The 24th be the hearing meeting, and we keep our board meeting on the 10th. And then that gives her what she needs, gives Heather even more time and more days, and we can make sure that we do not put anything else on an agenda, not even closed session, Todd Beal, and then we can rock and roll. What do you think of that?
If we are to do that on the Tuesday one, can we start at 6 instead of 4?
We could do whatever we want with the special board meeting, especially if that's the only thing on the agenda.
So we're talking about the September 29th meeting?
September 29th be approval,
Mm-hmm.
the 24th be the hearing,
Mm-hmm.
and the 10th
10th
just
be
be
the
our
regular
regular
board
board
meeting.
meeting. And then that way we get you as many days as possible.
That would be much appreciated.
Look at that, and look at Jenny's like, uh-huh. I
Anybody
got
else
my
have,
thing.
it's nice to have everybody in the room to make sure there aren't any other issues related to, and I'm not aware of any other timelines in terms of they can't, it has to be
You
a
know what,
special
we're
board meeting or
just-
regular board meeting or, okay.
we're just gonna do, special board meetings are
Okay,
fine.
so approval on the 29th, hearing on the 24th, and then that way the approvals by the PAC meetings and by the stakeholder groups and having it written and all
Yes.
that can happen
And
prior
any
to that.
revisions that may come up,
And we can revise between here and here if needed,
Exactly.
if something comes up.
you may
in
have to
hearing.
work the weekend, but
That's
there
okay,
you
I've
go.
done that before.
Sorry, is the hearing only the hearing too?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Okay, and then it also the six
So these are both special board meetings
And that
just
also
for the
be six.
purpose
Yeah.
of this.
So
Okay.
it's 29th?
6 PM on those two,
What?
6 PM on those two.
6 o'clock on both of them?
Yes.
And so with these committee groups, I'm just gonna go back to our earlier discussion where you all signed yourself things.
Yes!
With there not being an LCAP stakeholder meetings this year,
Well,
can they be this?
that's not necessarily
no?
the case, because we're gonna be writing the next year's LCAP.
Okay.
Right.
Usually our LCAP meetings
But
start
do
in January.
those same people, can they be on the
They can.
learning continuity?
Ooh, yes.
So I'm gonna
Look at
reach out to
you,
the
you had
LCAP
coffee.
stakeholders team, and I'm gonna start scheduling meetings with that group and other people who may want to
But
participate.
that's a commitment from Cindy and Leslie.
Mhm.
No, the other one was the 22nd,
All right, let's go. We can
And,
do
and
it.
usually we would do one a month,
LCAP and L.
from
It's
December
gonna be-
through April or May.
Right.
Now it'll probably one every 2 weeks or 3, well, that's
One
where I'll
every
have to
week.
calendar
Let's do
this
it
from
all.
that.
Let's
that-
keep going,
that
one a week.
Calendar, yeah.
And
I
if
don't know,
Leslie
one a
needs
week, but,
some-
but this helps me know how
I
to
can do that.
calendar these now.
Yeah. Julie.
Okay.
Okay, so that
That's
just,
fine, I'll do it, yeah.
and it was the 22nd and the 29th that we were writing?
So Leslie, did you hear that?
24th.
Jordan will fill in for you when you can't make a weekly meeting, if these meetings have to become weekly.
Thank you, Jordan.
Of course.
The 24th, Thursday, 29th, Tuesday.
Got it, November 6th.
Yeah,
So the LCAP, this was supposed to be the beginning of a 3-year cycle.
right.
And since that's not the case, we will start, unless something changes again, which, the new word is pivot. We're learning to all pivot back and forth and all
It's a
around.
dance. It's
Yes,
a line
it's a dance. We will still have our regular stakeholder meetings for LCAP starting in January in anticipation of writing the next year's LCAP. So we'll just be meeting all year long.
This won't be a fall.
Right, right. Okay. So stakeholder engagement, that really speaks to that piece already in terms of us backwards planning from that, so I think we can go past the stakeholder engagement. In-person instructional offerings, how will the LEA offer classroom-based instruction whenever possible with an emphasis on those with learning loss or at risk for future learning loss?
So I have a question.
Okay?
Because I think it was bandied about, but our special education students, even though we're distance learning, can they come on campus to receive their education in a social distancing manner? Because that is does that make sense?
Not at this point.
They can't come on campus at all?
Not
At all?
It's confusing in the direction at this
Because
point.
this document is saying whenever possible, provide in-person instruction to those students most at risk and which denotes smaller groups.
Right, because.
But yet the guidance that we're hearing from the governor is no in-person instruction based on the, so. and
Those
there's-
70% of our special education teachers would like to have
Right.
that exception.
So
for
we're
that.
in the
Right.
process of, and we've talked about, English learner small groups coming in perhaps, or
Right.
intervention groups coming in,
Right.
or, so
Have we-
we're still exploring those options. We're trying to get clarification on this waiver that we've heard.
So far, the San Bernardino County Department of Health is not allowing us to do that.
So they can't go on campus?
They have to approve our plan.
Is it that they've not allowed it to happen, or
They
they
have
just
to
have the
approve a
permission?
plan, and right now, they're not approving any
Any
plans
plan, so.
until the criteria for the waivers are decided upon. And what I'm hearing is, part of that waiver will never include secondary, but could include these special groups, such
Yeah,
as
I don't-
special ed.
I mean, how can you provide distance learning to some of these higher needs or more at-risk populations like special ed students? That's a huge,
Right now,
A
they're
tough
not
ask.
giving us any help or criteria.
So we're hoping to guide us, and I say hope isn't a strategy, but we are hoping that the state gives us some guidance with this waiver language in terms of what kind of options do we have. At this point, we're on the monitoring list as a county, therefore we will start off distance learning.
So, but we still have to answer this continuity plan question. When in-person instruction is offered,
Right.
which for us it may never be, who knows? Or won't be the rest of this year, who knows, however it goes. But when that happens, we need to be able to answer in this plan. Here's how we will offer it in person.
If we're allowed to do so.
Correct, okay.
And it might be the hybrid model at
Mhm.
first, a transition plan from distance that, I mean, Fontana literally put up a transition plan. The phase 1 is this, and then we will transition to phase 2, which is hybrid.
Right.
But phase 3 is traditional, they're calling it traditional.
Mhm.
Our leadership teams are looking, to have, when they're coming up with their distance learning plan, I asked them to have no longer than a 30-minute discussion on the true details of the hybrid plan, because I am assuming with what I hear in all of my meetings, we're gonna have to do that, but right now the focus is 100%.
Distance learning, right.
Right.
But they're having those discussions and it is outlined in our strategic plan.
Right,
The
it is.
next thing, once we get this up and running in a breath, will be to outline the hybrid plan, but that is
No, it's
at least a month away.
But we still have to answer this question.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
And some of these things, I mean, are gonna be answered, I mean, there's so many unknowns right now that there's no way I could come up with some answers. But in terms of it being a collaborative plan that's considered all of
Right.
these features that we're talking about, that, they are giving us until September 30th, really, or the first part of September, to figure this out and to give some definition to the plans we've been working on.
So I have a question going back to the in-person instructional offerings. If we're doing distance learning, if we're testing within the first 3 weeks for that loss of learning, do we have to put in, how are we addressing that learning loss, correct? So if we cannot, I mean, would we then do like the small group tutoring or intervention or whatever, academic intervention for those students? Do we have to write something like that in this plan?
I don't know that we have to give that specificity to
Okay.
it. And I
I'm
mean, we
just
can
asking.
still do small group instruction distance-wise. There are breakout sessions that you can do in Zoom.
Right,
Or you can,
right.
so I mean, there are ways, even in a distance environment, that we can do some small group
Okay.
instruction
Okay,
and some intervention time. And that's all being considered as we build the plans.
okay.
So I'm gonna read the statement and the descriptor, and then as you guys talk, I'm just gonna kind of try to capture some of your statements in terms of what some of the thinking is. So the next one is, stakeholder engagement's a big one, its own little category. In-person instructional offerings, big category. Distance learning program, big category with several subcomponents. First subcomponent being continuity of instruction. How will we provide continuity of instruction for full curriculum access of substantially similar quality regardless of delivery method? What instructional resources will be used to assure continuity if we transition from distance to in-person? That question right there solidifies our need for some sort of instructional framework, curriculum practices, instructional strategies of high yield impact, because those can be done not as effectively in distance, but those same practices can happen in a distance environment as well as an in-person environment. In-person being preferable, obviously.
Okay, so then I have a quick question on this. Are we, not only for distance learning, are we going to be handing out Chromebook where necessary, but do the kids still get their textbooks, that whole handout process? Okay, just
So
asking.
that's one of the things that
That's
we're.
it, bridging.
Correct. The administration is also working on a textbook distribution day where
Right.
they will get with their Chromebooks their other instructional
Okay.
materials.
So that would be continuity of instruction is the textbooks, because we're still going to be teaching, utilizing textbooks or supplemental
Or the digital
materials.
components of those
Right.
textbook adoptions.
Got it. Okay, so we can then.
That's where the training may need to come in terms of
Yes.
professional development. is now we're teaching these concepts, but we're teaching them in a digital format. So that's where having embedded PD throughout the course of the year is really important so that we can provide support to our teachers and how to best do that.
But that's, what they're asking for continuity of instruction is actually that from home back to in person. And I imagine for elementary, oftentimes we keep a lot of the resources, not just the tech and computers, in the classroom, but like in terms of workbooks and texts. I'm sorry. So I imagine there's going to be a lot of loss, not just of damage to computers, but also if there's full workbooks that go home with consumables, those aren't going to be coming back.
Potentially,
Yeah.
that is a probability that we will not be able to recover some of those. Our
So-
hope is that we would,
but there's going to be a
and there are
logistic-
some resources, I know some fiscal resources that we're getting that are to help facilitate this plan and the losses as a result of COVID.
Because the logistics too, I mean, if the kids take the bus, having all that stuff to then bring back onto campus.
Well, maybe we could just do a day of drop off,
Yeah.
like a reverse.
And that's part of the transition plan moving,
Yeah,
for those are the details we'll have to figure out when we come back.
For that continuity of
Yeah.
instruction.
Yeah, we're not gonna have kids with backpacks with all the instructional materials on the bus coming down with all their, so
So
we'll
my-
figure that out a different way.
Yeah.
So I know this is, so my concern is not only just our special education, EL students, our at-risk promise, however you wanna call them, students that do have significant learning loss, that we do have to address in whatever breakout form that we do. The other is the enrichment part, like the gate stuff, that component that's still,
And that was part of the
That
plan,
was
that was on
the
the.
directions they were given, had to
Okay.
include all of those groups.
perfect.
The extracurricular too, such as like debate or Odyssey of the Mind at any school sites are still
We
doing.
did not include clubs in the plan that's due to me by Friday.
Core electives, yeah.
Yeah.
programs. So that's part of what we'll be developing in the plan. The next we talked a lot about already in terms of the access to devices and connectivity.
Yep.
How will we assure access to devices and connectivity? I think Michelle's already addressed it. Okay, the next piece is the pupil participation and progress. How will we assess progress through live contacts and synchronous instructional minutes? And how will we measure participation and time value of student work?
Yeah, how are ya?
Well, I can't tell you right this minute, that's part of the plan, we
No, I
have time
know.
to figure it
I
out.
mean, like, do we literally say this worksheet should take only 15 minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
This task should take 45 minutes, we're literally going to put that kind of value on it, right?
That's
Is that what you're talking
kind
about?
of what they're looking at, wanting us to do is to be able to.
Wow, have fun with that, Heather.
Quantify.
Yeah, I don't know down to the assignment level,
that
but
would be
here's an
teacher
instructional period of
assignment.
time,
Okay.
right, so the teachers
That
will
would be district assigned.
That's part of lesson planning.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, yeah.
And that's kind of what independent study does, is they look at the time value of work in relationship to how does that transfer into instructional minutes in a traditional
Okay.
setting, so, so they should be some teaching going on, some work activity going on, some maybe follow-up going, so how are those all time bound?
With those time-bound necessities, does it have to be uniform across the district? So that, what's happening in terms of time value at, say, Hoffman in terms
Is
of
the same
similar
as-
No.
activities? Okay, they're not gonna be auditing that,
They
right?
have this time frame, right, of instructional minutes.
Right.
Right.
So that they're accountable too. So now, as a teacher, I'm still accountable to that same instruction I was giving, but now I'm putting time values to what is synchronous and what is asynchronous in my lesson plans.
Okay,
But if there's a worksheet that is being assigned by second grade in a Hoffman classroom compared to VOE, and one has got a time value of 20 minutes and the other one has a time value of 10 minutes, that's okay.
Yeah, and I don't think it's down to the assignment level,
Okay.
it's more what Michelle was describing broadly.
Okay.
This much, here's an instructional block of time, this much is gonna be direct instruction, this much is going to be independent work practice time,
this much will be assessments.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cause I was freaking out
That,
that our
that would
teachers-
be a monumental,
Yeah,
undertaking.
and then how
Yeah.
do you, who monitors that
Yeah.
and how is that?
And that's where
Right.
coming together as teacher teams to have that conversation
Okay.
at a grade level will be really important. Then again, the distance learning professional development. So how are we going to provide professional development and resources for staff to support distance learning, including technological support? One thing that I'm really encouraged by is that after the Google Classroom training, we offered the teachers to have the opportunity to apply to participate in the Leading Edge Flex certification program, which is a digital certification program that's a year long, supported by the county. So as a part of our systems of support money that we get from the county, they agreed to fund it. And we had 28 teachers sign up for that. About 24 of them that started it in July, a few that are starting it in August, and some in September. And some of our principals are participating in that as well.
Yes.
We have somebody from every school site represented, so that gives us a cohort of teachers who can be instructional leaders on their campus. So that's something that's already been launched and is happening as we speak. So just in terms of the professional development piece, having that really be ongoing, and that'll be developed as these plans are developed.
So we had mentioned that, you know, it sounded like there's a lot of resources available outside of our school district as well that are supporting, that can be used to support our teachers here. Are they aware of all of these additional resources, or is there a succinct place where they can say, okay, if I, you know, here's a page of all of the resources, here's all the county ones, I click the link, go over there, here's, you know, some from.
Well, this is one of the things we did last year when we had the campus closures, is our TOSAs were facilitated, because we were feeling like we were all being inundated with all these wonderful resources and professional development opportunities.
we
And
were
it was
too.
a little bit
Yeah.
overwhelming, to be
Yeah.
honest with you.
Definitely.
So our TOSAs were coming together every Friday, and they were we were forwarding them all to them. They were combing through them, and then they were organizing them by secondary, elementary, and social emotional.
Right.
They were
out-
kind of vetting them.
Yeah,
Right.
kind of vetting them, knowing where we are in our needs, and then sending them out as here's, sort of like a Monday PD blast. So they
Right.
knew every Monday this PD blast was gonna go out, here are some resources to support you throughout the week that you can choose from, and it was maybe 4 or 5, rather than, 50 that you're
Listen
getting
to all
throughout the
your
course of the
vendor
year. So I'm
emails.
thinking that seemed to
And
be well
webinars.
received.
Right.
So utilizing a system, something like that, if we're still distance learning as we develop the plans, where the TOSAs can support that professional development weekly in terms of here are some resources to use at your discretion based on your need and where you are. So,
Right.
okay, staff roles and responsibilities, and this I know we're in the process of doing kind of with the personnel department, with describe what are some new roles and responsibilities of affected staff as a result of COVID-19. We have some people who are going to be working probably out of their normal class description because of our needs. And the job that they're doing is no longer functional in a distance learning environment, so.
Yeah, we're seeing that there's some communications right now between the district and CSEA and how that may work out for this upcoming year, especially with distance learning. So that MOU's getting finalized. We're reviewing it as a management staff on Monday, and we'll meet again with CSEA next week to hopefully finalize that MOU and what that'll look like.
I don't know if our online people have any, they'll jump in, I guess, if they have okay. Feels weird to have 2 people in here. The next category is supports for pupils with unique needs. So describe the supports that the LEA will provide to English learners, pupils with special needs, foster, and homeless pupils.
Okay, so we're in distance learning and we have some of our special education students that need some in-person services that, you know what I'm saying, support services for whatever their disability and whatever's in the IEP. If we are basically confined to distance learning, how do we meet the needs of the IEPs? I mean, I know Derek's not here, but I'm worried about that component of making sure that we're addressing what's in that IEP.
And that's where a lot of the issues are coming in, and what we're having to probably do is create addendums for each of the IEPs and make changes on a temporary basis, what distance learning is gonna look like and how it's gonna affect the minutes and services. So I
So
know-
they may be the group that is the exception to every
Exactly.
student in Google Classroom.
Okay,
So like, I know that like at the high school, Carla had to create very specific, and I think so did Joe, very specific, lessons that had to be picked up because of the disabilities of the students versus Google Classroom. So those things would be, something that would be worked out in that IEP process.
but if we get this, the clarification, and if we can safely
Bring them.
bring
we
them
will
back and do ELD,
Derek has already written a plan with the
Awesome.
special ed teachers on how to
Awesome.
do
Okay.
that. He shared it at cabinet this week, that
Yeah,
it's in a
he's
draft
meeting-
format.
He's meeting with his teachers on Monday.
Yes,
to
he's
go
Okay.
meeting
over
with the
this.
teachers on Monday.
so if we can't, because I don't know, I mean, that just worries me to no end that those children, because we have no idea how long we're going to be in distance learning, and to almost like punish them is not okay, is not fair. And not just special ed, but also our EL students, because one of my concerns is that I know that the ELD program is there to support and get our kids reclassified, but so many of the kids are in the ELD more than 5 years, and then when we get to the high school level, middle school and high school level, it affects their abilities to take electives and meet the A through G requirements. Well, if we can't service them as well as we could, I mean, you can do Zoom, but you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Is that they're being punished more and more and more, and it just makes me crazy.
Yeah, we are, EL coordinators, we go to a meeting monthly, where they give us recommendations and suggestions from
Right.
across the county that we can bring back to the sites to give ideas of how to best serve
The
the students
EL
in this
students.
environment. Yeah.
Okay.
And SELPA is also guiding districts and
On
helping
special
superintendents
education.
and directors of special ed and helping with the support plan.
And I know they're working at the state level in terms of special education and meeting the needs of special education kids. It's just that there's not, we're
There needs to be
starting
more
in
urgency.
3-4 weeks, and
Yeah.
when are you going to make
I think,
these decisions?
yeah, there needs to be more urgency for, you
Yeah.
know, it's great to see all of these things coming out at the state level about, servicing your at-promise and your other underserved student populations, but there's no supports that have gone along with it, no clarifications. I mean, how are other districts doing it? We're all just sitting here waiting until they tell us, okay, in San Bernardino County, for your EL students, you can have small gatherings, maybe at each school site, or whatever. It's impossible for us to plan if we don't know what they will or won't allow. Maybe it's only one school site that you can have it at. Maybe it's none. And it's just,
It's
I
almost
share your
80.
frustration, Cindy.
Oh, is that why? Okay,
It's
so
almost 80
It's not
here.
just me, it's not my,
You were having hot flashes?
well, I never know, it could be at a weird point in my life.
I tried to, it said it
I
said
just know I need a fan right
67,
now,
but
that's
it's not
all.
coming on.
Okay,
I
so one
don't
more
know this
question
one.
on special ed.
Okay.
Sorry,
I pressed
I know
the
I'm
button,
harping
see.
on this, but Todd, maybe since Derek's not here, you and Michelle can, the special education, I know that you talked about the accommodation amendment, the amendment in terms of minutes and stuff like that, but at some point, do we go back and sort of like catch up for the loss, like the loss of learning, loss of service, or is that,
No, I mean, it's
So
something
it
we have
depends
to.
on the IEP.
Yeah,
It's
it
really
depends on the addendum,
individual.
and it's gonna depend on, probably the services that are supposed to be rendered. I mean, we have like our extended school year, that we provide, that we must provide to a certain
Right.
group of students. Depending how this year goes and how long this takes place, that might be an option for us to open up to more students
Okay.
if we have to.
okay,
So, It doesn't mean it's out the window, but those are things we can consider as we go along the way.
Okay.
Well, over the summer, we did also provide some compensatory education.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Classes for some of our students to
Okay.
get caught up over the summer, so we did provide some of
Okay,
that
so we're
already.
trying,
Yes.
we're gonna do the best we can per the IEP and what the state allows us to be able to do at any specific time.
And for those families that wanted to register for home choice, that program and our new coordinator, we did have several special ed families who want to do that option, but they cannot do that option unless it's part of their IEP. That it would be agreed upon as a parent, because home choice is really the parent is the teacher.
Right.
So that would have to be a part of the IEP, and Mr. Nygren is working with Mr. Slim to, conduct IEP meetings for those requests, but depending on that individual student, I don't know if they will be accepted into the independent home choice program because of their needs.
What, I think go ahead, Dan, you've been waiting.
Just as far as students with unique needs, there are a lot of families that seem to be living up on the mountain. I know of one foster child in particular who is high school age that does not know any other kids on the mountain. And so in terms of not having that community and not having those connections and socio, SEL, are there any steps that we're taking in order to be able to help those, like the homeless and foster youth, being able to, especially if they're new onto the mountain?
Social connections with their peers.
But normally they would get those connections with their peers through being on site.
Right.
I know one in particular, like I said, this one in particular was interested in cross country, but right now with CIF being paused until December, there is a real lack of connectivity there.
So are we talking about how do we electronically connect students so that they, yes, they're on their devices and Facebook and all that, but I'm trying to recreate in some manner the social interconnection and networking that occurs naturally when they are on campus. How do we replicate that so that kids, if they want to formulate study groups, oh, look at, hey, you want to da-da-da-da, or if we're not, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that was what I was trying to get at in terms of even sooner rather than later. It doesn't just have to be study groups. It would be some of those extracurriculars that these students would normally get involved in that are not now going to necessarily be available, giving them a way of being able to feel connected and get some true relationship opportunities for them.
I feel like our ASB kids may be reaching out.
And we also have, we have what the sites are preparing for the strategic plan now, but then we also gave them a list of long-term planning. Like, there's an immediate need to get something out in the next 2 weeks, but there are needs that need to be addressed in the next month and a half.
Like how can
And so they have that on their list. It won't be addressed in the strategic plan by the first week of August. But it is on their radar as a long-term, when we know how.
Right.
Yeah.
Like how like NHS at the high school, can NHS still connect and do their thing? Can someone do the Cancer Awareness Club? Can someone do, how can we still?
Or possibly even cross-country. They don't need to train together, but setting up some sort of a
Meet on this
community
trail
board
and we
to-
will socially distance together.
Or being able to go and do their independent, just having ways for them to be able to have a forum to connect.
I guess, one other question would be, just as there's some
20 minutes
monetary
together.
compensation that's tied to closing the digital divide in our district, is there anything monetary-wise to address pupils with unique needs?
As far as special education goes, it's not earmarked for that.
Okay, so,
But it doesn't mean that it can't be. We have a set of funds that we are meeting with management, and I think I put this in an update. We are meeting with management next week to see about those budget expenditures and what can and cannot be.
so the state hasn't allocated anything to address these,
Specifically,
these
no.
student cohorts?
It's more, it's an allocation factor, not necessarily a requirement to spend in each of those
Right.
categories.
It's like LCFF funds, right?
Right,
Okay,
how
I
to
know
keep
we
going,
have, what,
20
we have
minutes.
20 minutes,
And
so,
we have some other
just
things.
real quick, going back to continuity of instruction, I failed to mention that we are using Google Classroom across the entire district as our platform, and with an opportunity to use Zoom as well for a in-person, because that does provide for breakout sessions where the Google Hangouts does not as much. So, but we are being unified in terms of that continuity across using that same platform.
Thank you, that's a question I didn't know that I needed to ask. But
Okay,
I've seen
so
a
I
lot
thought,
of-
I meant to mention that
Yeah.
we're in the continuity of learning, because that does help us have some continuity in terms of the platform that we're utilizing.
I've seen a lot of districts that have been constraining their staff to just one platform. You can
Yeah.
only use Google Classroom and Google Meets and Google Hangouts.
Yep.
And that is obviously, I'm sure, limiting for teachers, so I'm glad that we'll allow them to use both.
Yeah, they can use both.
Perfect.
And we're shifting all of our email to Gmail, because there were some glitches with the teachers being able to communicate with their students with Outlook and Gmail, not being able to have Gmail with their kids, so.
Well, thanks to Mark, thank you, Mark, for
Yeah,
that.
that was a big undertaking, so.
Well, it still is, isn't it?
Still going.
It's
Yeah,
still going,
there you
and
go.
it's so far so good. I've been using Google all week, and it's going quite well, so. All right, pupil learning loss. How will we assess for and address learning loss for 2019-20 and 2021 years, particularly looking at ELA, ELD, and math? Those are the three core subjects that they're particularly wanting us to focus on.
Math.
And then what strategies will address learning loss and accelerated learning progress? I think you were kind of speaking to this as needed, including how these strategies differ for EL, low income, special needs pupils with exceptional needs, foster and homeless. So what are we going to be doing to address the learning loss collectively, as well as specifically, as Michelle has asked for those kinds of strategies to be included in the plan that our principals are putting together and will be sharing with us, I think, next Friday or.
Next Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Effectiveness of the implementation pupil learning loss strategies. I know this is your area, Cindy. How will the effectiveness of the services provided to address learning loss be measured? So that has to be part of our plan, is, in the absence of CAST and some of these other state mandated assessments, what are we locally going to be using to assess whether the strategies that we're using are effective or not? So that will be part of our plan, working with our teacher teams.
Because, yes, I know that the pandemic and the different learning module that we have to use, which is distance learning right now, possibly hybrid in the future, we don't know when we're gonna go back to traditional, but we can't lose sight of what we were working on prior, which is that we were really for me, you know, EL was one of them, so I'm glad that EL is all over the place here. But also like math, collectively through the district, we seem to be struggling, I mean, not to exclude ELA, but when you have, what my concern is, I guess, and it is especially concerning if we're using distance learning, is that the UC system is getting rid of the SAT, ACT. They're having a whole conversation about admission requirements, and one of the things that you see in some of the articles of discussion is possibly, they haven't made a decision, this is years away, possibly using that SBAC test. Well, if that is true, if it comes to fruition as one component of admissions, that you have had to meet or exceed standards at Rim High, math was 15.9 something percent, so that means only 15.9% of our students can actually qualify to get into a UC, because you're assuming that they also met and it exceeded standard on ELA. That's concerning to me in the framework of the change of conversation happening at the college level. I mean, that means that we need to step up our game, because we have no flippant idea what's coming down the pike. We know that AP scores will still be part of the conversation. We know that their GPA, we know that part of it will still be part of the admissions process, but we have no idea if they're going to make their own test, if they're going to have the SBAC test. So, I mean, talk about long-range goal, and still, you know, like Natalie's saying, we're being reactive right now to everything that's happening now, but we can't lose sight of the long vision of college and career ready. And unfortunately, in the midst of all this, the colleges are having that debate within themselves, and it's like,
Which is why we've gone to implementing the IABs rather than the checkpoints that were created.
Right.
We're using the IABs, and the plan for this year was to use the ICA, which is the interim
Right,
comprehensive
right.
assessment that really mirrors the SBAC in 9th grade and 10th grade.
right,
So when the 11th graders are taking
they're-
the CAS, so we had grandiose plans that this was going to be the first
and it may
year for
happen
that
in next year.
implementation. Although we can still use the IABs and the FIDs and the
Right.
ICAs regardless of the fact that CAS has been suspended. So we're going to continue to utilize those resources, and now there's a new platform called Tools for Teachers, which provides instructional resources for teachers for the results that they get from their kids' IABs. Here are some instructional materials if your kid scored in the yellow, red, or green. Here are some strategies that you can teach, align to the standards and your SBAC results.
Right.
So truly guiding instruction.
Right, because our 9th and 10th graders still can take the ICA. And then next year, when we get to the 11th grade and we're back hopefully to normalcy, and the UCs have figured out what they're gonna do, and Cal State is having a conversation too, you just go, okay, we are being proactive, we are making sure that our kids are able to be, we're flexible, and we have kept our eyes on the long run so that we are not screwing our kids over when they become seniors and the UC and Cal State finally have made decisions.
So one of the things that we're looking at is how do we use those IABs and ICAs for this assessment of learning loss.
Okay.
And then using those as a benchmark throughout the
Throughout
course of
the
the
year.
year, because they've
Perfect.
now opened it up so that they can be administered at home.
But I would also, I mean, that's with the learning loss, I think you're also addressing the goals.
Continuing, well, it's that we don't know when if we're gonna take the SBAC this year or not. But in terms of long distance, making sure that we do not take our eye off of.
I understand what you're saying, the different interim assessments that you're discussing. One of them, I think it was the IAB that I saw in the 5th grade classroom this year for math, was, so the questions in there were related to taking, exponents with using the zero power. And we talked about doing non-negotiables, looking at 5th grade and talking about, taking values to the zero power and having that as being something that would be on an interim assessment. I don't know about the wisdom of that, and I'm wondering whether we should be putting together, taking a look at those benchmarks, really focusing in on those critical learnings, especially for math, to make sure that we're focusing our
Gotcha.
efforts so that we're looking at prerequisite material and prioritizing that, because if that's, I know that teacher that I was speaking with was really grappling with it in that her students really didn't understand it, but it's such a abstract concept that it's more of an 11th grade concept, not a 5th grade concept. So if we're
And
gonna
is
really
it on the
focus.
test? Is it on the SBAC test for 5th
But
grade?
if it's, even, it isn't gonna be foundational, that would be more of
Now,
a.
in response quickly to
Yeah.
what you're saying is, we actually partner with Renaissance Learning, with this accelerated reader, which is our Star Reading and Star Math. They have created something called a focus skills, which I'm gonna be sharing with our principals and our TOSAs to share with teachers. But it does exactly that, because that's what they're talking about, is that with this learning loss piece, we're gonna have to prioritize what we teach.
Yes.
We can't teach everything, and we can't close every gap that's going to be there.
And that
So
doesn't
what are those
necessarily
essential
gap,
learnings
yeah.
that they have to know? And so they've actually they've worked with people from all across the whole country and researchers, and they've come down to, it's really a cool website, I'll be happy to sit down and show it to you.
Yes.
It shows what are those skills at that grade level, which ones are the most essential
Right.
for foundational learning to move
To
them on
build
to the
upon,
next skill.
right.
And so the teachers could use that tool as they plan to say, okay, here's 6 standards, we're gonna teach these 3 are fundamental and foundational. We're gonna touch on these, but we're gonna really drill down on these.
That needs to
So
happen,
it's a
yeah.
great tool, I learned about it over the summer, I think it'll be very useful and helpful to do exactly what you're talking about. It'll take time for teachers to kind of learn how to use it, but it's free, they've opened it up to the public, so anybody can go on and look at it. But I agree with what you're saying, and we have some tools available to us to help us with that.
Now, I agree that we need to prioritize definitely, because we can't teach everything to the same
Correct.
degree that we want to.
Limited.
Is there anywhere where we're kind of earmarking what we're setting aside as lower priority, like raising to the 0th power, you know. Those 5th grade students still have 7 more years in public education. They're gonna have to return to that concept at some point.
Oh, Heather, hold this, wait, jump in, Heather, cause you have something.
So,
Yeah.
in my thinking, that is the power of the PLC,
Okay.
is you have teacher teams that come together in chunks of time, and they say, okay, let's look at these focus skills, and over the next 6 weeks, what are the ones that we are gonna agree upon that that need to be fundamental collectively? These are where we want them to end, how are we gonna know that they learned it? There's our PLC questions, and what instructional materials and resources are we gonna collectively use to get them there?
When it comes to math, there's two different things that come to mind, especially with, involving the teachers. One is having that vertical articulation and being able to do that backward mapping in terms of coming up with our ideal, in terms of math. What do we want in math for our graduates, and backward map and make sure that we have critical learnings at each level. That doesn't mean that's all they're gonna learn.
Right, but
then also making sure that we have some sort of an independent way of assessing. Because one of the things I saw when I was in the classroom, and I've seen as a parent with my offspring and their friends talking about it, is the lack of academic integrity that might be happening, and that work is being done without the learning happening. And it happens and we're not catching it until 11th grade or so, you can't fill those gaps. So making sure that there is a true understanding, if there are students who just don't test well, making sure they don't just test well, that the knowledge is still there, hitting them where they're at, and making sure that they have those foundational skills, rather than them demonstrating it somehow but not really understanding it. It may not be them demonstrating it. So.
But and then I do love the use of the IB and the ICA, because it's practice,
Yes.
because at the high school students say,
we've
if
never
I'm
seen
just
this
seeing this
before.
in 11th grade,
Right.
because I haven't seen it in 9th grade or 10th grade, and now I'm getting hit with this.
And it is
I'm
aligned
just
to the
gonna
SBAC,
doodle.
which is aligned to the standards.
There
And
you
in
go.
some cases, we're finding that the standards, as people are delving into the standards more, the standards are more rigorous than the 97 standards were. In terms
And
of
it-
where we see exposure to different principles and concepts is earlier than it was with the 97 standards.
And I guess that is my concern, is making sure we do this work now and be proactive in doing this work now, not just for math, but, for English as well, because if, and this is a big if, that is a choice to be used as an admissions part of admissions, we need to make sure that we're doing that better than 15.9% at the high school level.
And I'm looking at our clock, and we could talk about this all day long probably, because it's a
Sorry.
huge topic, and and I don't disagree with you. So the next section is our mental health and social emotional, which is how will the LEA monitor and support social emotional well-being of pupils and staff, and what PD and resources will be provided to address trauma and other impacts of COVID. So we've touched already on our Kelvin, using that as a resource, our counselors, using them as somebody to help reach out to those families, our surveys, those kinds of things. So
You talked about Care Solace.
Care Solace, yes.
But one other question would be, what about our local counseling
Yeah.
partners? How are they
Mountain
doing right
Counseling,
now? Not sure.
Family Services, I know we've partnered with them before.
Those MOUs and things are still in place.
Okay, I'm wondering what they're doing right now to kind of adapt to the new world that we are in.
Virtual.
Virtual, yeah.
Everyone's doing telehealth now.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
even the local ones, so
Okay.
they do have.
Telehealth,
Yes.
pupil engagement and outreach, what strategies will be implemented for re-engagement of students absent from distance learning? What outreach will be provided to pupils and families, including in languages other than English, particularly when they are not meeting compulsory education requirements? So our SARBs,
We have a new family engagement position.
yes, we have a new position now. Well, it's using our Title III resources. In my department, Veronica Palayo is part of her day is going to be dedicated to parent and family engagement, particularly focused on our English learner families.
Ooh,
Wow.
And she has a background in that, and she has a lot of compassion and is very, has a good way of building relationships with our English learner families.
Oh.
So I'm encouraged about that. I'm meeting with her next week to start some planning, so. So that's that.
School nutrition.
That's a
School
big one.
nutrition,
Yeah.
we're almost there.
Back to deliver.
How will
I think
meals
so.
be provided to pupils participating in free reduced lunch programs for both in-person and distance learning? So much like we did last year, where we were providing meals on a certain, those schedules haven't been created yet, but I know that will be part of our plan, the distribution of food to those families, which seemed to go well last year, was well received. I know you guys were, some of you
Okay,
were
so-
part of that.
So part of my question would be, is that we provided food for any family that showed up, irregardless of whether they were on free and reduced lunch, would we still be offering that same
At this time, those guidelines have not been,
issue?
issued or changed, so it would have to be students with, that belong to RIM.
And they
Any
would
student
have
group.
to,
And they would, yeah, go ahead.
they would have to qualify, and they would have to,
Show a card or something?
Yes, signing with their number.
yeah, they would have to, be actually in our program.
Okay,
Unless
so it's
something-
changed.
That is
It's
good.
back to how it is when school was,
Okay.
open.
Okay,
Okay.
thank
Because
you.
Bill-
They are expecting the federal government to perhaps release some of those guidelines so that we can feed whoever needs to be fed.
Okay.
But we
But
haven't,
right now, they are not releasing, so it would be just like they're at school, I have to sign in with my number, and that's the
Okay.
only way to get food.
okay,
Because the pandemic, or end of last school year, it was any household as long as they had one student in
Right,
the district, right?
from 2 to 18,
2 to 18.
and that would,
okay, yeah.
that's not the case anymore.
Okay, got it. But it would still be presumably something like a 1-day-a-week distribution.
we
I
don't
think
know
part of that,
yet.
if I could add that in, that'll be
Maybe
part of the
talk.
discussion as we go through. As part of Monday's discussion regarding CSEA's MOU, they actually had some pretty good ideas when we met with them this week. And so we're gonna meet, as part of our group, we'll have our transportation, our CNS management, things like that, because some of the things they added in there is, could we have a CNS worker on a bus who then transports food, to certain drop-off locations. So they had different ideas, and so we're gonna address that with our management staff on Monday and see what else we can come with and how that fits in with current guidelines or possibly upcoming guidelines.
Cool. All right. That would be interesting.
And then the last component of this is the same as at LCAP, where we have to show that we are increasing or improving services for foster youth, ELs, and low-income students. So how are our funds being used to improve the services to these student groups, and how were their needs considered first? How do the actions provided meet the goals for these students? So that's a dollar amount, I think, that we have to be able to verify in terms of our, like we do in the LCAP, and then how are we improving services for those students, which a lot of that will be defined in the work that we do in the other components.
Okay, so one thing, I just wanna give a shout out to, since we did it already, to Tori, is that in terms of access to advanced placement courses, we've had this discussion because we have 35 spots in English Lit, AP English Lit. So placement exam, teacher recommendation, here's the rankings, are you on the list, right? And then you get that spot, but it leaves off, and when you look at the AP enrollment, this group, and then their continuing participation in AP, you see the numbers drop significantly in some of these groups, and Tori has changed it to, if you wanna take an AP course, you get to take an AP course. We're gonna let people take the AP course, and I know there's two philosophies, one, that we shouldn't do that because, there's standards, but the kids have to still meet those standards,
Right.
and irregardless
Do they wanna give it a go?
and irregardless if they take the test or not, because they may want those challenging courses and still go to a community college where it doesn't matter if you have an AP score, or go to Ivy League and they don't take the AP scores either, but it's just the fact that that barrier to access is actually being taken down, which I think it doesn't take any money, it's just instead of maybe one section of AP English Lit, you convert a regular to an AP. and I just think that that is a way to think, how can we take down these barriers? Then some of them are easy without money.
And so that's
If
why
we're
they,
willing
that
to- if we're
increase
willing
or
to take
improve,
that
so that
risk.
would be an improved service where we're getting more
Right.
access based on a program we already have that doesn't cost.
And it's taking, and yes, maybe it's a risk, and maybe, but we're doing it to see how, and giving this a go. Now the challenge is supporting, giving that academic support, you know, extra tutoring or whatever, but I'm just saying is that I love how that is now a barrier that's been dropped for those, because traditionally, if you look at our AP enrollment, those are the
Okay.
students that are having that barrier and they then drop.
258.
Does anybody have anything they wanna, I mean, whether it's pertaining to this particularly or like the conversation we would have had pre-COVID, pre-closure? I mean, I talked about math, we've talked about mental health.
Talked about EL.
We talked about, yes, to the nth degree in special education.
A lot of our questions were
And
just.
we've touched on academic
We have
integrity.
touched on that, I think it would be nice to be able to come back to that, maybe not today, but in terms of establishing some board goals and, you know, and direction and outreach, it may not be able to fit the LCAP requirements right now in terms of our direction, but I think it is a conversation worth having.
Did I share with you the compilation of the LCAP stakeholders' input from last school year? Because we were supposed to have that conversation, and then, did I already give you that
You
list?
gave us it, but
Okay.
I left it at home.
Okay, well, because I did bring that
Oh.
today in the event that, just because this gives you the compilation of all the stakeholder meetings that we held last year, review of the data, they pulled out those areas that they believe show the greatest need, and then some ideas of what to do. So I'll give you this again as a sort of a reminder of that conversation, as we look at going back to LCAP in the future.
And
Leslie and Natalie, do you have anything to add, or?
And one thing for me personally, always, because it is part of our college and career indicator, is the A2G completion rate. Our CTE completion rate is anywhere from 93% to 98%, but our A through G completion, it flexes anywhere from 31% last year, I think the previous year was 40%. But it's like, if we're doing that well, I know it's 2 years as a completer for ROP CTE, and I know that the site is working on those electives and those ROP courses that currently aren't A through G approved, getting them, so it's easier to meet the A through G requirements. But, you know, I think that we should be looking at, especially for our Hispanic students, is that we should be higher than that. We should be 50, 60, 70%. If we can do that 2-year thing at 98%, we should be able to do a 4-year meeting of requirements. You know what I'm saying? It just, and I know our counselors have a really great plan together, you know, to attack that. So I'm hoping that the distance learning doesn't impede their plan to really touch every single student every single year, to make sure that they're on track. They don't have to go to college.
But it gives them the opportunity.
Yes, not just their diploma to go into, because the other concern last time.
Opening out your choice.
Yeah, because community college is great. It's a cheap, very, very inexpensive way to go. But the dropout rate for community college in San Bernardino is always in the 60 percentile, you know, and you just go, is that yet another barrier that we are setting up for our kids to make it harder for them to get a bachelor's degree if they desire to get a bachelor's degree? Are we making it harder for them to attain that goal because they didn't meet the A through G requirements? And I went to an ELAC meeting where some of the parents didn't want their children in ELD because they wanted them in AVID, they wanted them in to be able to go to college and have that college, and they felt like ELD was the barrier to that, to their kids having those opportunities. They feel like it was an impediment. And so I just really feel that a focus, if our OPCT can have that kind of success, so can we in the A through G requirements. And I really do love the counselor plan of like focusing every year to be able to hit those kids every single year to keep them on task. And no, I don't believe every kid should go to college. Some kids really do they've wanted to be a pilot since they were a little kid. Go to pilot school, you know? But
Something post-secondary.
but
Whether it's
but if
career
we take that off the table by the time they're in 10th grade, then we've done them a disservice and in 12th grade in terms of their options they can pursue. And then we've created those barriers for them. And if we're really truly doing this, A through G and CTE has to really be part of that conversation. The completion rates. Well, Steph does a good job, so I don't know what to say.
Okay. I think we'll go ahead and wrap up our day here then, won't we? Thank you, Heather, very much for
Yes.
that,
So there you go.
leading the longest
Everything you
section.
wanted to know about the learning continuity and attendance plan.
The LCAP.
Yeah.
No.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Okay,
Strike that from your vocabulary until December.
we'll move on to 4.0, adjournment.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting at, hold on, 3:04.
I second.